Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. Before we begin the apocalypse, I want to ask for your support by subscribing to the channel. Your subscription is very important to me and helps a lot, so please subscribe to support me. And leave a comment telling me which city you're taking refuge in. Now, let's go to day 0. I woke up to the smell of blood and bleach at 4:30 in the morning like I had for 23 years. The alarm clock's red numbers burned in the dark of my South Side apartment. Same scratched furniture, same water-stained ceiling, same traffic noise from Ashland Avenue that never stopped even at this hour. I showered in lukewarm water because the building's boiler was shit, dressed in jeans and the thermal shirt I'd worn yesterday because laundry was a Sunday thing, and drove my 2008 F-150 through empty streets toward the Kowalski & Sons meatpacking plant on the stockyard's eastern edge where my grandfather had worked the killing floor in 1952, and my father had managed the cold storage until the cancer took him in 2003. The plant bore our family name, but Salvatore Conti owned it now. Bought it from my mother for pennies after Dad died, kept me on as foreman because I knew every pipe, every blade, every man who walked through those doors at 5 a.m. to cut meat for Chicago's restaurants and grocery stores. The October morning was cold enough to see my breath. I parked in my usual spot, unlocked the side entrance, flipped on the lights in the main processing floor where stainless steel tables reflected fluorescent glare and the drains still smelled faintly of yesterday's hog blood no matter how much we bleached them. The hum of the refrigeration units kicked in, that constant mechanical throb I'd heard in my sleep for 2 decades. I started the coffee maker in the break room, checked the schedules, noted that we had 2 trucks coming in at 6 with beef from the Iowa feedlots and 1 at 7 with the pork from the Indiana operation Conti had bought last year. Marcus Webb, the USDA safety inspector who'd been busting my balls about temperature logs for 6 months, had scheduled a surprise inspection for today. I made a note to have Ray Chen, my floor manager, make sure everything was documented properly, because Marcus loved finding violations and I couldn't afford another fine. The first workers arrived at 4:45. Vicente Reyes came through the door with his grandson Danny, the old man's weathered brown face creasing into a smile when he saw the coffee ready. Tito had worked the cutting table since before I was born, taught me how to break down a side of beef when I was 16 and stupid enough to think I'd escaped this place for college. His hands were gnarled and scarred but steadier than men half his age when he held a boning knife. Little Danny, 8 years old, with his grandfather's dark eyes, sat in the break room doing homework because his mother worked doubles at the hospital and couldn't afford daycare. "Morning, Eddie," Tito said, pouring coffee into a thermos he'd had since the 90s. "Cold one today." "Gonna get colder," I said. "Weather service says snow by the weekend." Jamal Washington came in next. Our delivery driver, a big man with an easy laugh who'd played linebacker for Morgan Park High School 20 years ago and never stopped telling stories about the one game they almost beat Mount Carmel. He grabbed a donut from the box someone had left yesterday, made a joke about Marcus Webb probably measuring the temperature of the coffee to find us out of compliance, and headed to check the truck loading bays. Tommy Patch O'Brien, our refrigeration specialist, arrived with his tool belt jangling, complained about the number 2 compressor making a weird noise again, said he'd take a look during first break. Ray Chen showed up exactly at 5, precise as always, nodded to me and started reviewing the production schedule on his clipboard. Frankie's truck pulled into the lot at 5:15. My younger brother had been up at Fort McCoy doing National Guard training for the past 2 weeks, some kind of emergency response drill the state was running. He looked tired when he came through the door, his Army medic uniform still on, duffel bag over one shoulder. I hadn't expected him until tonight. "Thought you weren't back until 6, I said. "They cut us loose early," Frankie said. "Whole drill got called off. Some kind of emergency in the city. They wouldn't tell us shit, but they had us loading medical supplies onto trucks heading to University of Chicago Hospital. He poured coffee, added too much sugar. Ma okay? Went to bingo last night, won $40, complained about her knees, the usual. I'll stop by her place after I get some sleep. He looked at the production floor filling with workers. You need an extra pair of hands today? Always. But get some rest first. You look like hammered shit. He grinned, the same crooked smile that had gotten him out of trouble our whole lives. Few hours on your couch, then I'll come back and show these guys how to really cut meat. Frankie left and I started the morning briefing, went over the day's loads with the crew, reminded everyone that Marcus would be sniffing around for violations, so double-check everything. The first truck arrived at 6:03, backed up to Bay 3, and we started unloading the beef. The work fell into its rhythm, the familiar pattern of hooks and lifts, the beef carcasses hanging on the overhead rail system, the whine of the bandsaw, the thunk of cleavers on cutting boards. I made my rounds, checked temperatures in the cold storage rooms, signed off on the documentation Marcus would want to see, stopped to help Jorge troubleshoot a scale that was reading inconsistent weights. The news played on the small TV in the break room, always tuned to WGN. During the 7 a.m. break, I caught something about a disturbance at the University of Chicago campus, reports of 6 students, possible contamination in one of the research buildings. The anchor's voice had that forced calm that meant something was wrong, but they didn't know what yet. Environmental hazard, they said. Police had cordoned off the area, nothing to worry about, but residents in Hyde Park should stay indoors as a precaution. Probably some dumbass kid spilled chemicals in the lab, Jamal said, refilling his coffee. Remember when that happened at IIT and they evacuated half of Bronzeville for nothing? Tito was watching the screen with a frown, his coffee untouched. They're not saying what kind of contamination. Because they don't know, I said. Marcus is here. Ray, make sure the cold room logs are ready. Marcus Webb came through the front entrance at 7:30, tall and thin with wire-rimmed glasses and the kind of precise mustache that told you he measured everything in his life twice. He'd been assigned to our plant 6 months ago and found violations I hadn't even known were possible to commit. Temperature variations of 0.5 degree. Documentation errors on forms I'd been filling out the same way for 10 years. He carried his inspection kit like it was a holy relic and treated every conversation like a deposition. Mr. Kowalski, he said, not offering his hand, I'll be conducting a comprehensive review of your cold storage protocols and worker safety compliance. Everything's ready for you, I said, and Ray will show you whatever you need. I left them to it and went back to the floor where we were processing the pork shipment. The rhythm continued. The endless cycle of cutting and packing, the cold air from the refrigeration units mixing with the steam from the cleaning stations. The sound of men working in the practiced silence of people who'd done this 10,000 times. Around 9, I noticed Jorge wasn't at his station. Found him in the bathroom, bent over the sink, face pale and sweating. Food poisoning, he said. Had some bad tacos last night, I'll be fine. Go home. I don't need you puking on the product. I need the hours, Eddie. And I need you healthy. Go home. I'll mark you down for a full day. He started to argue, but another wave hit him and he grabbed the sink. I sent him home and redistributed his work to the other guys, made a note to check with him tomorrow, moved on to the next problem. The TV in the break room was louder now. During the 10 o'clock break, I saw why. The news had changed. The contamination at University of Chicago wasn't environmental. Reports of violent attacks near the campus, multiple injuries. Police responding to incidents at Cook County Hospital, at streets in Hyde Park and Kenwood, people acting erratically, biting, attacking. The words the anchors used were careful. Possible drug outbreak, PCP or bath salts. Mass hysteria. The video showed people in the distance, jerky movements, police with riot shields. The camera cut away before showing anything clear. "Bath salts," Jamal said, shaking his head. "Remember that crazy shit in Florida? Guy eating another guy's face?" "That was years ago," Ray said. He was watching the screen with the same expression Tito had earlier. "This looks different." "How?" "More of them." The news showed a map of incidents, red dots spreading across the south side like spilled wine. Hyde Park, Woodlawn, Washington Park, Bronzeville. A dozen hospitals reporting emergency admissions. The governor was holding a press conference at 11. The mayor was urging calm. Stay in your homes if possible. Avoid the affected areas. This was a developing situation. "Anyone live near there?" I asked. Tito's face went tight. "My daughter's apartment is on 51st. She's not answering her phone." "Probably the networks are jammed," I said. "Everyone's calling everyone. Give it time." But I felt it then, that first cold touch of wrongness that had nothing to do with the refrigeration units, the way the news anchors' voices were getting higher, faster, the way they kept cutting away from footage, the way the red dots kept multiplying on the map. Marcus came out of the cold storage section with Ray behind him, both of them moving quickly. Marcus's precise expression had cracked. "Mr. Kowalski, I'm going to have to cut this inspection short. I've been getting emergency messages. The USDA is recalling all field inspectors to the regional office." "Why?" "I'm not at liberty to say, but you should send your workers home. Close the plant for today. We've got 3 more trucks coming in, orders to fill. I can't just—" "Mr. Kowalski." Marcus looked at me directly for maybe the first time since I'd met him. "Send them home. Something is very wrong in this city." He left. I stood in the processing floor with Ray and Tito and Jamal and the others, all of them watching me, waiting for the decision. The overhead lights hummed. The refrigeration units thrummed. Through the high windows I could see the sky, gray October clouds pressing down on the city. "All right," I said. "Shut it down. Everyone clock out. Go home. Check on your families. We'll resume tomorrow when things are clearer." They moved quickly, more quickly than they should have, and that told me they'd all felt it too, that wrongness in the air. Within 20 minutes, the plant was empty except for me and Ray. I was in my office filing the incomplete paperwork from Marcus's aborted inspection when Ray came to the door. "Eddie, you should see this." The break room TV showed chaos. The newsfeed had changed to a live helicopter shot over Lakeshore Drive, and it looked like every car in Chicago was trying to leave the city at once. Traffic jammed in both directions, people abandoning vehicles, running on foot. The camera panned and I saw why they were running. A crowd was moving up the drive from the south, hundreds of people, maybe thousands, and they were moving wrong. Too fast, too erratic. The camera zoomed and I saw faces, or what used to be faces, mouths open too wide, eyes that caught the light wrong. I saw someone fall and the crowd went over them like water, and when the camera pulled back there were more in the crowd than there had been before. "Jesus Christ," Ray whispered. The news anchor was talking, but I couldn't hear the words over the roaring in my ears. The helicopter camera pulled back, showing the whole city, and I could see smoke rising from a dozen places, could see crowds in the streets, could see the red dots on the map that had been a few dozen now covering half of Chicago like a rash. My phone rang. Sophia. My daughter, 23 years old, junior at DePaul, studying accounting, lived in an apartment in Lincoln Park with 2 roommates I'd never liked. "Dad," her voice was shaking. "Dad, what's happening?" "There are people in the hallway. They're trying to get into the apartments. They're breaking down doors. Dad, I'm scared." "Lock your door. Lock everything. Is anyone hurt?" My roommate Sarah went out to see what was happening, and she hasn't come back, and I can hear screaming. "And Dad, please." "I'm coming. Stay in your room, lock the door, don't open it for anyone except me. I'm coming right now." I hung up. Ray was staring at me. Eddie, my daughter's in Lincoln Park. I have to go. The city's going insane. You saw the traffic. Then I'll go around it, through it. I don't care. I grabbed my jacket, my keys. Lock up when you leave. Tell everyone to stay home tomorrow. What about Conti? What about the plant? Fuck Conti. Fuck the plant. I'm getting my daughter. I was halfway to my truck when I remembered Frankie. He'd gone to Ma's apartment in Pilsen to sleep. I called him. No answer. Called again. Nothing. Called my mother. Straight to voicemail. The wrongness was ice in my stomach now. Sophia first, then Ma and Frankie, then figure out what the hell was happening to the world. The drive north was a nightmare. Ashland Avenue was clogged with cars all heading away from downtown. I cut through side streets, residential blocks where people were standing in their yards watching their phones or the sky or each other with the same shocked expressions. On 26th Street, I saw a woman running with a child in her arms, both of them covered in blood. And I slowed down to help, but she screamed at me to keep driving, just keep driving. And I saw what was behind her, 3 people moving too fast with their arms out and their mouths open. And I punched the gas and didn't look back. It took me 90 minutes to make a drive that should have taken 30. By the time I reached Lincoln Park, the smoke I'd seen on TV was real and close. Buildings burning on Fullerton, car alarms shrieking, glass breaking somewhere constant like rain. Sophia's apartment was a 3-story brick building on a side street near the park. I pulled up onto the sidewalk, left the truck running, took the stairs 3 at a time. The hallway on the 3rd floor was destroyed. Doors hanging open or torn off hinges, blood on the carpet. Something moving in one of the apartments, a shuffling, scraping sound that made my skin crawl. I found Sophia's door at the end of the hall. Saw the deadbolt was engaged, pounded on it. Sophia, it's Dad, open up. Silence, then footsteps, then her voice, small and terrified. How do I know it's you? Remember when you were 7 and wanted a puppy and I said no because we couldn't afford it and you cried for a week until I brought home that stupid beagle mix from the pound and you named him Mr. Butterscotch and he ate my work boots? The lock clicked. The door opened. Sophia fell into my arms and I held her while she shook, her whole body trembling like she'd never stop. She was wearing pajama pants and a DePaul sweatshirt, and her feet were bare and her eyes were too wide. We have to go, I said. Right now. Where are your roommates? Sarah's dead. I saw them pull her apart in the hallway. Katie locked herself in her room and won't come out. Dad, what's happening? What's wrong with everyone? I don't know, but we're leaving. Get shoes, get your phone, nothing else. 30 seconds. She moved like she was underwater, shock slowing everything down. But she got her sneakers on and grabbed her phone charger and I pulled her into the hallway. The scraping sound from the other apartment was louder now. A shape stumbled into the hallway from apartment 3B, what used to be a man in a postal worker uniform, his throat torn open, his eyes clouded white, his mouth making a sound like air leaking from a tire. He saw us, he charged. I'd never moved so fast in my life. I shoved Sophia behind me, grabbed a fire extinguisher from the wall mount, and swung it at the thing's head with everything I had. The impact jolted up my arms. He went down but not out, kept trying to get up, those ruined eyes locked on us, that awful hissing sound from the hole in his throat. I hit him again, and again, and again until the fire extinguisher was slick with blood and his head was caved in and he finally stopped moving. I stood there breathing hard, the fire extinguisher hanging from my hand, looking at what I'd done to another human being. Sophia was making a sound behind me, a high keening that might have been words once. I grabbed her hand and pulled her toward the stairs and we ran. The truck was still running, still where I'd left it, and I thanked God or luck or whatever had kept it from being stolen in the 10 minutes we'd been inside. I got Sophia in the passenger seat, locked the doors, and pulled away from the curb just as more of those things came around the corner from the park. A group of them, maybe 20, moving in that horrible too-fast shuffle that wasn't quite running but faster than walking should be. "Dad?" Sophia's voice was small. "What were those things?" "I don't know, baby. They're dead. They're dead, but they're moving." "I know. That's not possible. I know." I drove south, cutting through alleys and side streets, avoiding the major roads that would be clogged. The radio was chaos, every station playing emergency broadcasts or dead air or screaming. I finally found a news station that was still broadcasting. The anchor's voice was barely under control. A disease outbreak from University of Chicago Medical Research Facility. Terrorist attack releasing biological agent. Avoid contact with infected individuals. Symptoms include extreme aggression, loss of higher brain function, violent behavior. Infection spreads through bites or fluid contact. If you have been bitten, seek medical attention immediately. The city was under mandatory evacuation order. Military was being deployed. This was not a drill. "Rabies," Sophia whispered. "It sounds like rabies, but rabies takes weeks to incubate." "Maybe it's different." I turned onto Cermak Road, heading toward Pilsen. Maybe they made it different. Who made it? The terrorists, the news said. Or the university, I don't know. Doesn't matter right now. Right now I have to get to your grandmother's apartment and find Uncle Frankie. Then what? Then we figure out how to survive this. The streets of Pilsen were quieter than Lincoln Park, but not empty. I saw groups of neighbors standing in the street with baseball bats and tire irons. Saw someone spray painting "infected keep out" on a brick wall. Saw a man loading his family into a car with boxes piled so high in the back seat the kids had to sit on them. My mother's apartment building was a 4-story walk-up on 18th Street that had been there since the 1920s and looked like it might collapse if you leaned on it too hard. I parked and told Sophia to stay in the truck with the doors locked. "Don't leave me," she said, grabbing my arm. "I have to check on them. I'll be 5 minutes. You see anything wrong, you honk the horn and I come running." "Dad, 5 minutes, I promise." I took the fire extinguisher with me, the only weapon I had, and climbed the stairs to the 3rd floor where Ma had lived since she'd sold the house after Dad died. Her door was closed but not locked. I pushed it open slowly. "Ma? Frankie? You here?" The apartment was dark, curtains drawn, the TV playing with no sound. My mother's furniture, the same couch from my childhood, the same coffee table with rings from 20 years of drinks. The smell hit me first, copper and waste and something worse underneath. I followed it to the bedroom. My mother was on the bed, or what was left of her. I saw her face and it was hers, but everything else was wrong, torn and opened, and I turned away before my brain could process more. Frankie was on the floor next to the bed, his army uniform soaked through with blood, his medic bag spilled open, bandages everywhere like he'd tried to save her and failed. He looked up at me when I came in. His eyes were still Frankie's eyes, still my brother's eyes, but there was something behind them now, something that recognized me but didn't care. His mouth was red. His hands were red. He made that same hissing sound and tried to stand, and I saw the bite on his neck, saw where Ma had gotten him before she died or while she was dying, and I understood what had happened here, understood that Frankie had come to check on her and found her already turned, and she'd gotten him before he could defend himself, because you don't defend yourself against your own mother even when she's trying to kill you. "Frankie," I said. "Brother, I'm sorry." He lunged at me and I swung the fire extinguisher, caught him in the chest, knocked him back. He came again and I hit him in the head and he went down, and I stood over my little brother who taught me how to ride a bike and who I'd taught to throw a curveball and who'd saved my ass in a dozen bar fights and who'd been the only family I had left besides Sophia and Ma. And I raised the fire extinguisher one more time. It took 3 hits before he stopped moving. I stood there in my mother's bedroom with my brother and my mother dead on the floor, both of them killed by something that shouldn't exist, and I felt something break inside my chest that I knew would never heal. Sophia was screaming when I got back to the truck. I ran the last 20 feet and saw why. A crowd of them was coming down 18th Street, 50 or 60 of those things moving as a group like a school of fish, and they'd seen the truck and they were coming for it. I threw myself into the driver's seat, locked the door, and punched the gas. We fishtailed onto the street, clipped one of them with the mirror, sending it spinning, and I drove through the crowd with thuds and crunches and the horrible sound of things that used to be people hitting the grill and the hood and rolling over the roof. Sophia was crying. I was crying. I didn't stop driving until we were miles away and the street was empty and I could pull over and throw up on the sidewalk while my daughter held my shoulders and asked me what happened. And I couldn't tell her because saying it out loud would make it real. "They're gone," I finally said. "Ma and Frankie, they're gone." She made a sound that wasn't quite human, and I held her while she sobbed, and the sky started to darken with the early October sunset, and somewhere in the distance I heard explosions, big ones, the kind that meant the military was doing something drastic. My phone rang. Ray Chen. I almost didn't answer. "Eddie, where are you?" "Pilsen. Heading back to the plant. Why?" "Because Tito showed up an hour ago with his grandson and 3 other families from his building. They've got nowhere else to go, and everyone's saying the plant is built like a fortress with the cold storage and the security, and Eddie, I told them they could shelter here. I know it's not my call, but I didn't know what else to do." I looked at Sophia, at her tear-stained face and her 2 wide eyes and her hands shaking in her lap. I thought about the plant. The thick walls and the heavy doors and the cold storage rooms that locked from the inside, and the loading bay doors that could be barricaded. I thought about all the knives and hooks and saws we had, all the tools designed for cutting meat that could cut other things if needed. "I'm coming," I said. "Tell everyone to start fortifying, lock down everything. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Ray's voice went tight with relief. "Thank God, Eddie, it's bad out there. It's really bad." "I know. Just hold on. I'm coming." I drove back to the plant through a city that was eating itself alive, past burning buildings and abandoned cars and crowds of those things roaming the streets like they owned them now, and I realized that Marcus Webb had been right about one thing. Something was very wrong in this city, and it wasn't going to get better anytime soon. The Chicago I'd known my whole life was dying, maybe already dead, and all that was left was surviving whatever came next. The plant's parking lot had 6 vehicles when we arrived, more than I'd expected. Ray met us at the side door with a crowbar in his hand, and eyes that had seen too much in the past few hours. Inside, the main processing floor had been transformed into something between a shelter and a fortress. Tito was there with little Danny, the boy sitting at one of the stainless steel tables doing his homework like the world wasn't ending outside. Jamal was at the loading bay doors with 2 other men I didn't know, welding them shut with equipment from Tommy's maintenance shop. Tommy himself was on the roof checking the ventilation system, making sure nothing could get in from above. There were maybe 20 people total, families from Tito's building, plus a few others who'd seen the plant and remembered it was solid brick and steel and had come looking for safety. Ray had organized them efficiently, got the older people and children into the break room where it was warm, set up a perimeter watch rotation, started inventory on the food we had in the cold storage rooms. I saw the fear in everyone's eyes, but also something else. Determination, maybe, the same look people get when they're faced with something impossible and decide to do it anyway. "Eddie," Tito said, walking over with Danny trailing behind him. "My daughter, did you see anything when you were out there? Any news from the hospitals?" I wanted to lie, wanted to give him hope, but lies would kill us faster than those things outside. "The hospitals are overrun, Tito. I saw it on the news before the broadcasts went down. If she's there..." "I know," his voice cracked. I know, but maybe she got out. Maybe she's hiding somewhere safe. Maybe, I said, not believing it, knowing he didn't believe it either, but needing to say it anyway. Sophia was standing near me, arms wrapped around herself, and I saw a woman approaching her, maybe 30 years old, with kind eyes and dark hair pulled back in a ponytail. She introduced herself as Dr. Angela Santos, said she was a veterinarian whose clinic was 2 blocks away, said she'd come to the plant when the chaos started because she knew it would be secure. Your daughter? She asked me. Yeah, Sophia. We just got back from... I stopped, didn't want to finish that sentence. From across town. Angela looked at Sophia's face, at the shock still written there, and understood without me saying more. Come on, sweetheart. Let's get you cleaned up and find you some water. You look like you're about to fall over. She led Sophia away, and I felt grateful for it. Grateful that someone was taking care of her because I had 24 other people to worry about now. Ray came over with his clipboard. Same clipboard he'd been using to track meat production this morning, now repurposed to track survivors and supplies. We've got maybe a week of food if we ration, he said. The cold storage has enough meat to last months, but we need other supplies. Water, medicine, batteries. The building has its own well, but the pump runs on electricity and we're on city power. We need to get a generator and fuel. Jamal says there's a construction site 3 blocks north. Saw generators there when he was making deliveries last week. Then we go get them. Tomorrow morning, first light. You, me, Jamal, and whoever else can handle themselves. Eddie, Ray hesitated. We saw what's out there, those things, whatever they are. They're fast. They're strong. And there's thousands of them. I know. But we need supplies more than we need safety. We stay here long enough, we'll starve or freeze when the power goes out. A man I didn't recognize approached us, tall and thin, with the kind of military posture that never goes away. He introduced himself as Marcus Webb, and I almost laughed because, of course, the USDA inspector who'd been busting my balls this morning was now sheltering in my plant. Mr. Kowalski, Marcus said. I know we've had our differences, but I want you to know I'm willing to help however I can. I served 2 tours in Iraq as an army engineer. I know fortifications, I know organization, and I know how to follow orders. If you're in charge here, I'm ready to follow your lead. I looked at him, at this precise man who'd made my life difficult for 6 months, and saw something I hadn't seen before. Competence. We need to make this place secure. Can you handle that? Yes, sir. Give me 3 men and I'll have a defensible perimeter by morning. You've got them. Ray, assign him whoever he needs. And Marcus? Thanks. He nodded and went to work, and I realized that the hierarchy we'd had this morning, foreman and inspector and workers, had collapsed into something else, something based on what you could contribute to survival instead of what your job title said. The night was long. We worked in shifts, some people sleeping in the break room while others stood watch at the windows and doors. I tried to sleep but couldn't, kept seeing Frankie's eyes looking up at me, kept hearing the sound of the fire extinguisher hitting his skull. Around midnight, the power went out across the whole city, just failed all at once, and Chicago went dark except for the fires burning in 100 places. Our plant had backup generators that kicked in automatically, but I knew the fuel wouldn't last forever. Tommy came down from the roof around 2 in the morning, said he'd reinforced the ventilation grills with steel mesh, said nothing bigger than a rat could get through now. Jamal was on watch at the north windows, looking out at the street where shadows moved in the darkness, those things wandering aimlessly until they found something living to chase. The radio was picking up emergency broadcasts on AM, government stations telling everyone to stay indoors, avoid contact with infected individuals, wait for military assistance. Evacuation centers were being set up at Navy Pier, at Soldier Field, at O'Hare Airport. Anyone who could reach them would be transported to safe zones outside the city. You believe that? Jamal asked me. Safe zones? I believe they're trying, I said. Whether they'll succeed is another question. My family's in Roseland. My wife, my 2 boys, I tried calling 100 times, but the networks are down. He looked at me with eyes that had lost their usual humor. I should go look for them. You go out there alone, you're dead. We'll organize a group, go in force, but not tonight. Tonight we secure what we have. He nodded, but I could see it killing him. The not knowing, the waiting. I felt it too with Sophia sleeping fitfully in the break room. Wondered if this was all we'd ever be now. Just surviving one night at a time while the world ended around us. Day 2 started with weak gray light through the high windows and the sound of those things outside, more of them than yesterday, drawn maybe by the generator noise or just wandering into our area. Marcus had organized a proper watch rotation and had 3 people awake at all times, each with a radio and a weapon from the plant's tool collection. We had fire axes, knives, meat hooks, anything that could be used to defend ourselves. Tito had the old double-barrel shotgun he kept in his locker, 2 boxes of shells. Said he'd been meaning to take it home for months but kept forgetting. Now it might be the only thing that saved us. I gathered everyone in the processing floor and laid out the reality. We had food for maybe 10 days if we were careful. We had water from the well, but it needed electricity to pump. We had shelter and security, but only as long as we could maintain the building. We needed supplies, we needed information, and we needed a plan beyond just hiding here and hoping someone would save us. The government's setting up evacuation centers, I said. Navy Pier, O'Hare, other places. If we can reach one of those, we might be able to get out of the city. And if we can't, someone asked, then we make this place work. We turn it into a real shelter, something sustainable. But either way, we need supplies. I'm taking a group out this morning to the construction site 3 blocks north. We get generators, fuel, tools, anything useful. Who's coming with me? Jamal volunteered immediately. Ray said he'd come. Marcus stepped forward, and so did a man named Kyle Peterson who'd arrived last night with his wife. Said he'd been a carpenter before the world ended and knew his way around tools and generators. Tommy said he'd come too. Said we'd need someone who knew mechanical systems. Tito pulled me aside before we left. You bring them back safe, Eddie. These are good people. I'll do my best. And when you're out there, if you see anything, any news about the hospitals, I'll look, I promise. We armed ourselves with whatever we could carry. I took a meat cleaver and a fire axe. Jamal had a crowbar. Ray had one of the big cutting knives we used for breaking down beef. Marcus had found a length of steel pipe from the maintenance shop and wielded it like he knew how to use it. We loaded into my truck and Jamal's delivery van, left the plant compound through the vehicle bay, and drove slowly north through streets that looked like a war zone. The construction site was a half-built apartment complex, 4 stories of exposed steel and concrete, equipment scattered across the lot behind a chain-link fence. We saw them as soon as we pulled up, maybe a dozen of those things wandering through the construction debris. But they were spread out enough that we thought we could avoid them if we were quiet. We left the vehicles running, engines ready for a quick escape, and climbed the fence. The generators were in a locked shed near the back of the lot. Tommy worked on the padlock with bolt cutters while the rest of us formed a perimeter, watching those things shuffle through the construction site. They looked worse in daylight, their skin gray and mottled, their eyes clouded, their movements jerky and wrong. One of them was wearing a nurse's scrubs, another a business suit. Another was maybe 16 years old in a high school leather jacket. They'd all been people once, people with lives and families and futures, and now they were just hunger and violence wrapped in rotting meat. The padlock broke and we got into the shed. 3 generators, industrial-sized, plus fuel cans and extension cables and toolkits. We started loading them into the van, working fast but trying to stay quiet, and we almost made it. Almost. Kyle dropped a fuel can. It hit the concrete with a metal clang that echoed across the construction site, and every one of those things turned toward us at once. They charged, and up close I could see how fast they really were, faster than a human should be able to move, and I realized we'd made a terrible mistake. "Get to the vehicles," Marcus shouted, and we ran. Jamal was in front, his size and old football training letting him clear a path. Ray was next, then Tommy and Kyle, then me and Marcus bringing up the rear. The things were on us, reaching for us, their hands like claws and their mouths open, showing teeth that had been used recently. Marcus swung his pipe and connected with one skull, dropped it instantly, swung again and caught another in the throat. I used the fire axe, felt it bite into flesh and bone, pulled it free and swung again. We made it to the van, but Kyle went down, one of them grabbing his ankle and pulling him backward. He screamed and kicked, and Marcus turned back, brought the pipe down on the thing's head again and again until it let go. We hauled Kyle into the van, and I saw blood on his pants, saw the tear in the fabric and the wounds underneath. And I knew what that meant but didn't say anything, because getting out alive was more important than discussing the inevitable. We drove back to the plant with those things chasing us, their hands slapping against the van's sides, their faces pressed against the windows, leaving smears of fluid I didn't want to identify. Jamal ran 3 of them over, and I saw them get back up in the rearview mirror, broken but still moving. And I understood these things didn't feel pain and didn't stop unless you destroyed their heads. At the plant, Marcus and Tito had the doors open just wide enough for us to drive through, then slammed them shut and locked them while those things crashed against the outside. We unloaded the generators in the loading bay, got them set up and fueled, and suddenly we had reliable power for the first time since the grid went down. It felt like a victory, small but real. Kyle's wife was crying when she saw the blood. Angela examined his wounds, cleaned them with alcohol that made him scream, bandaged them tight. I pulled Angela aside and asked her what she thought. "If it's like rabies and it spreads through bites," she said quietly, "then he's infected. Rabies symptoms can take days or weeks to show, but this virus seems faster. I've seen people turn in hours." "How long do we have?" "I don't know, maybe a day, maybe less. We should isolate him, watch for symptoms." "Will he agree to that?" "He doesn't have a choice. This is about everyone's safety." I told Kyle and his wife what was happening, saw the fear in their eyes, but also the understanding. They'd seen what those things were. They knew. Kyle agreed to stay in one of the cold storage rooms, sealed from the inside with a radio so he could call if anything changed. His wife wanted to stay with him, but I couldn't allow it, couldn't risk her if he turned. She fought me on it, but eventually Angela convinced her it was the right thing to do. The rest of day 2 was spent improving our defenses. Marcus had us reinforcing the doors with welded steel bars, covering the windows with metal sheeting, creating choke points where we could funnel attackers if they breached the perimeter. Tito worked with little Danny to catalog our food supplies, figuring out rationing that would stretch what we had. Jamal got the radio working better, found a frequency where survivors were sharing information about which areas were clear and which were overrun. The news wasn't good. The evacuation centers were failing. Navy Pier had been overrun on day 1. Soldier Field was holding but surrounded. O'Hare was a war zone, the military fighting a losing battle against thousands of infected trying to reach the plains. The suburbs weren't much better, small towns getting swamped by refugees from the city bringing the infection with them. The government broadcasts were getting more desperate, talking about containment zones and quarantine protocols, admitting they'd lost control of Chicago and were considering more extreme measures. "Extreme measures," Ray said. "What does that mean?" "Probably bombing the city," Marcus said matter-of-factly. "It's what I'd do." contain the outbreak by destroying the source. They wouldn't do that. There's millions of people still alive in Chicago, and millions more outside the city who could get infected if this spreads. From a military perspective, sacrificing Chicago to save the rest of the country makes sense. The room went quiet. Outside, I could hear those things moaning, a sound like wind through broken buildings, constant and inhuman. I thought about the government making the decision to wipe Chicago off the map. Thought about Sophia and these people I was responsible for now. Thought about how we'd survive if the bombs started falling. That night, Kyle started showing symptoms. He called on the radio around 11, said he was feeling hot, said his head hurt, said he could hear things that weren't there. By midnight, he was hallucinating, talking to people who weren't in the room. By 2 in the morning, he was screaming, a sound so raw and terrified that it woke everyone in the plant. By 3, he went quiet. I went to the cold storage room with Marcus and Tito, unlocked it from the outside, opened the door slowly. Kyle was still in there, but Kyle was gone, replaced by one of those things, his eyes clouded white, his mouth opening and closing reflexively, his hands clawing at the air. He saw us and charged, and I swung the fire axe before I could think about it, before I could remember that 6 hours ago this had been a man with a wife and a life, and I felt the axe bite deep into his skull and he went down and didn't get up. His wife screamed when I came out, screamed and screamed until Angela sedated her with something from the veterinary supplies she'd brought from her clinic. We dragged Kyle's body out the loading bay and left it in the street for the others to find. Didn't have time or energy for a proper burial. Didn't want the infection risk of keeping a corpse inside. Day 3 started and I realized we'd lost count of how many were outside. They were gathering, drawn by the generator noise or the lights or just the smell of living things, clustering around the plant in groups that grew larger every hour. Marcus did a count from the roof and estimated 300 at least, maybe more, a crowd of the dead pressing against our walls and testing our defenses. If they ever coordinated an attack, we'd be overwhelmed in minutes. We needed to leave. Needed to find somewhere more defensible, more isolated, somewhere we could survive long term. But every time we opened the radio, we heard more bad news. The suburbs were falling. The military was retreating to defensive lines outside the city. The infection was spreading to other cities, Milwaukee and Indianapolis reporting cases, possibly Detroit and St. Louis. The government was talking about national emergency, martial law, international travel bans. Tito found me in my office where I'd gone to have 5 minutes alone. He closed the door and sat down heavily in the chair across from my desk, the same chair Marcus had sat in yesterday morning when the world was still normal. "My daughter's dead," he said. "I know it. I've known it since day 1, but I kept hoping. Kept thinking maybe she got out, maybe she's hiding somewhere. But she's dead, Eddie. And I need to accept it so I can focus on keeping Danny alive. I'm sorry, Tito. Don't be sorry, just keep us alive. That boy in there, he's all I got left. He needs to survive this, needs to grow up and have a life, even if it's nothing like the life I wanted for him." He looked at me with eyes that had seen too much. "You're in charge here whether you want to be or not. People are looking to you to make the decisions, so make them. And I'll follow them, and I'll make sure everyone else does too. I don't know what I'm doing, Tito. I'm a meat foreman, not a leader. You were a meat foreman. Now you're whatever we need you to be. That's how it works when the world ends. We become what we have to be or we die." He left and I sat there thinking about who I used to be versus who I was becoming. Thought about the fire extinguisher hitting Frankie's skull and the axe hitting Kyle's. Thought about how easy it was getting to kill things that looked like people. And I wondered how much of my humanity I'd have left when this was over. That afternoon, 2 new people showed up at our gates, a woman named Maria Herrera and her teenage son. They'd been hiding in a basement 2 blocks away but ran out of food, saw our generator lights, came looking for help. We let them in because turning away survivors felt wrong, even though it meant more mouths to feed. Maria was a nurse, used to work at County Hospital before it fell, and Angela immediately grabbed her to help with medical supplies and planning. The son, whose name I never caught, was sullen and scared and stayed close to his mother. Day 4 brought a new problem. Jamal wanted to organize an expedition to Roseland to look for his family. I told him it was suicide, that Roseland was 15 miles away through city streets that were overrun, that even if we made it there, the chances of finding anyone alive were almost zero. He didn't care, said he'd go alone if he had to, said he couldn't live with himself if he didn't at least try. In the end, I agreed to let him take the delivery van and 3 volunteers. Marcus went with him, said he knew tactics and could keep them alive. Ray went because he'd grown up in Roseland and knew the streets. A woman named Jennifer, who'd arrived on day 2, went because she said she was sick of sitting around waiting to die. I gave them radios, weapons, a map marked with the safest route we could figure out from the sporadic radio reports, and told them to be back by nightfall or we'd assume they were dead. They left at dawn. By noon, we'd lost radio contact. By nightfall, they hadn't returned. I stood on the roof with Tito and Tommy watching the sunset turn the smoke over the city orange and red. And I knew they were gone. Knew that Jamal's need to find his family had killed him and the others with him. But at 8 o'clock we heard the van's engine. Heard it before we saw it, and then it was smashing through the crowd of infected outside our gates with its headlights blazing. Marcus was driving, the van's sides dented and scraped and covered in blood. We got the gates open just long enough for them to drive through, then slammed them shut again while the infected pounded against the metal. Jamal got out of the van with his wife and 2 boys, all of them alive and terrified and clinging to each other. Ray got out with his elderly mother, who he'd found hiding in her apartment. Jennifer got out supporting a man who'd been shot in the leg, some stranger they'd picked up along the way. Marcus got out last, covered in blood that wasn't his, carrying a duffel bag full of supplies they'd scavenged. "Roseland's gone," Jamal said, his voice hollow. "Completely overrun. We got lucky. Found them in a church basement with 20 other people. Couldn't save them all. Couldn't..." He broke down and his wife held him while his boys cried, and I realized that every victory from here on would be tainted with loss. The man with the shot leg was named Peterson, which was funny because we'd already had a Kyle Peterson who died, and now we had another Peterson who might die too. Angela and Maria worked on him, dug the bullet out with instruments from Angela's vet clinic, stitched him up with thread meant for closing wounds in dogs. He screamed the whole time, but he lived, and that felt like something worth celebrating, even though we knew infection was still possible. Day 5 was when things changed. I woke to find Sophia and Angela in the break room having coffee and talking in low voices, and I saw something between them that hadn't been there before. Some kind of understanding or connection. Angela looked at me when I came in and smiled, a real smile, the first I'd seen from anyone in days. And I felt something in my chest that wasn't fear or grief, something almost like hope. "Your daughter's been telling me about her accounting studies," Angela said, "about how she wanted to work for a nonprofit, help communities manage their resources better. That's going to be a useful skill in the world we're building." "If we build a world," I said, "when we build a world, we have to believe there's a future or there's no point in surviving." I wanted to believe her. Wanted to think that this group of random people thrown together by circumstance could actually create something lasting. But I'd seen too much death in 5 days, lost too many people I cared about, and optimism felt like a luxury I couldn't afford. That afternoon we had our first real meeting, gathered everyone in the processing floor and talked about what came next. We couldn't stay here forever. The plant was secure, but it wasn't sustainable. We needed farmland for food, fresh water sources, defensible positions that didn't rely on generators and city infrastructure. We needed to think long-term. Marcus had been in the Army Corps of Engineers and understood fortifications. He suggested we look at small towns outside the city, places that had natural barriers like rivers or hills, places we could defend with limited numbers. Tito suggested farms, said his family used to have land in Wisconsin before they lost it in the 80s, said he knew how to grow food and raise animals. Angela talked about medicine, about how we'd need sustainable sources of antibiotics and medical supplies, about how veterinary medicine and human medicine weren't that different in an emergency. Ray brought up the elephant in the room. How do we get there? The roads are death traps. Every highway out of the city is clogged with abandoned cars and infected. We go in vehicles, we'll get bogged down in hours. We go by boat, Tommy said. Everyone looked at him. The Chicago River. We take boats north to the lake, follow the shoreline until we're clear of the city, find somewhere to land. I used to work on the tour boats before I got into refrigeration. I know the river. It was crazy. It was also the best idea we had. The river would keep us away from the worst of the infected, would give us mobility and speed that ground travel couldn't match. We'd need boats, supplies, a destination, but it was possible. More than possible. It was a plan. Over the next 3 days we prepared, sent scavenging teams to the river to find boats we could use, stripped the plant of anything portable and useful, made lists of who could handle boats, who had medical training, who could fight, who needed protecting. Little Danny got put in charge of inventory with Tito's supervision, and the kid took to it with the seriousness of someone 3 times his age. Sophia started helping Angela with medical prep, learning how to clean wounds and administer medicine, and I saw my daughter transforming from a scared college student into someone who could save lives. Marcus organized the defense teams, taught people how to fight those things effectively, how to aim for the head, how to work in pairs so you always had backup, how to retreat without panic. He was a natural leader, precise and calm, and I found myself relying on him more than I wanted to admit. We had our conflicts, disagreed about tactics and priorities, but we made it work because the alternative was failure. Jamal's wife, whose name was Teresa, took over food preparation and rationing. She'd been a school cafeteria manager before the outbreak and knew how to stretch supplies and keep people fed on limited resources. Her boys helped, and having children around doing normal kid things like complaining about their jobs and sneaking extra crackers made the plant feel almost human again. Day 8 was when the betrayal happened. We'd gathered enough boats and supplies to make the attempt. We're planning to leave the next morning at first light. The plan was to move fast, get to the lake before the sun was high, follow the shoreline north until we found a place to land. Everyone was nervous, but also relieved to finally be doing something instead of just waiting. Ray Chen came to my office after dinner. He closed the door and I knew immediately something was wrong. "I need to tell you something," he said. "And you're not going to like it. Just say it. I've been in contact with Salvatore Conti, our boss, the plant owner." I stared at him. "How?" "The cell networks are down. He has satellite equipment. Reached out 3 days ago through a frequency I monitor. He's alive, Eddie. He's got a compound in the suburbs with security, supplies, everything. He's offering to take us in if we bring him something valuable." "What does he want?" "The meat, all of it. The cold storage is still running. We've got tons of preserved beef and pork. He's selling it on the black market to military units and wealthy survivors, paying in gold and weapons and things people need. He said if we deliver the meat to his compound, he'll take all of us in, give us real security." I felt something cold settle in my stomach. "You believe him?" "I don't know, but it's an option. Better than running on boats into the unknown." He's using us, Ray, using our desperation. We deliver the meat and he'll take what he wants and leave us to die. You don't know that. I know Salvatore Conti. I know he bought my family's plant for nothing and has been bleeding it dry ever since. I know he doesn't give a shit about anything except profit. And I know he'll sacrifice every person in this building if it serves him. Ray's face went hard. So what's your plan then? Run to the lake and hope we find something better? Hope we don't get overwhelmed by infected or die from exposure or starvation? At least Conti's offering something real. He's offering a prison, or worse. That's your opinion. I think people should be able to choose for themselves. Then tell them. Bring it to the group. Let everyone vote. But if you're planning to sneak off with the meat in the middle of the night, I need to know now. He looked at me for a long moment. I'm telling you because I respect you, Eddie. Because you've kept us alive this long. But I'm also telling you that if the group decides to go with Conti, I'm going with them. And if they decide to go with your plan and it fails, their blood is on your hands. He left and I sat there feeling betrayed and angry and scared because I knew Ray had a point. My plan was risky. Conti's offer was guaranteed security even if it came with strings attached. But I also knew in my gut that trusting Conti would get us killed, that men like him didn't survive by being generous. They survived by being ruthless. I called a meeting, laid out both options. Ray presented Conti's offer, complete with details about the compound's defenses and supplies. I presented the river plan, honest about the risks and uncertainties. Then I let everyone vote. It was close, closer than I wanted. In the end, the vote was 13-9 in favor of the river plan, but those 9 people who voted for Conti weren't happy. I could see it in their faces, the resentment, the fear that they were choosing wrong. And I couldn't blame them because I wasn't sure I was right either. That night I found Angela on the roof where she'd gone to get some air. The city spread out before us, dark except for fires and the occasional flicker of lights from other survivors. The sky was clear enough to see stars, something you could never see with all the light pollution before. You did the right thing, she said without me saying anything. How do you know? Because the alternative was trusting someone who sees people as commodities. That's not survival, that's just slower death. I stood next to her, our shoulders almost touching. What were you before all this? A vet who spent too much time with animals and not enough with people. Opened my own clinic 2 years ago, barely making rent, wondering if I'd made a huge mistake. She laughed without humor. Turns out running a failing business prepared me pretty well for the apocalypse. You learn to make do with limited resources. I was a meat foreman who never wanted the responsibility of running anything. Now I'm in charge of 22 people's lives and I have no idea what I'm doing. You're keeping them alive. That's enough. Is it? She turned to look at me and in the darkness her eyes caught the starlight. We're going to make it, Eddie. We're going to get out of this city and find somewhere safe and build something new. And years from now, when we're old and telling stories to grandchildren who don't believe the world used to be different, we'll remember this moment when we decided to bet on ourselves instead of accepting someone else's charity. I wanted to kiss her. Wanted to close the distance between us and feel something other than fear and grief and responsibility. But before I could move, Marcus came up the stairs, his face grim. We've got a problem. Ray's gone, and so is the satellite radio equipment. We found evidence in his locker, notes about coordinates and meeting times, a map marked with Conti's compound location. He'd left an hour ago, taken one of the vans and driven through the infected somehow, probably had a route plan that he'd been keeping secret. He'd gone to Conti and I knew he'd tell him everything about our numbers, our plans, our weaknesses. He's going to lead them here, Marcus said. Conti will want the meat and he'll come take it by force. We need to leave now. The boats aren't fully loaded. Then we load them fast. We've got maybe 6 hours before they arrive. We worked through the night, everyone moving with desperate speed, loading supplies onto the 5 boats we'd gathered at the river's edge 2 blocks from the plant. The infected noticed the activity, started pressing harder against our perimeter, but we kept the lights off and moved as quietly as possible. By 3 in the morning we were ready, everything loaded except the meat in cold storage that we'd decided to leave because we couldn't carry it all and it would slow us down. I took one last walk through the plant, this place that had been my life for 2 decades, that had been my family's legacy. That was now just another piece of the dead city we were leaving behind. I thought about my father working here, about teaching Sophia how to read in the break room when she was little and I couldn't afford daycare, about all the ordinary moments that had happened in this building before everything ended. Tito found me in the main processing area. Time to go, Eddie. I know, just saying goodbye. The plant's not going anywhere. Maybe someday we come back, reclaim it, make it something useful again. You really believe that? I have to believe it. Otherwise, what's the point of little Danny learning his multiplication tables? What's the point of planning for tomorrow if there's no future? We left through the loading bay at dawn, moving quickly through the 2 blocks to where the boats waited at the river's edge. The infected saw us and charged, but we were ready. Had Marcus and his team forming a defensive line while the rest of us got onto the boats. Tommy started the engines, 5 small fishing boats and motorized rafts we'd scavenged, enough to carry everyone if we packed in tight. The infected reached us as the first boat pulled away. I was in the last boat with Sophia and Angela, and little Danny and Tito had the fire axe ready. Swung it at the first one that got close and felt it bite deep. Marcus was next to me with his pipe, dropping them efficiently. And then we were pushing off and the current caught us and we were floating away from the shore while those things stumbled into the water after us but couldn't swim. Just sank beneath the surface, still reaching. We moved north on the Chicago River, the city rising on both sides like a canyon of dead buildings, and I saw the scale of the destruction for the first time. Whole blocks burned out, bodies in the streets, some moving and some not. Bridges collapsed or blocked with abandoned cars. And everywhere the infected, thousands of them, maybe hundreds of thousands, wandering through the ruins of what used to be the 3rd largest city in America. The river was quiet except for our engines. We passed under bridges where infected had gathered, drawn by the sound, and they threw themselves off trying to reach us but fell short and vanished into the dark water. We passed the downtown towers where I'd taken Sophia to her first Cubs game when she was 6. Past the old stockyards where my grandfather had worked. Past Navy Pier where the evacuation center had been overrun on day 1 and bodies still floated in the water around it. At the junction where the river met Lake Michigan, we heard the explosion, turned and saw the south side erupting in fire, massive detonations that sent smoke billowing thousands of feet into the air. More explosions followed, walking north through the city in a pattern that was clearly deliberate. The military bombing Chicago block by block, trying to contain the infection by destroying its source. "Oh my God," Sophia whispered. "They're really doing it. They're destroying the city." We watched in silence as the place we'd lived our whole lives burned. Watched the skyline collapse, watched the towers fall, watched fire consume everything we'd known. And then, we turned north toward the lake and focused on the only thing that mattered anymore. Survival. Lake Michigan was rough, waves that made our small boats pitch and roll, but we pushed through, following the shoreline north away from the burning city. Hours passed. The sun climbed higher. We saw other survivors along the shore, some waving for help and some shooting at us thinking we were raiders, and we didn't stop for any of them because we couldn't risk it. Saw infected stumbling along the beaches in groups drawn by the shoreline for reasons we didn't understand. Saw military helicopters in the distance, probably observing the destruction, making sure the fire spread the way they wanted. By midday, we'd covered maybe 20 miles and the city was a smudge of smoke behind us. Tommy was navigating using a GPS unit that still worked somehow. Said there was a state park ahead with a natural harbor. Might be a good place to land and rest and figure out our next move. We were exhausted, hungry, scared, but we were alive and that counted for something. The state park was overrun. We saw them from a quarter-mile out, hundreds of infected wandering through the camping areas and parking lots. We kept going, pushed north another 10 miles, found a small marina that looked relatively clear. Beached the boats and spread out to check the area, weapons ready, moving in the teams Marcus had drilled us on. The marina had a dozen buildings, most of them locked up for the winter. We broke into the harbor master's office and found canned food, bottled water, emergency supplies that hadn't been looted yet. Found a working radio and listened to the broadcasts. Chicago was gone, they said, destroyed by controlled demolitions and firebombing to prevent the infection from spreading. Milwaukee had fallen. Detroit was under siege. The infection had spread to 15 states. The government had relocated to an undisclosed location. Martial law was in effect nationwide. Anyone exhibiting symptoms would be shot on sight. Jesus Christ, Jamal said, the whole country's gone to hell. Not the whole country, Marcus said. Just the cities. The rural areas are probably safer. Less population density, easier to defend. Then we keep heading north, I said. Find somewhere with farmland and natural defenses, somewhere we can actually build something that lasts. We spent the night in the marina buildings, posted guards, tried to rest. I found myself unable to sleep, kept replaying the past 8 days in my head. Kept seeing all the faces of people who died. Frankie and Ma. Kyle. The people we'd left behind at the plant. The ones who voted to wait for Conti, who probably arrived to find the place abandoned and the meat gone. I wondered if Ray was still alive, if Conti had honored his deal or killed him the moment he was no longer useful. Angela found me on the dock around midnight, sat down next to me with our legs dangling over the edge, the black water of Lake Michigan lapping beneath us. You can't save everyone, she said. I know. Doesn't make it easier. The people here, the ones who trusted your plan and came with you, they're alive because of you. That has to count for something. Tell that to Ray. Tell that to the 9 people who wanted to go to Conti. They made their choice. You gave them the option and they chose differently. Their fate is on them, not you. We sat in silence for a while, listening to the water and the distant sounds of infected moaning somewhere inland. Eventually, she leaned against my shoulder and I felt the warmth of her through my jacket and realized that even in the middle of hell, even surrounded by death and destruction, I could still feel something like comfort. The days that followed blurred together. We traveled north along the shoreline, stopping to scavenge supplies from abandoned towns and marinas, fighting off small groups of infected when we had to, avoiding larger hordes when we could. Lost one of the boats to a storm that came up suddenly, capsized it and threw 3 people into the water. But we got them all out before the cold or the infected could take them. Found a small town in Wisconsin that had been fortified by survivors. Walls made from school buses and shipping containers, guards with hunting rifles watching from towers. They let us land but didn't let us stay, said they were at capacity and couldn't take more people, but they traded us some supplies for the outboard motor from our damaged boat. The guards told us about a place farther north, an old resort on a peninsula that jutted into the lake. Natural barriers on 3 sides and only one approach by land that could be defended. Said it had been abandoned when the outbreak hit. Might still be empty if we moved fast. We found the resort on day 15. It was everything the guards described, a complex of buildings on a wooded peninsula with the lake surrounding it on 3 sides and a narrow neck of land connecting it to the shore. The buildings were old but solid, built in the 1960s as a fishing and hunting lodge, abandoned in the 1990s and left to decay. But the bones were good, the location was perfect, and most importantly, it was empty. We set up camp in the main lodge, started clearing the buildings and securing the perimeter, sent teams to scavenge supplies from the nearest town 5 miles away. Marcus planned the defenses, walls, and barriers across the peninsula's neck, guard towers with clear sight lines, fallback positions if the walls were breached. Tito and Teresa organized the food situation, found a stream that fed into the lake and could provide fresh water. Started planting gardens for spring if we survived that long. Angela and Maria set up a medical clinic in one of the smaller buildings, stocked it with supplies we'd scavenged from pharmacies and clinics along the way. Sophia helped with inventory and organization, and I saw her and Angela working together with an ease that spoke of growing closeness. They'd sit together in the evenings after work, talking in low voices, and once I saw Angela take Sophia's hand and Sophia didn't pull away. Little Danny was thriving somehow, had other kids to play with now from the families we'd picked up along the way, was learning to fish and hunt and do all the things kids used to do in summer camp before the world ended. Tito watched him with fierce pride, saw his grandson adapting to this new reality in ways adults couldn't. And I understood that the children were our future in a way we'd never appreciated before. Day 20 brought new arrivals. A group of 6 people came up the road on foot, thin and desperate, said they'd been traveling from Milwaukee when it fell, were looking for anywhere safe. We let them in after checking them for bites and signs of infection, gave them food and shelter, put them to work helping with the construction and defense. One of them was a woman named Jennifer who'd been a structural engineer, started helping Marcus design more permanent fortifications. Another was a man named Thomas who'd been a farmer, immediately connected with Tito and started planning crop rotation and animal husbandry for spring. We were building something. I could feel it in the way people worked together, in the way they'd stopped looking over their shoulders every second, in the way children laughed sometimes. It wasn't safety, not really, but it was the beginning of stability, and that was more than we'd had since day 1. Day 25 brought the first real test. A horde of infected found us, maybe 50 of them, stumbling down the road toward our peninsula. They'd probably been following the shoreline and caught our scent or heard our generators or just got lucky. We saw them coming from the guard tower, had maybe 20 minutes to prepare. Marcus organized the defense. Everyone with a weapon to the wall. Everyone else inside the lodge with the doors barricaded. We'd been drilling for this, practicing, but this was the first real attack on our new home, and everyone's fear was palpable. They hit the wall hard, that mass of bodies pressing forward with no concept of pain or self-preservation. Just mindless hunger driving them against our barriers. We fought them with spears and axes, with hunting rifles and pistols we'd scavenged, with Molotov cocktails made from gas and bottles. The fighting was brutal, close quarters and desperate, and for 20 minutes I thought we were going to be overrun. But Marcus's defenses held. The choke points he'd designed funneled them into kill zones where we could drop them efficiently. The barriers he'd built were strong enough to withstand their constant pressure. And when it was over, we'd lost no one. Suffered a few injuries, but nothing serious. And there were 50 bodies piled against our walls that would start to rot and smell, but also serve as a warning to any other infected that stumbled this way. The victory felt hollow, though, because we all knew this was just the first of many. The infected were everywhere, millions of them probably, and they'd keep coming in ones and tens and hundreds until eventually our luck ran out or our supplies ran out or we just got too tired to keep fighting. That night the group gathered in the main lodge around a fire we'd built in the old stone fireplace. Someone had found a bottle of whiskey in one of the storage rooms and we passed it around, taking small sips, letting the burn ground us in the moment. Jamal told stories about his boys learning to fish, made everyone laugh with descriptions of tangled lines and lost lures. Teresa talked about the garden she was planning, about how strange it was to think about tomatoes and zucchini when the world was ending. Little Danny fell asleep against Tito's shoulder and the old man didn't move, just sat there holding his grandson like he was made of glass. Sophia and Angela were sitting close together on one of the couches, their hands intertwined where they thought no one could see, and I felt happy for my daughter in a way I hadn't expected to feel anything good again. Marcus was at the window watching the darkness, always vigilant, always planning 3 steps ahead. Jennifer, the engineer, was sketching plans for improved fortifications on a piece of scrap paper. Thomas, the farmer, was calculating growing seasons and seed requirements. We were a community, damaged and scared and grieving for everything we'd lost, but a community nonetheless. And maybe that was enough. Maybe that's all survival really was, finding people you could trust and building something together even when the world was trying to tear it all down. Day 30 brought unwelcome news. A traveler passing through told us about a group operating out of a compound 20 miles south, led by a man named Salvatore Conti, who was gathering resources and survivors and building something that looked like a small army. They were raiding other settlements, taking what they wanted, killing anyone who resisted. The traveler said Conti was looking for a meatpacking plant foreman named Eddie Kowalski who'd stolen valuable supplies and humiliated him. Said there was a reward for anyone who could provide information about where Eddie had gone. He's still alive, Marcus said, and he's coming for us. Maybe he doesn't know where we are, Sophia said hopefully. Ray knows. If Ray's still with him, he knows. And even if Ray's dead, Conti's smart enough to figure it out. We came north, we needed shoreline access for the boats, we needed defensible position. There's only so many places that fit those criteria. Then we prepare, I said. We knew this was coming eventually. Might as well be now while we're still strong. Over the next 2 weeks, we fortified our defenses even more. Built higher walls, dug trenches, set up traps and early warning systems. Sent scouting parties to watch the roads leading to our peninsula looking for signs of Conti's group approaching. Rationed our ammunition, sharpened our weapons, drilled everyone on defensive positions and fallback plans. The scouts saw them on day 42. A convoy of vehicles coming up the coast road, maybe 30 people armed with military weapons and body armor, organized and disciplined. They had Ray with them. Saw him through the binoculars and I felt a cold rage settle in my chest. They arrived at our walls the next morning, set up camp just out of rifle range and sent a messenger forward under a white flag. The messenger was a young woman, couldn't have been more than 20, dressed in mismatched tactical gear that looked scavenged from dead soldiers. Mr. Conti wants to talk, she said. Just you and him. Neutral ground. 1 hour from now. Tell Conti to go to hell, I said. He figured you'd say that. He asked me to tell you he has your floor manager, Ray Chen. If you don't come to the meeting, he'll kill Ray slowly while you listen on the radio. I looked at Marcus. He shook his head. It's a trap, don't go. Ray betrayed us. I should let Conti kill him. You should, but you won't, because you're not that kind of person yet. Marcus met my eyes. If you go to this meeting, I'm coming with you. And we bring insurance. The meeting happened on the road halfway between our walls and Conti's camp. I walked out with Marcus and Tito, each of us armed but weapons lowered, trying to look like we weren't expecting treachery, even though we absolutely were. Conti walked out from his camp with 2 bodyguards, big men with assault rifles and dead eyes. Salvatore Conti looked like he'd aged a decade since I'd last seen him. Always a big man, thick in the shoulders and gut, but now he looked harder somehow. Meaner. Like the apocalypse had burned away everything soft and left only ambition and violence. He smiled when he saw me, the same smile he'd given when he bought my family's plant for pennies. Eddie Kowalski, still alive. I'm impressed. What do you want, Sal? What I've always wanted. Profit, survival, success. The world's ended, but that doesn't mean we can't still build something worthwhile. He gestured at our peninsula. You've done well here. Good location, good defenses, but you're thinking too small. Join me. Combine our resources. Together we could control this whole region. Join you. Like Ray joined you? Ray understood the value of backing the winning side. He's been very helpful. Told me all about your little group, your plans, your weaknesses. Conti's smile widened. He's outlived his usefulness, though. You want him, you can have him. One of the bodyguards dragged Ray forward, threw him to the ground between us. Ray's face was bruised and swollen, his hands tied behind his back, and when he looked at me, his eyes were full of fear and shame and regret. I'm sorry, Eddie, he said. I thought I was doing the right thing. I thought... Shut up, Ray, Conti laughed. Such drama. Here's my offer, Eddie. You and your people join my organization. You work for me, contribute to the collective survival, and in return you get protection, resources, and a future. Or you refuse, and I take your little fortress by force, kill everyone who resists, and enslave the rest. Your choice. Some choice. It's more than most people get these days. I'm being generous because I respect you, Eddie. You kept that plant running when you should have failed a dozen times. You got these people out of Chicago when everyone else died. You've got leadership qualities I can use, but my generosity has limits. You'd kill children to get what you want. I'd kill anyone to survive. That's the new rule, Eddie. The old morality is dead along with the old world. All that matters now is strength and will and the courage to do what's necessary. Conti stepped closer, his voice dropping. You know I'm right. You've killed people in the past 6 weeks. You've made hard decisions, sacrificed the few to save the many. You're already becoming what you need to be. Why fight it? I looked at this man who represented everything I hated about the world before it ended. Greed and exploitation and the willingness to profit from others' suffering. And I realized he was right about one thing. I had changed. The Eddie Kowalski who'd woken up on day 1 wouldn't recognize the man I was now. But that didn't mean I had to become what Conti was. Here's my counteroffer, I said. You and your people leave. Go somewhere else. Build your empire somewhere else, and we never see each other again. Or we fight. And some of us will die, maybe all of us, but I guarantee you won't survive it. Because I've got nothing left to lose except the people behind these walls, and I will burn everything down before I let you take them. Conti studied me for a long moment. Then he shrugged. I was hoping you'd say that. Makes what comes next easier. He turned to his bodyguards. Kill the traitor. They shot Ray twice in the chest before any of us could react. He went down without a sound, and I felt something twist in my gut, rage and grief and frustration all mixed together. Ray had betrayed us, but he'd also been my friend for a decade, had worked beside me through countless shifts, had saved my ass when I'd made mistakes. He deserved better than dying in the dirt for a man like Conti. You've got 24 hours to reconsider, Conti said, walking back toward his camp. After that, we come through those walls and take everything. Sleep well, Eddie. We carried Ray's body back to the walls. I wanted to feel angry at him, Wanted to hate him for the betrayal, but all I felt was tired. Tired of fighting, tired of death, tired of making impossible choices. We buried Ray that afternoon in the small cemetery we'd started behind the lodge, marked his grave with a wooden cross and a few words about being lost and found too late. Marcus gathered the defenders that evening. They'll attack tomorrow at dawn. That's when I'd attack, when we're tired and cold and our guard is down. They outnumber us, but we have better position. If we're smart and disciplined, we can hold. And if we're not, someone asked, then we die. But we die fighting for our home, for our families, for the future we're trying to build. That's more than most people get. We prepared through the night, redistributed ammunition, checked weapons, reinforced weak points in the walls, said goodbye to people we loved in case tomorrow was the last time. I found Sophia and Angela together in their room, holding each other, and I pulled Sophia aside for a moment. If something happens to me tomorrow, I said, you listen to Marcus and Tito. They'll keep you safe. Nothing's going to happen to you, Dad. Probably not, but if it does, you need to be ready to lead. These people will need someone, and you're stronger than you know. I'm not strong. I'm terrified. Being terrified and doing it anyway is what strength is. You've got your mother's courage and your grandfather's stubbornness and apparently my terrible habit of making things harder than they need to be. I pulled her into a hug. I love you, baby. I'm proud of who you're becoming. I love you too, Dad. Angela was waiting when I came out of the room. Take care of her, I said. I plan to, for the rest of my life if she'll have me. She'd be lucky to have you. I think it's the other way around. Angela smiled, tired but genuine. We're going to make it through tomorrow, Eddie. We've survived this long. We can survive one more day. I wanted to believe her. Went up to the guard tower where Marcus was watching Conti's camp. Saw their fires burning, saw shapes moving in the darkness, and I knew tomorrow would be brutal. But I also knew we'd faced brutal before and survived. Maybe that's all hope was in the end. The stubborn refusal to give up even when every rational calculation said you should. The attack came at dawn like Marcus predicted. They hit us hard, 30 armed men against our 15 defenders, but we had the walls and the choke points and the desperate fury of people defending their home. The fighting was savage, close quarters and bloody, and for the first hour I thought we were actually going to hold. Then they brought up the truck with the mounted machine gun and everything changed. The heavy caliber rounds tore through our barriers like paper, forced us to fall back to secondary positions, killed 2 of our people before we could get everyone under cover. Marcus took a round through the shoulder but kept fighting, kept directing the defense even as blood soaked through his shirt. I saw Conti directing the attack from behind his lines, saw him pointing at weak spots in our defenses, saw him sending men with explosives to blow gaps in the walls. The tactical vest he wore probably had plates that would stop anything we could shoot at him. And I realized that if we were going to survive this, I'd have to do something drastic. I found Tito in the lodge where he was protecting the children and elderly, handed him my rifle. Keep them safe, I'm going out there. Eddie, that's suicide. Maybe. But if I don't kill Conti, we're all dead anyway. His men are mercenaries, they're fighting for pay and survival. Take out their leader and they'll scatter. You don't know that. No. But I know if we stay here, we die slowly. Rather die trying something than die doing nothing. I went out through the back of the lodge, the side facing the lake, climbed down to the rocky shore and started working my way around the peninsula toward Conti's position. The fighting was loud enough to cover my movement, and in the chaos and smoke, no one noticed one more person in the confusion. It took me 20 minutes to circle around behind Conti's position. 20 minutes of crawling through brush and mud, of listening to gunfire and screams, of praying that our people could hold just a little longer. When I finally spotted Conti, he was exactly where I expected him to be, behind his lines giving orders, secure in the knowledge that his body armor and his guards would keep him safe. I'd grabbed a bone saw from the plant before we left, kept it in my pack as a weapon of last resort. Now I pulled it out, felt the weight of it, remembered all the times I'd used it to cut through beef carcasses on the processing floor. It would work just as well on human bone. I came at Conti from behind, fast and low, and his first guard never saw me coming. The saw went into his throat and came out red, and he went down gargling. The second guard turned, but I was already moving, tackled him, and drove the saw into his chest under the body armor, felt it bite deep into something vital. Conti spun around, going for the pistol on his hip, but I was on him before he could draw, knocked him down and pinned him to the ground. His tactical vest would stop bullets, but wouldn't stop a saw blade driven with 200 pounds of weight and rage behind it. I went for his neck, same as I would with a hog, found the soft spot between armor and helmet, and drew the saw across his throat with everything I had. He tried to scream, but nothing came out except blood. His hands grabbed at me, trying to push me away, but I was already pulling the saw through again, back and forth, feeling cartilage and vertebrae resist and then give way. His eyes went wide with shock and fear and understanding that this was how he died, killed by a meat foreman with a tool designed for dead animals. And then the light went out of those eyes and he was just another corpse in a world full of them. I stood up covered in his blood and looked at his men. They were staring at me with expressions ranging from shock to horror to calculation. And I saw the moment they made their decision, saw them lower their weapons, saw them back away, saw them break and run because without Conti's money and promises, they had no reason to keep fighting. The battle ended. We'd lost 4 people, including Marcus, who died from his shoulder wound before Angela could stop the bleeding, including Jamal, who'd been hit by the machine gun fire in the final assault, including 2 others whose names I barely knew but who'd fought and died defending our home. We buried them that afternoon next to Ray, and I stood at Marcus's grave thinking about this precise, competent man who'd gone from USDA inspector to soldier to friend in the space of 6 weeks, and I felt the loss like a physical weight. Tito found me at the graves after everyone else had gone back to the lodge. "You did what you had to do." "I killed a man with a bone saw, Tito. Sawed through his neck like he was meat on the cutting table. He would have killed all of us. He would have killed the children. You saved us. At what cost? What kind of man does that make me? The kind of man who survives, the kind of man who protects his family, the kind of man we need in this world." Tito put his hand on my shoulder. "My grandfather used to say that good men do terrible things when they have to. The key is remembering why you did them. You didn't kill Conti because you enjoyed it. You killed him because he was a threat to everyone you care about. There's a difference." I wanted to believe that. Wanted to think I could do what I'd done and still be fundamentally good. But standing there covered in dried blood, standing among fresh graves, I wasn't sure anymore what good even meant. The days after the battle were quiet. We repaired the walls, recovered what we could from Conti's abandoned camp, tried to process what we'd been through. The children went back to their routines, playing and learning and doing chores, remarkably resilient in the way children always are. The adults were slower to recover, moved through their days with the kind of exhaustion that sleep couldn't fix. Sophia and Angela spent more time together, no longer hiding their relationship. And I was glad my daughter had found someone in this hell who made her smile. Tito taught little Danny how to fish in the lake, patient lessons about reading water and setting hooks, normal grandfather-grandson stuff that felt almost obscene in its normalcy. Teresa organized the food stores and started planning for winter, calculating how much we'd need to survive the cold months ahead. A week after the battle, a new group arrived, 20 people from a settlement that had been overrun by infected, thin and desperate and broken. We took them in because we had room and supplies, and because turning away survivors felt wrong, even though it stretched our resources. They brought news from the outside world, what was left of it. The federal government had collapsed, retreated to bunkers and fortified zones while the rest of the country burned. The infection had spread worldwide, Europe and Asia reporting outbreaks, governments falling, military forces overwhelmed. The only places seemingly safe were remote areas, islands, places isolated enough to keep the infection out. "The world we knew is gone," one of the newcomers said. "This is it now. Small groups fighting to survive while the dead inherit the earth." That night I stood on the shore of Lake Michigan watching the sunset turn the water gold and red, and I thought about everything we'd lost and everything we'd built and everything we still had to do. Thought about Chicago burning, about Frankie and Ma, about Ray and Marcus and Jamal and all the others who died in the past 8 weeks. Thought about Sophia growing up in a world where electricity was a luxury and cities were graveyards and survival was the only success that mattered. Angela found me there, stood next to me watching the same sunset. "You've been out here for an hour, just thinking. About whether we actually survived or if we're just dying slower than everyone else. That's grim even for you." She leaned against me. "We survived, Eddie. We built this place, we defended it, we made something that lasts. That's more than survival, that's living. Is it? Or are we just delaying the inevitable? The infected are everywhere, there's no cure, no government coming to save us, no way back to the world we had. Eventually we run out of supplies, or the infected find us in numbers we can't fight, or we get sick, or we just get old and tired and give up. Eventually we die. That was always true. The apocalypse didn't change that, it just made it more obvious." She turned to look at me. "But before we die, we live. We plant gardens and raise children and fall in love and build communities and tell stories and laugh and cry and do all the things humans have always done. The world ended, but we didn't. And as long as we're here, as long as we're together, that matters." I pulled her close and kissed her, this woman I barely knew 2 months ago who'd become essential to my survival in ways I couldn't quantify. And I felt something in my chest that wasn't fear or grief or exhaustion. Something that might have been hope if I let myself name it. Over the next weeks, we settled into a routine that was almost like normal life. We fortified the walls more, built better housing, started serious planning for spring planting. Found a working radio transmitter and started broadcasting on emergency frequencies, letting other survivors know there was a safe place here if they could reach it. Some came, small groups of 2 or 3, and we integrated them carefully, vetting them for skills and trustworthiness. One of the new arrivals was a woman named Jennifer who'd been a structural engineer in her old life, who immediately started designing more permanent fortifications and building plans for expansion. Another was a man named Thomas who'd run a farm cooperative, who worked with Tito to plan crop rotation and animal husbandry. We found cows and chickens in abandoned farms nearby, brought them back to the peninsula, started building herds that would provide food and trade goods. Little Danny turned 9. We threw him a birthday party with cake made from hoarded ingredients and candles that we'd saved for something special, and he blew them out while making a wish that he wouldn't tell anyone. Tito watched with tears in his eyes, grateful that his grandson had made it this far, terrified about all the years still ahead. Sophia and Angela moved into a cabin together, made it theirs with scavenged furniture and hand-sewn curtains, and I visited them one afternoon to find them planning their future like the world was normal. Talking about maybe adopting some of the orphaned children from other settlements, about building a clinic that could serve the whole region, about growing old together in this place we'd built. And listening to them, I realized that maybe that's what survival looked like. Not just staying alive, but planning for tomorrow and the day after and the years beyond. 2 months after the battle with Conti, we had our first wedding. A couple who'd met after arriving at the settlement wanted to get married, wanted some ritual that marked commitment and hope, and we threw together a ceremony with Tito officiating and everyone attending and music from a guitar someone had scavenged. It was beautiful and sad and perfect, this declaration that life would continue even as the world ended, and I cried during the vows and didn't care who saw. Day 65 found me on the guard tower at dawn, watching the sun rise over Lake Michigan, thinking about how far we'd come from that October morning when I'd woken up to bleach and blood smells and driven to work at a plant that no longer existed in a city that was now radioactive ash. We'd lost so much. Lost the world we knew, lost people we loved, lost innocence and safety and the assumption that tomorrow would be like today. But we'd gained things too. Gained community and purpose and the knowledge that humans could endure almost anything if they had reason to keep going. I looked down at our settlement, at the smoke rising from breakfast fires, at children playing in the yard, at people working together to build something that might last, and I thought maybe we'd done okay. Maybe this was enough. Sophia came up the ladder, brought me coffee and a biscuit from Teresa's kitchen. Angela says you didn't sleep again. Too much to think about. Or too stubborn to admit you need rest. She sat next to me, our shoulders touching like they used to when she was little. I've been thinking about Marcus. About what he said before the battle, about dying for something that matters. I think he was right. He usually was. We're going to make it, Dad, not just survive, but actually thrive. Build something better than what we had before. No contes exploiting people, no systems that value profit over lives. Just people taking care of each other. That's optimistic. Someone has to be. You can't all be grim old men thinking about the end. I laughed, first time in days, and it felt good. When did you get so wise? I've been learning from the best. You taught me that survival isn't about being the strongest or the meanest. It's about being willing to protect what matters even when it costs you everything. We sat together watching the dawn, father and daughter, survivors. And I realized that this was my legacy now. Not the plant that bore my family's name or the city I'd called home, but this young woman who'd become someone I barely recognized and couldn't be more proud of. If the world had to end for her to become this person, maybe it was worth it. Maybe. The infected still wandered out there, thousands of them probably, an endless threat that would never fully go away. The government was gone. Civilization was gone. Everything we'd built over 10,000 years of human history was gone. But we were still here, still fighting, still planting gardens and raising children and falling in love and telling stories and planning for tomorrow. And maybe that was enough. Maybe that's all survival ever was, the stubborn refusal to give up even when everything said you should. The determination to build something beautiful in the ruins of everything you'd lost. The courage to hope when hope seemed foolish. I finished my coffee and stood up, ready to start another day of the endless work of survival. Sophia stood with me, and together we looked out at the settlement we'd built, at the people we'd saved, at the future we were creating one day at a time. The world had ended, but we hadn't. And as long as we were here, as long as we could stand together and face whatever came next, that was enough. It had to be enough. Because it was all we had, and sometimes all you have is enough to keep you going until tomorrow when you can decide to survive one more day. The sun climbed higher, burning off the morning mist, and below us our settlement came fully to life. People moving through their routines with the practiced ease of community. And I thought about all the days that came before this one and all the days that would come after. And I chose to believe we'd survive them. Chose to believe we'd build something that lasted. Chose to believe that even in the ruins of everything we'd lost, we could still find something worth living for. Well, now let's begin the next story. One that, unlike this one, will shock you even more. I was down in the container yard when Tommy Chen started screaming. Not the regular kind of screaming you hear when someone crushes a finger or drops a pallet on their foot. This was different. Animal. I'd been working the Boston docks for 26 years and I'd never heard anything like it. Tommy was a good kid, 23, just got married last month. I watched him claw at his face like something was eating him from the inside. His skin was bubbling, actually bubbling, like water on a hot stove. Then the growth started pushing through. Gray-white mushroom caps breaking through his cheeks, his neck, spreading faster than anything natural. I'm Donnie O'Brien, 44 years old, longshoreman, husband to Colleen, father to nobody because we never could, just me and her and this city and these docks. I'd seen bad things before, accidents. Bodies pulled from the harbor, but nothing like this. Tommy's eyes went white, not rolled back, white, like cataracts forming in seconds. Then he lunged at Mickey Flanagan, who'd worked the crane next to mine for 15 years. Mickey went down hard. Tommy's teeth found Mickey's throat before I could even move. The thing that used to be Tommy Chen looked up at me. Fungal growths covered half his face now. They pulsed. I could see them spreading in real time. I grabbed the nearest thing I could find. Cargo hook, 3 feet of curved steel. When Tommy charged, I swung. The hook caught him in the temple. He went down, didn't get up. I stood there shaking, cargo hook dripping, while Mickey bled out on the concrete and Tommy's body sprouted more of those gray-white growths even in death. That was 93 days ago. I didn't know then that the whole city was going to hell. Didn't know about the Harvard lab or the IRA splinter group or Murphy Sullivan's role in all of it. Didn't know my Colleen was already infected at Mass General where she worked nights. Didn't know that in 3 months I'd be leading a group of survivors holed up in Fenway Park while Boston burned and the Navy prepared to nuke the harbor to keep the spores from spreading further. All I knew was that Tommy Chen was dead by my hand and the world had just changed in ways I couldn't begin to understand. I saw the whole thing happen from my apartment window in Charlestown. I'm Sister Maggie Walsh, though most people just call me Maggie because the sister part makes them uncomfortable outside of church. I'm not a nun anymore anyway. Left the order 3 years ago but kept the faith and the calling to serve. I run a community center on Bunker Hill Street. Or I did, before. The view from my window showed the harbor. I watched the ships burning, watched the smoke rising from the seaport district. My phone was going crazy. Texts from people at the center, from my volunteer network. Everyone asking what was happening. If I was safe, if I knew anything. I didn't know anything, just what I could see, fire, chaos, and something else. Movement that didn't look right. People running, but also people chasing. The way they moved was wrong, jerky, aggressive, inhuman. Mrs. Papadopoulos from 3B was pounding on my door. She's 82, Greek, barely speaks English, but I understood her fear perfectly. Her daughter worked at the hospital. Mass General, she couldn't reach her. I told her what I always tell people, that God watches over us, that we have to have faith, that everything would be okay. I believed it too. Right then, I actually believed it. My phone rang. Unknown number. I almost didn't answer, but something made me. A woman's voice. Panicked. She said her name was Dr. Amy Reeves. CDC. She was at Logan Airport trying to evacuate, but the roads were blocked. The airport was overrun. She'd heard about my community center. Heard I helped people. She was begging. Actually begging. She said she had information about the outbreak, about how it started. She needed somewhere safe to get to. Somewhere she could help coordinate a response. I told her to come to the community center. Told her I'd keep it open, keep the doors unlocked, help anyone who needed it. That's what I do. What I've always done. See the good in people. See the humanity even in crisis. Mrs. Papadopoulos looked at me like I was insane. Maybe I was. But what else could I do? Lock the doors? Turn away people who needed help? That's not who I am. I grabbed my emergency bag, the one I kept packed for disaster response. Water, first aid, blankets, phone chargers. I headed down to the center. The streets were chaos, people running, cars abandoned, and those things. Those people who weren't people anymore. I saw Mr. Kim from the grocery store, fungal growths covering his face, chasing down a teenager. I ran the other way, got to the center, unlocked the doors, turned on all the lights, started making coffee like this was just another community event. Dr. Reeves never made it. I found out later she died at Logan, but 14 other people did make it. 14 strangers who became my responsibility. My community, my purpose. I didn't know then that only 4 of us would still be alive 3 months later. Didn't know the cost of trying to see good in everyone, of trying to save everyone, of believing that faith and community could survive anything. But I believed it then. Standing in that community center with 14 terrified strangers. I believed it with everything I had. The outbreak hit Southie like a hammer. I'm Sean McGuire. People call me Bulldog. Always have, since my boxing days, before the Marines, before Afghanistan. Before the scars and the nightmares and the anger that never really goes away. I'm 35 years old and I've been in more fights than I can count. But I'd never fought anything like this. I was at Mickey's gym when it started, training a kid named Javier, good kid, fast hands, kept his guard up. We were working the heavy bag when we heard the screaming outside, then the sirens, then more screaming. I told Javier to stay put, went to check it out. Worst decision I ever made. They were everywhere, the infected, moving wrong, sounds wrong, covered in those growths. Gray-white fungus spreading over their skin like cancer and fast forward. I saw Mrs. Kelly from the corner store, sweet old lady who always gave kids free candy. She was tearing into some businessman in a suit, blood everywhere, those fungal growths pulsing on her face while she fed. Something in me clicked. Combat mode. Same as Helmand Province. Same as every street fight I'd been in since I was 12. Violence isn't something I think about. It's something I do. I grabbed a tire iron from the alley, went to work. Mrs. Kelly went down hard. So did the others, 3 of them, 4. I lost count. Just kept swinging until nothing was moving except me. Javier was gone when I got back to the gym. Smart kid. Ran when he had the chance. I should have run too. But running isn't what I do. I'm the guy who stays, who fights, who breaks things that need breaking. It's who I've always been, even when it got me dishonorably discharged, even when it got me banned from professional boxing, even when it meant 3 years in Cedar Junction for putting a guy in the hospital. I'm not a good man. I know that. Violence is my nature, not my choice. My nature. I've tried to channel it, use it for protection instead of destruction. Train kids, teach discipline. But when the world goes to hell, guys like me are useful, necessary even. So I stayed, found other survivors, protected them, killed infected, killed people too when I had to. And I'll keep doing it until something kills me, which it will. Guys like me don't get happy endings, we get bloody ones. I knew it was coming. I'm Yuki Tanaka, 29 years old. Molecular biologist. I worked at the Harvard mycology lab where it all started. I didn't weaponize the cordyceps samples. That was Dr. Rothstein and his secret funding from overseas sources, but I knew what they were doing. And I said nothing, because I was on a work visa and saying something meant deportation and my family needed the money I sent back to Osaka. So I'm complicit. Maybe not legally, but morally. I knew they were engineering a weaponized fungal pathogen, knew the infection rate would be catastrophic. Knew the incubation period was hours, not days. Knew that if it ever got out, Boston would be the epicenter of an extinction event. And I said nothing. I kept my head down and ran my samples and collected my paycheck and told myself it wasn't my responsibility. Then the IRA splinter group raided the lab. I was working late, heard gunshots, hid in the cold storage, watched through the window as they killed Dr. Rothstein, took the samples, all of them, including the ones we'd marked for immediate destruction, the unstable cultures, the ones that could spread through air contact, through spores. They didn't see me. I stayed hidden for 6 hours. Until the shooting stopped, until the lab was empty. Then I ran, went to my apartment, packed everything, tried to leave Boston. But the outbreak had already started. The bridges were blocked, the tunnels collapsed. Logan was on fire. I was trapped in the city I'd helped doom. No one knows my role. No one knows I worked at the lab. I've kept that secret for 93 days because if they knew they'd kill me, they'd be right to. I deserve it, but I'm not ready to die yet, so I lie. Tell people I'm a lab tech from a pharmaceutical company, help where I can. Use my knowledge of the fungal pathogen to keep people alive, to understand infection vectors, to develop countermeasures. It's not redemption, it's not enough. But it's all I have. Maybe one day I'll tell the truth, confess my role, accept the consequences, but not today. Today I just try to survive, try to help, try to pretend I'm not the reason everyone is dying. I saw opportunity where everyone else saw catastrophe. I'm Tommy Byrne, 42, ex-con smuggler, the kind of guy your mother warned you about. I did 8 years in MCI Cedar Junction for running guns up from Virginia. Got out 3 years ago. Went right back to the life because it's what I'm good at. The docks, the smuggling routes, the people who pay for things to move without questions asked. When the outbreak hit, I was in Charlestown moving stolen pharmaceuticals, had a warehouse full of OxyContin, fentanyl, Adderall, street value maybe $2 million. The buyer was late. Then the screaming started. I watched from the warehouse as the infected poured through the streets, watched people die, watched civilization collapse in real time. Most people would panic. I saw angles. Pharmaceuticals would be valuable, antibiotics, painkillers, medical supplies. I had a warehouse full of them. I also knew the city, every back alley, every smuggling route, every safe house. While everyone else was running scared, I was calculating. Stockpiling, planning. I'm not a good person, never claimed to be, but I'm a survivor. That's worth more than morality when the world ends. I know how to read people, know when to trust and when to betray, know that loyalty is transactional and mercy is a luxury you can't afford. I've killed 6 people since the outbreak. 3 were infected, 3 weren't. The 3 that weren't were trying to take my supplies, my safety, my life. I don't lose sleep over it. The group I'm with now doesn't know my background. They think I'm just some guy who got lucky, who happened to have medical supplies, who knows the city. They trust me, some of them. The others are smart enough to be suspicious. Good. Trust is dangerous, but usefulness keeps you alive. I'll do what I need to do to survive. Help when it benefits me, betray when necessary. And when this is all over, if there is an over, I'll still be standing, because that's what I do. I survive, no matter the cost. The first week was pure chaos. I'm back to being Donnie. I found myself leading without meaning to. After I killed Tommy Chen and watched Mickey die, I helped secure the container yard. Other dock workers rallied to me. Big Mike Sullivan, Rodriguez, the Finnegan brothers. We'd worked together for years, trusted each other. When everything went to hell, that trust mattered more than anything. We fortified the yard with shipping containers, created barriers, checked everyone for infection before letting them in. Those fungal growths were impossible to hide. They started small but spread fast. Gray-white caps pushing through skin, you could see them pulsing, growing, taking over. Once they covered 50% of someone's face, that person was gone. Eyes went white. Brain stopped being human. They'd attack anything that moved. Colleen never made it home from Mass General. I tried calling, texting, nothing. The hospital was overrun in the first 12 hours. I wanted to go after her. The others wouldn't let me, said it was suicide. They were right, didn't make it easier. I kept her picture in my wallet, looked at it every night, told myself she made it out, found safety somewhere, that I'd see her again. Lies I needed to believe. By day 4, we had 37 people in the container yard. Dock workers, their families, random survivors who found their way to us. A priest named Father Flynn with his nephew Aiden. The kid was maybe 8. Scared out of his mind, but trying to be brave. A high school girl named Rosie who'd watched her parents get infected. A restaurant couple, Marco and Isabella, who'd brought supplies from their place before it burned. Dr. Sharma from Mass General, who'd escaped the hospital somehow. She was the one who confirmed what the infection was. Cordyceps, weaponized, airborne in spore form, fatal infection rate near 100%. We also had Sean McGuire, Bulldog. I knew him from the neighborhood, knew his reputation, violence, anger, prison time. But he could fight, and fighting was what we needed. He took point on security, trained anyone willing to learn, killed infected without hesitation, saved lives. And Sister Maggie showed up on day 5 with 14 people from her community center in Charlestown. She'd walked them across the Zakim Bridge while it was still passable. Lost 3 people on the way, but she got 11 through. She was smaller than I remembered, maybe 5'4", but she had this presence, this ability to make people feel safe, to see hope where there was only despair. We needed that too. I didn't want to lead, never asked for it, but people kept looking to me for decisions, where to fortify, how to ration supplies, who stands watch, when to help outsiders. It felt wrong. I'm just a dock worker, just a guy who swings cargo hooks. But Mickey was dead. The supervisors were dead or gone. Someone had to decide. So it became me. Those first 7 days, we lost nobody else in our group, but we watched the city die. Fires burned unchecked. Gunshots echoed constantly. Helicopters circled, then stopped coming. The fungal infected spread like wildfire. We could see them from the yard, hundreds, thousands, shambling through streets, following sounds, following movement, and spreading spores. Every infected body eventually burst open, released clouds of gray spores that infected anyone nearby. The cycle accelerated. By day 7, we knew we couldn't stay at the container yard forever. We were exposed. Supplies were limited. We needed somewhere more defensible. Somewhere with resources, somewhere we could actually survive long-term. That's when someone suggested Fenway Park. I pushed for Fenway from the beginning. Sister Maggie speaking now. The container yard was temporary. We all knew it. But finding consensus among 51 panicked survivors was nearly impossible. Everyone had opinions, everyone had fears. Donnie listened to all of them. That's his gift. He listens, considers, then decides. No ego, no power games, just practical leadership. Fenway made sense for multiple reasons. Enclosed, defensible, storage facilities, kitchens, medical facilities, proximity to Longwood Medical Area for supply runs. The Red Sox had played their last game 10 days before the outbreak. The stadium was empty but stocked. Food vendors, emergency supplies, first aid stations, everything we needed. The vote was close, 27 for, 24 against. Donnie sided with moving. We spent 2 days planning, mapping routes, gathering supplies, preparing for casualties. Because there would be casualties. Moving 51 people across 3 miles of infected city was guaranteed to cost lives. Father Flynn blessed everyone before we left. I'm not Catholic, but I appreciated the gesture, the ritual, the community. He was 72 years old but strong, stubborn. He'd been a boxer in his youth, before the priesthood. You could still see it in how he carried himself. Young Aidan stayed close to his uncle. The boy barely spoke, just watched everything with those huge, terrified eyes. We moved in groups of 5, staggered, 20 minutes apart. Bulldog led the first group, I led the second, Donnie led the third. We used back alleys, avoided main streets, moved quiet. The infected responded to sound and movement. Stay silent and still, and they'd shamble right past you. But make noise, they'd swarm. Our second group had Dr. Sharma, Marco and Isabella Costa, 2 dock workers named Sullivan and Rodriguez, and a woman named Rebecca Goldstein who'd been volunteering at my community center. She was maybe 55, quiet, deeply religious, Jewish. She'd lost her husband and son in the first days, but she kept going, kept helping, kept praying. Her faith was different from mine, but equally strong, maybe stronger. We were halfway to Fenway when we heard screaming. Third group, Donnie's group. They'd run into a cluster of infected, maybe 20. We doubled back, against protocol but necessary, found them pinned in an alley. Bulldog's group had heard it too, came from the other direction. Together we cleared the infected, lost 1 person. Young guy named Peters, dock worker, 26 years old. The infected swarmed him before we could react. We had to leave him screaming while those things fed and the fungal growth spread across his skin. It took 8 hours to get everyone to Fenway. We lost Peters. Lost an elderly woman named Mrs. Chen who had a heart attack from stress. Lost a teenage boy who panicked and ran and got separated. 3 dead. 48 made it. Better than I'd feared. Worse than I'd hoped. The stadium was empty. Eerie. We cleared it section by section, found no infected inside, found supplies, found safety, found home. For the first time since the outbreak, I felt something like hope. We could survive here, build community, help each other, maybe even save lives. I didn't know then that we'd lose half our numbers in the next 8 weeks. Didn't know about Murphy Sullivan's group, about the betrayals, about the impossible choices. I just knew that for that moment we were together, we were alive. We had a chance, and sometimes a chance is all you need. Securing Fenway was my kind of work. Bulldog here, violence with purpose. We spent days 3 through 7 of our occupation fortifying. The green monster made a perfect defensive wall. We blocked most entrances, left 2 operational, north and south gates. Set up watch posts, created kill zones, trained anyone willing to learn how to fight. Most of them were useless. Office workers, families, people who'd never thrown a punch. But some had potential. There was this kid, Rosie Chen, 16. She'd watched her parents get infected, watched them die. Something broke in her, but also hardened. She wanted to learn. I taught her how to move, how to strike, how to kill without hesitation. She was small but fast, smart. She'd survive. I could tell. Donnie put me in charge of security, made sense. He handles the political stuff, the decisions, the community management. I handle the violence, the killing, the necessary brutality. It's a good partnership. He makes me feel useful instead of dangerous. Like my nature serves something beyond destruction. We had some weapons. Baseball bats, obviously, plenty of those. Some dock workers had brought tools, cargo hooks, pipe wrenches. A construction foreman named Carlos Mendez had a nail gun and a toolbox that might as well have been an armory. He was 50, built like a brick, knew how to create defenses, how to reinforce structures. He and I worked well together. He built, I destroyed, yin and yang. The infected tested our defenses constantly. They were attracted to noise, to movement, to the smell of living humans. They'd swarm the gates, dozens at a time. We'd kill them. Over and over, the bodies piled up, had to burn them. The fungal growths kept spreading even after death, releasing spores. We learned to wear masks, wet cloth over nose and mouth. Not perfect, but better than nothing. By day 14, I'd killed maybe 200 infected, lost count. It became routine, like breathing. Wake up, check defenses, kill infected, train survivors, kill more infected, sleep. Repeat. The violence didn't bother me anymore, if it ever had. This was what I was built for, what all those years of boxing and war and street fighting had prepared me for. But then we started having human problems, resource disputes, leadership challenges. Someone stole from the communal supplies, someone else got caught hoarding. Donnie handled most of it, but some situations required my kind of persuasion. I never enjoyed hurting our own people, but I didn't hesitate either. Community survival required discipline, order, sometimes violence. There was this union boss named Jack Hennessy. 45, big guy, loud. He'd been important before the outbreak, president of the Longshoremen's Union, used to commanding respect, having authority. He didn't like taking orders from Donnie, didn't like answering to anyone. He'd challenge decisions, undermine authority, create factions. I watched him, carefully. Guy like that was dangerous, not obviously, subtly, the kind of threat you don't see until it's too late. But we had bigger problems. Day 18. We sent out a scavenging team to Longwood Medical Area, looking for pharmaceuticals, medical supplies. They didn't come back. Donnie wanted to send a rescue team. I advised against it. If they were dead, rescue was pointless. If they were captured, it meant other survivors, potentially hostile ones. Either way, rushing in was stupid. We compromised. Small reconnaissance team. Me, 2 others, we'd check it out, report back, not engage unless necessary. We found them, what was left of them, hanging from lampposts outside Beth Israel, executed, stripped of supplies, and marked. Spray-painted message on the wall behind them. Sullivan territory, pay toll or pay price. Murphy Sullivan, I knew that name. Everyone in Boston did. IRA financier turned crime boss, smuggling kingpin. The man who'd supposedly died in the initial outbreak, apparently not. We had a war coming. I could feel it. And war was the one thing I truly understood. Dr. Sharma saved little Aiden Flynn on day 19. I'm Yuki now. She did emergency surgery in the stadium medical facility. The boy had appendicitis. Without surgery, he'd die. With surgery, he might die. She operated anyway. Used a chef's knife sterilized with alcohol. No anesthesia beyond whiskey. Father Flynn held his nephew down while the boy screamed. Dr. Sharma worked with steady hands and absolute focus. 40 minutes later, she'd removed the appendix, cleaned the cavity, stitched him up with fishing line. Aiden survived. Barely. Infection risk was high. But Dr. Sharma rationed our limited antibiotics carefully. The boy pulled through. Father Flynn wept. Actually wept. He wasn't a cold man, but he was controlled, reserved. This broke through his composure. He thanked Dr. Sharma, thanked God, thanked everyone. His nephew meant everything to him, the only family he had left. I helped Dr. Sharma in the medical facility, told her my background, pharmaceutical company lab tech. Not entirely a lie, I had lab experience, just not the kind I admitted. She taught me basic medical procedures, how to clean wounds, apply stitches, recognize infection, set fractures, emergency childbirth protocols. All the skills that mattered in a world without hospitals. We became close, professional at first, then personal. She was 41, Indian, brilliant. She'd lost her husband and 2 daughters in the first days. Watched them get infected. Had to kill them herself before they turned completely. The grief lived in her eyes constantly, but she channeled it into helping others, into saving lives, into making their deaths mean something. She never asked about my background beyond the basics. Never questioned my expertise, never suspected. I was useful, that was enough. But the guilt ate at me constantly. Every person Dr. Sharma saved despite limited resources, every clever improvisation she made, every miracle she pulled off, all of it happening in the shadow of my complicity, my silence, my cowardice. Day 23. A woman arrived at Fenway, alone, covered in blood, not infected. She collapsed at the south gate. We brought her in, cleaned her up, fed her. She said her name was Dr. Amy Reeves, CDC. She'd been trying to reach Sister Maggie's community center on day 1 but got trapped at Logan. Survived there for 3 weeks. Alone, killing infected, eating airport vendor food, drinking from bathroom sinks. Then she ran. Made it across the city somehow. She had information about the outbreak, about Murphy Sullivan's group, about the Navy's plans for Boston, and about the cordyceps pathogen itself. Where it came from, who weaponized it, which lab. I felt my blood turn to ice when she said Harvard mycology lab. Felt everyone's eyes on me even though they had no reason to suspect. Dr. Reeves described the research, the IRA funding, the weaponization process, everything I'd known and hidden, everything I'd been complicit in. She didn't mention me by name, didn't know I existed. The lab had dozens of researchers. I was nobody, invisible. But I knew, and knowing was its own prison. Donnie asked Dr. Reeves to brief everyone. Explain the science, the infection vectors, the incubation period, the spore dispersal. She did. Brilliantly. She was 28 but spoke with authority and clarity. Explained how the cordyceps had been engineered to target human neural tissue. How it took over the host brain. How the fungal growths weren't just visible symptoms but the organism itself growing through the body, using human flesh as soil. Everyone listened, horrified, fascinated, understanding finally what they were facing. Understanding that this wasn't natural, this was deliberate, an act of terrorism that had spiraled beyond anyone's control. The IRA splinter group had meant to weaponize it. Use it strategically, but they'd underestimated the infection rate, the spore dispersal, the exponential growth. They doomed themselves along with everyone else. Dr. Reeves also brought news about Murphy Sullivan. He'd survived, established a stronghold in South Boston, maybe 200 people under his control. Run like a dictatorship, brutal enforcement, mandatory tithes, execution for disobedience. He controlled significant resources, weapons, supplies, territory, and he was expanding. The message we'd found. Sullivan territory. That wasn't random, that was a declaration. We were in his path. He'd come for us eventually. We needed to prepare, fortify, arm ourselves, or run. But there was nowhere to run. The city was sealed. Navy blockade, bridges destroyed, tunnels collapsed. We were trapped in Boston with Murphy Sullivan and thousands of infected and no way out. I volunteered to help Dr. Reeves with research, use my pharmaceutical background, maybe develop countermeasures, understand the pathogen better. She accepted. We started working together, her knowledge of epidemiology, my knowledge of chemistry. We made a good team. Found small ways to improve our odds, better air filtration, spore detection protocols, early infection identification. But I knew the truth. There was no cure, no vaccine. The cordyceps had been engineered too well, too aggressively. Once infected, you were gone, 12 to 18 hours. Then the fungal growths erupted. Then you became one of them. The only mercy was that death came quickly if you let it. Fighting just prolonged the suffering. I should have told them. Should have confessed my role, but I didn't. I kept working, kept helping, kept pretending I was just another survivor, just another person trying to make things better. The coward's path, the selfish path, the path I couldn't seem to deviate from. Maybe one day I'd find the courage to tell the truth. But that day wasn't day 23 or 24 or 25. So I just kept lying, kept helping, kept drowning in guilt that nobody else could see. I knew Sullivan before the outbreak. Tommy Byrne here. Did business with him, smuggling mostly. Guns going north to IRA sympathizers, drugs coming south to the Boston market. He was connected, ruthless, the kind of man who'd smile while ordering your execution. I respected him, feared him, never trusted him. When Dr. Reeves described his operation, I wasn't surprised. Sullivan was a survivor, a predator. This world was made for men like him. Take what you want, kill anyone who opposes you, build power through fear. It was logical, effective, and absolutely sustainable in an apocalypse. It was also exactly what I'd been planning to do. Before I ended up with this group, before Donnie's leadership and Maggie's compassion and the weird sense of community that had formed despite my cynicism. I'd planned to stockpile, consolidate power, create my own fiefdom. But somehow I'd gotten attached to these people, not all of them, but enough. Enough to make betraying them complicated. Donnie called a meeting. Day 26, all adults, 56 people total now. We'd picked up survivors, lost a few to infected, but we'd grown. He laid out the situation. Sullivan's group was a threat. We could try diplomacy, try to negotiate coexistence, or we could prepare for war, or we could relocate. Try to find somewhere beyond Sullivan's reach. Jack Hennessy argued for negotiation, said Sullivan was reasonable, just wanted control and resources. We could pay tribute, avoid conflict, keep our people safe. A lot of folks nodded along. Seemed logical, practical. I spoke up, told them Sullivan would take everything. That tribute was just slow-motion conquest. That negotiating with predators made you prey. Hennessy glared at me, called me a criminal, said I didn't understand community, cooperation, civilization. He was right about the first part, wrong about the rest. Bulldog sided with me, said preparing for war was the only realistic option, either fight or surrender. No middle ground. Dr. Sharma agreed. She'd seen what Sullivan's people did to the scavenging team. Executions, torture, message sending. These weren't people who negotiated in good faith. The vote was split. Donnie broke the tie. We'd prepare for conflict but attempt communication first. Send an envoy, establish dialogue, see if coexistence was possible. If not, we'd be ready. Father Flynn volunteered to be the envoy. He was a priest, neutral, respected. Sullivan was supposedly Catholic. Maybe that would matter, maybe it wouldn't, but someone had to try. Donnie tried to talk him out of it. Too dangerous, too risky. Flynn insisted, said it was his purpose, his calling, to build bridges, seek peace. He'd be fine. God would protect him. I didn't believe in God, but I didn't argue. Sometimes people need their faith, need to believe they're protected, especially when they're walking into danger. We sent Flynn out on day 28 with Aiden. The boy wanted to go with his uncle. Flynn thought a child's presence might inspire mercy. Gentleness. He was accompanied by two others. One was a young dock worker named Peter's brother, seeking answers about what happened to his sibling. The other was Isabella Costa, Marco's wife. She spoke fluent Italian and Spanish and had worked with international shipping clients. Good with diplomacy, they left at dawn. We watched from the Green Monster, watched them walk into South Boston, into Sullivan's territory. They carried white flags, wore no weapons, pure, peaceful intent. They were back by noon. Father Flynn was beaten, not severely, but enough to make a point. Aiden was unharmed. Peter's brother was dead. Isabella was missing. Sullivan's message was clear. He wanted Fenway, wanted our supplies, wanted our submission. We had 72 hours to evacuate or swear fealty. After that, he'd take it by force. Flynn delivered the message through split lips and swollen eyes. Said Sullivan was building an empire. consolidating territory, collecting survivors, forcing them into service. Labor, soldiers, tribute. He'd let Flynn and Aiden return as a courtesy. Professional respect for clergy. But the message was absolute: submit or die. Marco Costa lost his mind, started screaming, demanding we rescue Isabella. Bulldog had to physically restrain him. Dr. Sharma sedated him. We didn't know if Isabella was alive, didn't know what Sullivan wanted with her. Hostage? Leverage? Worse? No way to know. Donnie addressed everyone, said we had 3 days to prepare, fortify, arm ourselves. We weren't evacuating, we weren't submitting, we'd fight, defend what we'd built, defend each other, and maybe we'd win. Maybe we'd lose, but we wouldn't surrender. The vote this time was unanimous. I started working on weapons, improvised but effective. Molotov cocktails from liquor bottles, spears from rebar, shields from stadium seats. Anything that could kill, anything that could protect. I knew Sullivan's people would have guns, real weapons. We'd be outmatched, outgunned, but we'd have defensive advantage, home turf, preparation, desperation. Hennessy pulled me aside that night, asked if I had contacts, ways to get weapons, real ones. I lied, said no, said my smuggling days were over, couldn't help. He didn't believe me, but he didn't push. Truth was, I did have contacts, stashes. Sullivan didn't control all of them. I could access weapons, ammunition, body armor, but I'd have to leave Fenway, go into Sullivan's territory, risk everything. And for what? People I barely knew, a community I'd joined by accident. I thought about it, really thought about who I was, who I'd been, who I might become. Thought about Maggie's faith, Donnie's leadership, Bulldog's purpose, Dr. Sharma's dedication, even Yuki's quiet competence. These people weren't marks, weren't means to ends. They were something I hadn't had in years. They were community. I made my decision. Told Donnie I knew where to get weapons. Told him my background, everything, the smuggling, the prison time, the connections, expected judgment, rejection, got acceptance. He said everyone had a past. What mattered was what we did now, who we chose to be. I left that night, alone. Went into Sullivan's territory, hit 3 stashes, came back with 9 handguns, 3 hunting rifles, 2 shotguns, ammunition, not an arsenal. But enough. Enough to make a difference. Bulldog trained everyone who could shoot. Donnie organized defensive positions. Maggie kept morale up. Dr. Sharma prepared the medical facility for casualties. Dr. Reeves studied Sullivan's patterns, his tactics, found weaknesses. We had 3 days. Then war. And I'd just chosen a side. For the first time in my life, I'd chosen something beyond survival, beyond self-interest. I'd chosen to fight for other people, to risk everything for something that mattered, felt weird, felt right, felt terrifying. Day 30. We had 2 days until Sullivan's deadline. Then everything went sideways. Someone new arrived at Fenway. Young guy, maybe 33, Irish accent. Said his name was Declan Murphy, said he was Sullivan's nephew, said he wanted to defect. I'm Donnie again, we almost shot him on sight. Bulldog wanted to. Tommy advised extreme caution. Maggie argued for mercy, hearing him out. I sided with caution. We restrained him, searched him. No weapons, no tracking devices that we could find. Just a beaten-down kid who said he was tired of his uncle's brutality. Tired of killing, tired of the empire building. He told us things. About Sullivan's operation, troop numbers, 230 people. About 90 could fight. The rest were labor, coerced service. He described the weapons cache, the defensive positions, the supply situation, everything we needed to know. Too much, too perfect. Obviously a trap. But what if it wasn't? We questioned him for hours, rotating interrogators, looking for inconsistencies. Bulldog got physical, not torture, just pressure. Declan's story held. He'd been with Sullivan since day 1. Helped raid the Harvard lab. Helped establish the South Boston stronghold. but he'd seen too much violence, too many executions, too much cruelty. He wanted out, wanted redemption, wanted to help us. Father Flynn believed him, said he could see genuine remorse, genuine desire to change. Maggie agreed, said everyone deserved a chance. Dr. Sharma was skeptical but didn't argue against giving him limited trust. Dr. Reeves said his information matched what she'd learned. Consistent, valuable. I didn't know. The information was too good. But turning him away meant losing tactical advantage. Keeping him meant potential sabotage. There was no good choice, just less bad options. We voted, 28 for keeping him under guard, 24 for sending him away, 4 abstentions. He stayed. We assigned him to work detail, kept him under constant supervision, limited his access to sensitive areas, weapons, plans. He didn't complain, just worked, helped fortify, shared what he knew, acted like someone genuinely trying to help. Jack Hennessy spent a lot of time with Declan, talking, getting his story, learning about Sullivan's operation. I didn't think much of it then. Hennessy was union management, used to gathering information, building networks. It seemed natural. Day 31, Sullivan's people probed our defenses, 15 of them. Testing response times, looking for weak points. We killed 3, wounded 2. The rest retreated, left their dead. We examined the bodies, found good equipment, military-grade weapons, body armor. These weren't random survivors, these were trained fighters, or at least equipped like them. Bulldog was in his element, directing defensive positions, coordinating responses, training everyone in basic combat. The violence made him focused, purposeful, almost peaceful. Like he'd found exactly where he belonged. It was beautiful and terrifying. This man was born for war, and war had found him. Rosie Chen had become his protégé, the 16-year-old girl who'd lost everything. Bulldog trained her constantly. She learned fast, moved fast, killed without hesitation. The transformation was disturbing. She'd been a high school student, honor roll, debate team. Now she was a soldier, a killer, necessary but tragic. Marco Costa wasn't coping well. Isabella's capture had broken something in him. He was erratic, angry. Dr. Sharma kept him sedated when possible, but he'd wake up screaming for his wife, demanding rescue, blaming everyone, me especially. I'd made the decision not to attempt rescue. Too risky, too uncertain. Marco would never forgive me. I understood. Carlos Mendez finished reinforcing the gates, triple-layered barriers, steel reinforced, angled to create kill zones. He'd worked construction for 30 years, knew structures, knew stress points, knew how to make things impregnable. Our defenses were as good as they could be given our resources. Tommy's weapons made a difference, not just tactically, psychologically. People felt less helpless, more capable of fighting back. The guns were distributed to our best shooters, Bulldog, Tommy, Rodriguez, the Finnegan brothers. Dr. Reeves, surprisingly, was a good shot. Military family background. She'd learned young. Day 32, Sullivan's deadline. Dawn broke cold. November in Boston. The city had been burning for 32 days. Most of it was ash now. Abandoned. The infected still wandered, but their numbers had decreased. They needed live hosts to spread. Without a constant fresh supply of people, the infection was burning itself out. Not quickly enough, but inevitably. We waited for Sullivan's attack. It didn't come. No assault, no ultimatum, no communication, just silence. Waiting. Psychological warfare, making us nervous, paranoid. It worked. That afternoon, Aiden Flynn disappeared. Father Flynn noticed he was missing during lunch. We searched everywhere, every section of Fenway, every hiding spot, nothing. The 8-year-old boy was gone. No signs of struggle, no blood, no clues. Just gone. Father Flynn was devastated. The boy who'd survived appendicitis, who'd survived the embassy mission, who'd survived everything. Gone. Taken. We didn't know how. Didn't know when. just that he was gone and Flynn's world had collapsed. Bulldog led a search party outside Fenway. 20 people. Armed. They found nothing. No trace. But they found a message spray-painted on a building 2 blocks away. "We have the boy, we have more inside. Surrender by midnight or they all die." Someone in our group was working for Sullivan. Had been from the beginning. The betrayer had taken Aiden. Had been feeding information. Had been sabotaging us. And we had no idea who. The paranoia that followed was corrosive. Everyone suspected everyone. Accusations flew. Hennessy suspected Declan. Bulldog suspected Hennessy. Tommy suspected everyone. Maggie tried to calm people down, keep faith, keep unity. But the damage was done. The community fractured. I called an emergency meeting. All adults. We needed to figure this out, fast, before Sullivan exploited the division, before we tore ourselves apart. That's when Dr. Amy Reeves started coughing. Everyone turned to look at her. She wiped her mouth, looked at her hand, blood. She pulled back her collar. Gray-white fungal growths were spreading across her shoulder. She'd been infected, somehow, recently. The growths were small, early stage, maybe 12 hours in, maybe less. She looked at us, said she was sorry, said she must have been exposed during a supply run 2 days ago. She'd worn a mask, taken precautions. But the spores were airborne, invisible, inevitable. She'd known the risks, accepted them, and now she was paying the price. Dr. Sharma tried to examine her. Dr. Reeves pushed her away, said there was no point, no cure, no treatment, just the inevitable transformation. 18 hours maximum. She had that long before the fungus took her brain, before she became one of them. Maggie started crying, begged her to fight, to have faith. Dr. Reeves smiled, said she'd done good work, helped people, shared her knowledge. That was enough. She asked for one thing. Don't let her turn. Don't let her become one of those things. When the time came, someone needed to kill her. Quickly, mercifully. Bulldog volunteered. No hesitation. She thanked him, asked for privacy, time to write letters, record information, finish her research notes. We gave her 6 hours. Then she said her goodbyes. Hugged people. Thanked Maggie for her kindness. Thanked me for my leadership. Thanked Dr. Sharma for her dedication. She was calm, composed, accepting. The fungal growths had spread to her neck, her jaw, creeping toward her face. She said it didn't hurt, not physically, just emotionally. Knowing what was coming, what she'd become. She asked Bulldog to make it quick. He said he would. They walked to a quiet section, private, away from others. The gunshot echoed through Fenway. Dr. Amy Reeves was gone, the promising young CDC researcher who'd survived Logan Airport, who'd brought us information, who'd worked to help us survive. Dead at 28, not even a month after the outbreak started. We had 40 hours until Sullivan's midnight deadline. We had a traitor in our midst. We had a kidnapped child. We had fractured community. And we just lost one of our most valuable people. Things were falling apart. And I had no idea how to stop it. The betrayer revealed himself 3 hours after Amy's death. I'm back to being Maggie. Jack Hennessy called a meeting, said he had a proposal, a way to save everyone, a way to end the conflict peacefully. He'd been negotiating with Sullivan, secret communications through Declan. Sullivan was willing to spare us, let us live. If we handed over leadership, Donnie, Bulldog, Tommy. The 3 men Sullivan saw as obstacles. Surrender 3 people, save 53 others, simple math, moral calculus, the needs of the many outweighing the needs of the few. Hennessy made his case calmly, logically. Said he'd been working for weeks to find a peaceful solution. That Sullivan respected strength, but demanded submission. The 3 leaders represented resistance, defiance, Remove them and Sullivan would accept the rest of us into his community. Protect us, feed us, keep us safe. He said it like he was doing us a favor, like betraying our leaders was noble, self-sacrificing, the greater good. Donnie just stared at him, didn't argue, didn't defend himself, just stared. Bulldog looked like he wanted to kill Hennessy right there. Tommy had his hand on a pistol, calculating whether to shoot. I could see it in his eyes. Father Flynn spoke first, said betrayal was sin, unforgivable, that sacrificing innocent people to save ourselves was everything wrong with humanity, everything Christ had died to oppose. His voice shook with rage, grief. Aiden was still missing, still in Sullivan's hands, and here was Hennessy admitting he'd been working with Sullivan all along. Hennessy tried to argue, said Flynn didn't understand politics, survival. That morality was a luxury we couldn't afford, that this was the only way. Dr. Sharma asked how long. How long had he been betraying us? Hennessy said from the beginning. Since the container yard, he'd made contact with Sullivan's people during that first week. Established communication, provided information about our numbers, our defenses, our plans. He'd taken Aiden himself, handed the boy over to prove his loyalty to Sullivan, prove he was serious about cooperation. The silence that followed was absolute. Everyone processing, everyone realizing the full scope of the betrayal. Weeks of information sharing, sabotage, kidnapping. All in service to a dictator who'd shown nothing but brutality and violence. Someone asked why. Why would Hennessy do this? He said it was pragmatic, survival. Sullivan was going to win regardless. Better to be on the winning side. Better to minimize casualties. He genuinely believed he was helping, saving lives through submission. He couldn't understand why we didn't see it. Rosie Chen shot him, didn't ask permission, didn't wait for a vote. Just drew the pistol Bulldog had given her and put 3 rounds in Hennessy's chest. He went down hard, died within seconds. The 16-year-old girl looked at his body without expression, then looked at the rest of us. Said she wasn't sorry, said traitors deserved death, said that was justice. Nobody argued, nobody tried to arrest her or punish her. We'd all been thinking it. She'd just acted. In another world, we'd have been horrified. Civilized people don't execute others without trial, without due process. But we weren't in that world anymore, and Rosie wasn't that person anymore. Declan Murphy was crying, saying he didn't know Hennessy was using him, didn't know about Aiden's kidnapping. He thought the information exchange was mutual, intelligence trading, not betrayal. Bulldog didn't believe him, put a gun to his head, asked for one reason not to pull the trigger. I gave him one, said Declan was genuinely remorseful, that he'd shared real information, helped us prepare, that killing him was just killing, not justice. Bulldog lowered the gun, said Declan had one chance. Lead us to Aiden, get the boy back, prove his loyalty, or die. Declan agreed, immediately. Said he knew where Sullivan would keep hostages, could get us in. Rescue Aiden. Maybe Isabella too if she was still alive. It was a trap, obviously, probably. But we were out of options. The deadline was in 36 hours. We had to try, had to attempt rescue, even if it meant walking into ambush. Donnie approved the mission, small team, 6 people, Bulldog, Tommy, Declan, Rosie, Carlos Mendez, and me. I insisted on going. Aiden knew me, trusted me. He'd need a gentle presence after whatever trauma he'd endured. Donnie tried to argue, too dangerous. I was needed here, needed to maintain morale, keep faith. I refused. This was my responsibility, my community. I'd failed to protect Aiden, I'd make it right. We left at dusk, day 32. Moved through infected territory carefully, quietly. Declan led us through back alleys, industrial areas, places the infected congregated less. He seemed genuine, scared, desperate to help. But Tommy kept a gun on him the entire time, just in case. Sullivan's stronghold was a fortified warehouse complex in South Boston. Multiple buildings, high walls, guard towers, professional setup, way beyond what we'd assumed. Declan said Sullivan had absorbed several military survivors, police, National Guard, people with training, with discipline. They'd built something impressive, terrifying. We scouted for 2 hours, found a weak point, loading dock on the east side, minimal guards. Declan said the hostages would be in Building 3, basement level. He could get us in, get us out, if we moved fast, if we were lucky. We weren't lucky. The ambush happened in Building 3, hallway leading to the basement. Lights went out, then gunfire, muzzle flashes in darkness. Carlos went down first, shot in the chest, then the leg. He was screaming. Rosie returned fire. Bulldog charged forward, found cover, started systematically killing guards. He was terrifyingly efficient. 4 dead in maybe 10 seconds. Tommy grabbed Carlos, started dragging him back. Declan was yelling, saying this wasn't the plan. He didn't know, didn't set this up. Bulldog hit him, hard, knocked him down, told him to shut up or die. We pushed forward, had to. Retreating meant leaving Aiden, leaving Isabella, leaving them to Sullivan. We fought through 2 more ambushes, lost nobody else but ammunition was running low. Finally reached the basement, found 6 cells, makeshift, chain link fence and padlocks. 5 were empty. 1 held Aiden Flynn and Isabella Costa. Both alive, terrified, malnourished, beaten, but alive. Aiden saw me, started crying, reached through the fence. I shot the padlock, pulled him out, hugged him. Told him his uncle was waiting, that we'd get him home. Isabella collapsed into Rosie's arms, kept saying Marco's name, asking if he was alive, if he still loved her. Rosie said yes to both, held her like a mother despite being half her age. Then we heard the voice, Murphy Sullivan, over a PA system, slow clap echoing through speakers, congratulating us, saying we'd passed the test, saying he respected our courage, our loyalty, our willingness to fight for our people, saying he wanted warriors like us, survivors, people who do what was necessary, saying his deadline was rescinded. He didn't want Fenway anymore. He wanted alliance, partnership. Said we could keep our community, our autonomy, in exchange for cooperation, trade, mutual defense against the infected, against other threats. He'd even return hostages. Cease hostilities. All we had to do was agree to formal alliance. Donnie's voice came through a radio Tommy was carrying. Sullivan had contacted Fenway directly, made the same offer, alliance instead of war. He'd released 2 other prisoners we didn't know he'd taken. Goodwill gestures, proof of sincerity. Bulldog didn't trust it, called it manipulation. Another trap. But what choice did we have? We were surrounded, outgunned, in Sullivan's territory. Accepting the offer meant escape, rescue, survival. Rejecting it meant death. All of us, including Aiden and Isabella. I made the decision, told Sullivan we'd discuss it with our community, take it to a vote, democratic process. He laughed. Said democracy was dead, but he'd respect our process. Give us 24 hours. Then he'd need an answer. We retreated, carried Carlos. He'd been shot twice, but Dr. Sharma could probably save him. If we got back in time, if infection didn't set in, if we were very lucky. The escape was quieter than the infiltration. Sullivan's people let us go. No additional attacks, no harassment, just watched us leave. We made it back to Fenway at dawn. Day 33, Carlos went straight to Dr. Sharma. Aiden went to Father Flynn. The reunion was beautiful, heartbreaking. Flynn held his nephew and wept. Thanked God, thanked us. Kept saying he'd failed the boy, failed to protect him. Aiden said it was okay. Said his uncle had saved him, just not the way he'd expected. Isabella and Marco's reunion was quieter, broken. She'd been beaten, assaulted, traumatized. He'd been drinking, sedated, barely functional. They held each other and cried. Two people damaged beyond easy repair. But together, still together. Maybe that was enough. Declan survived. Barely. Bulldog wanted him dead. Tommy argued for mercy. The intelligence had been good. The route had worked. The ambush wasn't Declan's fault. Sullivan had prepared for multiple scenarios. We triggered one. Declan had still helped, still guided us through, still gotten Aiden and Isabella out. We let him live, kept him restrained, guarded but alive. Father Flynn interceded on his behalf, said everyone deserved redemption, everyone deserved a chance to prove themselves. Declan was young, confused, caught between family loyalty and moral conviction. Time would reveal his character. Violence shouldn't. I believed that. Had to. Because if I didn't believe in redemption, in second chances, in the possibility of change, then what was I doing here? What was any of this for? Faith means believing in transformation, in grace, in the capacity for humans to become better than they were. Declan would get his chance, and we'd see who he chose to be. The vote on Sullivan's alliance proposal was scheduled for that afternoon. Day 33. Everyone 18 and older. Simple majority. Donnie presented both sides. Alliance meant resources, protection, survival, but also subordination. Loss of autonomy. Slow-motion conquest hidden behind cooperation rhetoric. Rejection meant war. Eventually, Sullivan wouldn't accept indefinite postponement. He'd come for us, kill us, take everything. We'd fight. Some would die, maybe everyone, but we'd die free. Die on our terms. The arguments lasted 4 hours, passionate, angry, terrified. People wanted safety, wanted leadership, wanted someone to tell them the right answer. But there wasn't one, just impossible choices and tragic consequences. The vote was 29 for alliance, 28 against. Donnie broke the tie. He voted against. We'd reject Sullivan's offer, prepare for war, fight for our independence, our community, our right to exist without submitting to tyranny. It was the right decision, the moral decision, the decision that would get people killed. I supported it anyway, because some things matter more than survival, dignity, freedom, humanity. If we surrendered those to survive, what exactly were we surviving for? Sullivan's response came at midnight. Day 34. Not violence, not threats, just a message. He understood, respected our choice. Said his offer would remain open when we were ready. When survival instinct overwhelmed pride, he'd be waiting. Then he pulled his forces back, ceded territory around Fenway, stopped patrols, stopped pressure, just let us be. It was strategic, brilliant, more effective than assault. He was letting us stew, letting us realize how difficult independent survival would be, letting resource scarcity and danger and exhaustion do his recruiting for him. And it was working. Within a week, people were questioning the decision, arguing for reconsideration. The community was fracturing again, not from betrayal this time, from honest disagreement about survival strategy. I kept faith, kept community, kept believing we'd find a way. But it was getting harder, every day a little harder, the weight of it all pressing down, the losses, the fear, the impossible responsibility of caring for everyone when I could barely care for myself. Some days I wondered if God was testing us. Other days I wondered if God was watching it all. But I kept praying, kept helping, kept believing. Because what else was there? Faith, community, hope. The only weapons I had. I'd use them until they broke. Or I did. Carlos Mendez died on day 39. I'm Yuki. Dr. Sharma did everything she could, removed the bullets, cleaned the wounds, administered antibiotics, but infection set in anyway. Sepsis. His body couldn't fight it. Not with our limited resources, not with his age, not with everything stacked against him. He died conscious. surrounded by people he'd helped, people whose lives he'd saved through his building, his engineering, his practical competence. He said he was proud of what we'd built, proud to have been part of it. Said we reminded him of his family, the wife and 2 daughters he'd lost in the first days. Said being useful again had given his life meaning, purpose, made the suffering worth it. Then he died, quietly, peacefully. Dr. Sharma held his hand. Father Flynn performed last rites. We buried him outside Fenway, marked his grave, honored his sacrifice. 52 people remained. The losses were accelerating, not from infected anymore, from humans, from the consequences of survival. The supplies were becoming a problem. We'd been at Fenway for 39 days. Food was running low. Water filtration was functional but strained. Medical supplies were critical. We needed to scavenge. But Sullivan controlled most nearby resources. Going into his territory meant conflict, risk, possible death. Donnie organized scavenging teams anyway. No choice. 6 people per team, armed, careful. They'd hit targets outside Sullivan's core territory, industrial areas, abandoned stores, anywhere that might have supplies. It was dangerous. But starvation was certain death. Risk was just possible death. The math was simple. I volunteered for scavenging. Dr. Sharma needed me here, but I needed to be useful. Needed to contribute beyond lab work. Needed to make my presence valuable enough that nobody questioned my background. Tommy led our team. Me, Bulldog, Rosie, Dr. Sharma, Marco Costa. We'd hit a pharmaceutical warehouse in Roxbury. High risk, but high reward. The warehouse was intact, locked. Bulldog forced the door. We entered carefully, cleared rooms, found supplies, antibiotics, painkillers, surgical equipment, more than we could carry. Enough to keep Dr. Sharma working for months. We started loading bags. That's when we heard them, not infected. Humans. Another scavenging team, 8 people, well-armed, professional. They saw us. We saw them. Standoff. Tommy started talking, identified us, asked their affiliation. They were independent, survivors from Dorchester. No connection to Sullivan, just people trying to survive. We negotiated. Both teams needed supplies. Warehouse had enough for everyone. We'd split it, 50-50. Take what we needed and leave. No violence. They agreed. We worked together, sorted supplies, divided fairly. It was almost civilized, almost normal. 2 groups of survivors cooperating instead of killing. Then Marco saw her. One of the other team's members, a woman, maybe 30. Dark hair. Looked like Isabella. Not actually. Just similar build. Similar features. Something in Marco broke. He started screaming. Accused them of working for Sullivan, of being responsible for Isabella's trauma, of being complicit. They tried to calm him down, explain they had nothing to do with Sullivan. Had never even met the man. Marco didn't hear them, couldn't hear them. He raised his pistol. Tommy tried to stop him, too slow. Marco fired, hit the woman in the shoulder. She went down screaming, then everyone was shooting, both teams, close quarters, chaos. Bulldog killed 3 of them in maybe 5 seconds. Rosie killed 2 more. Tommy was hit in the leg. Dr. Sharma dragged him to cover. I froze. Just stood there watching people kill each other over a misunderstanding. Over trauma. Over broken survivors breaking further. The shooting stopped. 6 of them dead. 2 fled. Marco was dead. Shot in the head by one of their team before Bulldog killed the shooter. The woman Marco had shot initially was dying. Dr. Sharma tried to help her. The woman pushed her away. Said she didn't want help from murderers. Then she died, alone, bleeding out on a warehouse floor because Marco Costa couldn't control his trauma. We gathered supplies, gathered Marco's body, left the rest, got back to Fenway with less than we'd hoped but more than we'd feared. Tommy's wound was superficial. Clean through and through, Dr. Sharma stitched him up. He'd live. Marco wouldn't. Isabella lost her husband barely a week after getting him back. Her screaming echoed through Fenway for hours. Then silence. She stopped talking, stopped eating, just existed in numb silence. Father Flynn tried to help her. Said grief was natural. Said God understood suffering. Said Marco was at peace. She looked at him with dead eyes. Said there was no God, no peace, no meaning. Just violence and loss and endless suffering. Then she walked away. Flynn looked like she'd stabbed him. Maybe she had. Sometimes words cut deeper than knives. Day 40. We'd lost the capable, the promising, the faithful, half of the couple, the betrayer. The doctor equivalent in Amy Reeves. Now Marco. 8 deaths from our original group, 51 people remaining. The attrition was relentless, accelerating. Even without major battles, even with Sullivan's forces pulled back, we were dying anyway, slowly, inevitably. I wondered how long until someone figured out my role, how long until they needed a scapegoat, someone to blame for the outbreak, for the deaths, for everything. I'd given them targets, Dr. Rothstein, the IRA, Sullivan. But what if that wasn't enough? What if they needed someone living to punish, to execute for justice? I kept working, kept helping Dr. Sharma, kept myself valuable, essential. The best protection against discovery was usefulness. As long as I was helping more than hurting, they'd keep me around. Maybe, hopefully. But the guilt never stopped. Every person who died, every loss, every tragedy, all of it flowing from that initial weaponization, that initial choice to stay silent, to choose safety over ethics, to be complicit in apocalypse. Some days I wanted to confess, wanted the release, the honesty, the punishment I deserved. Other days I wanted to survive, to keep helping, to earn redemption through action if not through absolution. I didn't know which impulse would win, just that eventually one would. But not day 40. Not yet. I still had work to do, people to help, survival to facilitate. The reckoning would come. But not today. Day 42. Sullivan made contact again. I'm Tommy now. Not through threats, through trade, he sent an envoy. Woman named Captain Sarah Chen, Coast Guard. She commanded her own survivor group, 50 people, based in Charlestown, allied with Sullivan but semi-autonomous. She wanted to establish communication with Fenway, maybe trade routes, maybe information sharing, maybe eventual alliance. Donnie agreed to meet. Neutral ground, Old Boston Common, midpoint between territories. 6 people per side, no weapons visible, but nobody was stupid enough to go unarmed. I went. Bulldog went. Rosie, Father Flynn, Dr. Sharma, and Donnie. Captain Chen brought 5 others, professional types, military bearing, disciplined. The meeting was tense but productive. Chen was 40 maybe, sharp, pragmatic. She explained Sullivan's network, multiple allied groups, shared resources, coordinated defense against infected. She said Sullivan's reputation was harsh but earned. He ruled through strength because weakness meant death. But he wasn't indiscriminately cruel, just ruthlessly practical. She offered trade, medical supplies for food, information for security assistance. Gradual integration instead of forced submission. Said we could maintain autonomy while benefiting from cooperation. Said isolation was death sentence. Eventually supplies would run out. Eventually infected would overwhelm us. Eventually we'd need help. Why not establish relationships now, while we had bargaining power? Donnie listened carefully, asked questions about Sullivan's long-term goals, about the price of alliance, about what happened to groups that resisted. Chen was honest, said Sullivan expected loyalty, contribution, respect. Groups that resisted were eliminated, but groups that cooperated thrived. It was simple, brutal, effective. We didn't commit, said we'd discuss it, take another vote. Chen understood, said the offer stood. gave us a radio frequency for communication, said they monitored it daily. Anything we needed, anything we wanted to discuss, just call. Then she left. Professional, cordial, dangerous. Back at Fenway, the debate started immediately. Some people wanted alliance, wanted safety, resources, protection. Others saw it as surrender, slow-motion conquest, loss of everything we'd fought to protect. The arguments were passionate, exhausting, familiar. We'd had this conversation before, we'd have it again, and again, until we decided or until something decided for us. I stayed out of it mostly. I'd given my opinion, shared my knowledge of Sullivan's operation, of his methods, of what alliance really meant. But the decision wasn't mine alone. Couldn't be. This affected everyone. Everyone deserved input. Privately, I thought alliance was inevitable. We couldn't survive indefinitely alone. Resources would fail. People would die. Eventually, we'd have no choice. The question was whether we negotiated from strength or desperation, from choice or necessity. Donnie knew this. I could see it in his face. The weight of leadership, of knowing the right answer and hating it anyway. Day 45. Aidan Flynn died, just died. No violence, no infection, just stopped breathing in his sleep. Dr. Sharma examined him, said it was his heart. Congenital defect she hadn't known about, the stress of survival, the trauma, the surgery, everything together was too much. His heart just gave out. He was 8 years old. Father Flynn buried his nephew next to Carlos Mendez, performed the service himself, voice breaking, hands shaking. This man who'd survived 72 years, who'd found faith through boxing and priesthood, who'd maintained composure through apocalypse. This man broke. Completely, publicly, he wept, raged, questioned God, questioned everything. Maggie held him, let him break, let him grieve. Said nothing because there was nothing to say. Sometimes presence is enough, sometimes it's all we have. The death hit everyone hard. Aidan had been innocent, pure, the kind of person worth protecting, worth saving. His death felt like failure. Like all our efforts meant nothing. If we couldn't save an 8-year-old boy, if we couldn't protect the most vulnerable among us, then what were we doing? What was the point? Morale collapsed. People stopped talking, stopped hoping, just existed, went through motions, survival without purpose, life without meaning. We needed something, anything. A reason to keep fighting, keep believing. Donnie tried. Gave speeches, reminded people what we'd accomplished, the community we'd built, the lives we'd saved. It rang hollow. We'd saved lives. Then watched them die anyway. What did it matter? I watched the collapse with cold calculation. This was the moment, the breaking point. Either we'd rally or we'd scatter. Either leadership would restore hope or community would dissolve. I could push either direction, strengthen Donnie's position or undermine it, create opportunity from crisis. I chose to support Donnie, actively, publicly, spoke at gatherings, shared my story, ex-con to community member, selfish to supportive. Proof that people could change, that purpose could be found even in apocalypse. It wasn't entirely true. I was still selfish, still calculating. But it was true enough, and sometimes true enough is sufficient. Others joined. Bulldog shared his transformation, violence with purpose instead of violence as nature. Maggie shared her faith, tested but enduring. Rosie shared her survival, loss transforming to strength. Father Flynn couldn't speak. Grief had taken his voice, but others spoke for him, about his dedication, his love, his nephew's memory living on through community. Slowly, gradually, people started talking again, started hoping again. Not like before, not innocent hope, scarred hope, realistic hope, hope tempered by loss and grief and suffering. But hope nonetheless. The kind that survives everything, that endures because the alternative is unthinkable. Day 50. The community had stabilized, 50 people remaining. We'd lost Aidan, lost Marco, Lost Carlos. Lost our doctor equivalent in Amy Reeves. But the core group held. Donnie, Maggie, Bulldog, Dr. Sharma, Rosie, the Finnegan brothers, Rodriguez, Father Flynn, Big Mike Sullivan, others. Survivors, warriors, community. We accepted Captain Chen's offer. Limited alliance. Trade only. No military cooperation, no political integration, just commerce. Resources for resources, information for information. Donnie negotiated hard. Established boundaries, made clear we were partners, not subordinates. Chen agreed. Said Sullivan would accept the terms for now. The first trade happened day 52. Medical supplies for canned food. Fair exchange. Cordial, professional, no tricks, no betrayals, just two groups helping each other survive. It felt almost normal, almost civilized, like maybe humanity wasn't entirely dead, but I knew better. Knew Sullivan, knew his methods. This was step one. Establish trust, build dependence, wait for crisis. Then leverage desperation into submission, patient conquest, inevitable conquest. Just slower than violence. I didn't tell anyone. What good would it do? We needed the supplies, needed the trade, needed the breathing room. Knowing Sullivan's endgame didn't change our options, just changed our timeline. We'd deal with it when it came, if we survived that long. Day 55, everything changed. A new group arrived at Fenway, not infected, not hostile, just desperate. 12 people, families, children. They'd walked from Brookline, through infected territory, lost half their group, needed sanctuary, needed help, needed community. We took them in, obviously. Couldn't turn away families, couldn't turn away children. Increased our numbers to 62. Strained our resources, but it was the right thing to do. The human thing. The thing that made us different from Sullivan. We helped people. Even when it cost us, especially when it cost us. One of the new arrivals was a woman named Lieutenant Elizabeth Harding. Army, 33 years old, combat veteran. She'd been stationed at Hanscom when the outbreak hit. Survived, led soldiers to safety, then lost most of them to infected, to Sullivan's forces, to attrition. She'd brought her remaining people to Fenway hoping for community, for purpose. For something worth protecting. She was impressive, professional, capable. Bulldog immediately recruited her for security. She had training he couldn't match, tactical knowledge, leadership experience. She'd commanded platoons, coordinated operations, fought actual wars. She made us better, stronger, more dangerous. But she brought news, terrible news. The Navy was losing patience with Boston. The infection was spreading beyond the city despite quarantine. Spores were traveling on wind, on wildlife, on fleeing refugees. The containment was failing. The Joint Chiefs were recommending nuclear strike, sterilize the city, eliminate the threat, accept the loss. The president hadn't approved it yet. But the discussion was active, ongoing. If infection spread to New York or Providence or anywhere beyond Massachusetts, the order would come. Boston would be destroyed. Everyone in it would die. We had days, maybe weeks, not months. The news spread through Fenway like spores themselves, panic, terror, despair. We'd survived the outbreak, survived the infected, survived Sullivan, survived each other. And now we'd be vaporized by our own government. Killed to save others, sacrificed for the greater good. It was darkly funny. All our struggles, all our choices, all our losses, meaningless. We were dead anyway. Just didn't know it yet. But Donnie didn't accept it. He said we'd find a way out. Evacuate the city, reach Navy ships, prove we were uninfected, negotiate sanctuary. Something, anything. We'd fought too hard to give up now, lost too much to quit. I wanted to believe him. Wanted to think survival was possible. But I knew the truth. We were trapped. The Navy wasn't negotiating, the bridges were destroyed, the tunnels collapsed. The blockade was absolute. We were going to die in Boston, all of us. The only question was whether we died from infected, from Sullivan, from each other, or from nuclear fire, but I didn't say that, just nodded, agreed with Donnie, started planning impossible escapes because what else was there to do? Give up? Surrender? Die quietly? Not my style. I'd fight until the end. Even if the end was inevitable, even if survival was impossible, because that's who I am, a survivor, even in situations that can't be survived. Day 58. I'm Maggie. Father Flynn started drinking. Not socially, desperately. He'd lost his faith when Aiden died, lost his purpose, lost his connection to God. Now he was just a 72-year-old man drowning in grief and alcohol and meaninglessness. I tried to help, tried to pray with him. He pushed me away. Said prayer was worthless. Said God was dead or never existed. Said everything he'd believed was lies. It hurt, watching him collapse. This man who'd been rock solid, who'd given me strength when I had none, who'd represented endurance and faith and resilience. Seeing him broken felt like watching a foundation crumble, like losing the ground beneath my feet. But I couldn't force him to believe, couldn't force him to hope. Faith doesn't work that way. It has to be chosen, embraced, found. I could be present, could offer support, could pray for him even if he wouldn't pray himself. That was all. It felt insufficient, but it was all I had. Isabella Costa committed suicide on day 60. Dr. Sharma found her. She'd taken pills, entire bottle of sleeping medication from the pharmacy stocks. Left a note, said she couldn't live without Marco. Couldn't process the trauma, couldn't find purpose. Said she was sorry, hoped we'd understand, hoped we'd forgive her. We did. How could we not? She'd suffered so much, lost so much, been broken beyond repair. Death was release, mercy, peace. Dr. Sharma said it clinically, but I heard the emotion, the grief, the understanding. This doctor who saved lives constantly recognized when life wasn't worth saving. When mercy meant letting go, we buried Isabella next to Marco, reunited in death. Father Flynn couldn't perform the service. Too drunk, too broken. I did it instead, not Catholic, not clergy, just a woman who believed in God and grace and the possibility that love transcended death. I said words I hoped were true. Hoped mattered, hoped provided comfort. 60 people remaining. The losses were accelerating again. Not from violence now, from despair, from grief, from the weight of survival becoming too heavy to bear. We needed hope, needed purpose, needed something beyond just existing. Donnie announced we'd attempt evacuation. Day 62. The Navy blockade had weak points. Captain Chen had information, old smuggling routes Tommy knew. We'd gather everyone, everything. Attempt to reach the harbor, board boats, reach Navy ships, prove we were uninfected, negotiate asylum. It was desperate, probably suicidal. But it was something. Action instead of waiting, choice instead of fate. Not everyone wanted to go. Some preferred to stay. Take their chances with Sullivan, with the infected, with whatever came. Donnie didn't force them, said everyone could choose. Community was voluntary, survival was personal. He'd lead anyone willing to try. The rest could stay with his blessing. 43 people chose evacuation, 17 stayed. Father Flynn stayed. Said he'd die in Boston, where Aiden was buried, where his life had meaning. I tried to convince him to come. He refused, hugged me, said I'd been good friend, good person, good example of faith. Said he was sorry he couldn't match it anymore. Said he hoped God forgave him. He wasn't sure he forgave God. I left crying. Couldn't help it. This was goodbye. Final goodbye. We'd never see each other again. This man who'd been pillar and friend and mentor, gone by his own choice, his own despair, his own surrender, but I couldn't force him, couldn't save him from himself. Sometimes love means letting go, even when it destroys you, even when it feels like abandonment. Sometimes the most faithful thing we can do is respect someone else's choice, even when it's the wrong choice, even when it means losing them. Day 63. The evacuation attempt began. 43 people, limited supplies, desperate hope. Donnie led. Bulldog provided security. Tommy navigated smuggling routes. Lieutenant Harding coordinated tactics. Dr. Sharma managed medical. Rosie scouted. I prayed, constantly, desperately begged God for safe passage, for protection, for survival. We didn't get it. The evacuation was a disaster. I'm Donnie. We made it maybe 2 miles before Sullivan's forces intercepted us. Not Captain Chen's group. Sullivan's personal forces, led by his lieutenant, man named Kieran Doyle, K-Dog, vicious enforcer, Sullivan's attack dog. They had superior numbers, superior weapons, superior position. We were surrounded, pinned. Doyle gave us options: surrender, join Sullivan's network, accept full integration, or die. All of us, right there, simple choice. He gave us 5 minutes to decide. The votes weren't votes anymore, just survival instinct. People begging to surrender, to live, to not die in an alley in Boston. I couldn't blame them, couldn't argue. This was my plan, my decision, my responsibility. I'd led them into trap, into death. The least I could do was accept the consequences. I voted to surrender. Told everyone it was okay, we'd tried, we'd live. Find another way later. Maybe. Probably not. But immediate survival beat immediate death. We'd adapt, survive, become whatever we needed to become. Bulldog voted to fight, said surrender was slow death. We'd die anyway. Might as well die free, die with dignity. Take some of them with us, make it mean something. Several people agreed, young people mostly. Rosie, some dock workers. People who'd rather die fighting than live submitting. The community split. 28 for surrender, 15 for fighting. I was the tiebreaker, again, always. The weight of leadership, the burden of deciding who lives and dies, who fights and who surrenders. I chose surrender, saved lives, lost freedom, made the practical choice, the cowardly choice, the necessary choice. Doyle accepted our surrender, disarmed us, separated us, questioned us, found out our skills, our values, our usefulness. Some people he designated for labor, some for combat training, some for specialized roles, Dr. Sharma for medical, Yuki for research, Maggie for community management, me for logistics, my dock experience, my leadership ability. Sullivan wanted people who could organize, coordinate, make his empire function, the 15 who chose to fight. Doyle executed on the spot, Bulldog, Rosie, the Finnegan brothers, Rodriguez, Big Mike Sullivan, others. Lined them up, shot them one by one, methodical, professional, made us watch, made us understand the cost of resistance, the price of defiance. I watched Bulldog die. This warrior who'd found purpose in protection, this violent man who'd channeled his nature into something good, something worthwhile, shot in the back of the head, dropped like meat, all that skill, all that transformation, all that potential gone. Because I'd led us into Sullivan's trap. Because I'd made the wrong choice. Rosie was last, 16 years old. She looked at me before they shot her. No accusation, no anger, just acknowledgement. She'd made her choice. I'd made mine. Both were valid, both had costs. She didn't blame me. The gunshot echoed. She fell. Another child dead in an apocalypse that devoured children first. Sullivan met us personally when they brought us to his compound, day 64. He was 58, gray hair, hard eyes, expensive suit somehow still clean. He looked like businessman, not warlord. Spoke like politician, not dictator. Welcomed us, said we'd made smart choice. Said surrender was wisdom, not cowardice. Said we'd thrive in his community, contribute, belong, be protected. It was all lies, seductive lies, necessary lies, but lies. We were prisoners, slaves, resources to be exploited. He'd use us until we broke, then replace us. That was the reality. Everything else was propaganda. But we were alive. 28 people who'd chosen surrender. Alive, breathing, still capable of hope, still capable of resistance. Maybe. Eventually. If opportunity came. If we survived that long. Lieutenant Harding was assigned to Sullivan's military operations. She'd be retrained, reprogrammed, turned from soldier to enforcer, from protector to oppressor. I watched her face as they explained, saw her accept it, saw her calculate odds, saw her choose survival over principles, couldn't judge her. I'd made the same choice. Tommy disappeared, just gone. I found out later he'd been recognized, his smuggling background, his criminal connections. Sullivan knew him. Old business partner, apparently. Sullivan had him executed quietly, privately, no ceremony, no message, just elimination of potential threat. Tommy Byrne, ex-con, smuggler, survivor, the man who'd chosen community over selfishness, dead, because his past caught up, because Sullivan never forgot, because in this world history mattered more than transformation. Dr. Sharma and Yuki were assigned to medical research. Sullivan wanted them to study the cordyceps, find weaknesses, develop countermeasures, not for humanity, for his empire, so he could expand safely, control more territory, gather more survivors, build bigger prison disguised as community. Maggie was assigned to ideology. Sullivan wanted her to preach, to his people, to newcomers, to use her faith and compassion to make subjugation palatable, to convince people that serving Sullivan was serving God, that empire was community, that slavery was freedom, the ultimate perversion of everything she believed. She refused. They beat her. She still refused. They threatened to kill her. She said, "Do it. Death was better than blasphemy." Sullivan laughed, said he admired her conviction, said he'd find use for her anyway. Assigned her to children, education, child care, using her compassion, her gentleness, her maternal nature. She accepted. Protecting children was sacred, even Sullivan's children, even Empire's children. Innocents deserved protection regardless of context. Me, they made a supervisor, logistics coordinator, resource management, using my doc experience, my leadership ability, my willingness to comply. I organized supplies, coordinated workers, made Sullivan's empire function efficiently. I hated it. Hated myself, but I did it. Because refusal meant death. Because compliance meant survival. Because I'd already chosen surrender, already sacrificed dignity, already betrayed everyone who'd trusted me. Day 70. Sullivan's empire was impressive, terrifying. 270 people now, multiple strongholds, coordinated defense, regular supplies, medical care, structure, order, everything a survivor community needed. Built on fear, maintained through violence, powered by coercion. But functional, effective, surviving. He controlled most of South Boston and Dorchester, allied with Captain Chen's group in Charlestown, had agreements with smaller groups elsewhere, was negotiating with settlements outside Boston, building trade networks, establishing authority, creating government from apocalypse. It would have been admirable if it wasn't horrific. The infected were almost gone, 90% of them dead, starved, deteriorated. The cordyceps needed living hosts. Without constant fresh infection, the population crashed. Small groups remained, dangerous but manageable. Sullivan's forces cleared them systematically, made Boston safe. Safe for his empire, safe for his expansion. I saw Declan Murphy working in the armory, Sullivan's nephew, the defector who'd maybe been genuine, maybe been plant. He saw me, looked away. Shame? Guilt? Relief? Couldn't tell. He'd survived too. We both had. What did that make us? Cowards? Collaborators? Survivors? All of the above, probably. Day 75. Lieutenant Harding tried to kill Sullivan, assassinate him during inspection. She'd been planning for days, working logistics, finding opportunity. She got close, knife to his throat. 1 second from ending his reign, his tyranny, his empire. Kieran Doyle shot her. Reaction time inhuman, training absolute. Harding went down, dying. Sullivan stood over her, disappointed, said she'd had potential, could have been valuable. Waste of talent, waste of training, waste of useful resource. Then he shot her again, made sure she was dead, had her body displayed, warning to others. This is what resistance gets you. This is what betrayal earns. This is the cost of defiance. It worked. Nobody else tried. Fear was absolute. Control complete. Sullivan had won, completely, decisively. Apocalypse had given birth to dictator, and we were his subjects, his prisoners, his property. Day 82. News came. The Navy had decided. Nuclear strike approved. Boston would be destroyed in 48 hours. Complete sterilization. Eliminate the cordyceps threat permanently. Accept the collateral damage. The people inside were acceptable losses, necessary sacrifices, strategic imperatives. Sullivan didn't panic. Gathered his top people, me included, announced his plan. We'd evacuate. Not everyone, just essential personnel. Skilled workers, useful people. The rest would be abandoned, left to die in the blast. Acceptable losses, just like the Navy's calculation, just from different perspective. He had boats, hidden, offshore, outside the blockade. Smuggling route Tommy had told him about before his execution. Sullivan had been preparing for this, knew it was coming, had contingency plans, always did. That's what made him dangerous. Not violence, not cruelty, competence, preparation, ruthless pragmatism. 90 people would evacuate, 180 would stay, die, be vaporized when the bombs fell. Sullivan made the selections personally, coldly, logically. Who was useful? Who was replaceable? Who deserved survival? Who earned death? I was selected. Useful. Logistics. Organizational ability worth saving. Maggie was selected. Childcare, education valuable. Dr. Sharma was selected. Medical expertise essential. Yuki was selected. Research knowledge important. Declan Murphy was selected. Family, loyalty automatically protected. 180 others weren't. Workers, elderly, weak, children without useful parents. People Sullivan had absorbed but never valued. They'd die, screaming probably, begging certainly. Abandoned by the community they'd been forced to join, killed by the empire that promised protection, betrayed by the man who demanded loyalty. This was evil, absolute evil, logical evil, efficient evil, but evil. And I was part of it, complicit, again, always. I'd chosen survival over resistance, compliance over defiance, life over dignity. And now I'd survive while others died. Because Sullivan found me useful, because I'd made myself valuable, because I'd collaborated. The guilt was crushing. Absolute. I should refuse, should stay, should die with the abandoned, the sacrificed, the people who'd trusted Sullivan, who'd believed his promises, who'd thought empire meant safety. I should make that choice, that sacrifice, that redemption, but I didn't. I accepted my selection, prepared to evacuate, chose survival again, cowardice again, selfishness again. Because that's who I am, who I've always been. Not the leader I pretended to be, not the hero people needed. Just a dock worker who swings cargo hooks and makes practical choices and survives at others' expense. Day 83. 24 hours until nuclear strike. Sullivan's evacuation began. 90 people, limited supplies, 3 boats, hidden dock in Charlestown. Navy ships wouldn't see us, wouldn't stop us. We'd slip through, sail north, reach Maine. New Hampshire, somewhere beyond the strike zone, somewhere we could rebuild. Captain Sarah Chen was coming. Her entire group, 50 people. Sullivan was absorbing them, alliance becoming integration. She'd negotiated good terms. Her people would be protected, valued, given authority in whatever came next. She'd chosen correctly. Survival over pride, pragmatism over principles. The boats were small, smuggling vessels, built for speed, not comfort. 90 people plus Chen's 50, 140 total, packed tight. Dangerous but doable. Sullivan had run these routes before the outbreak, knew them. Had captains who understood navigation, tides, hazards. We'd make it, probably. I was helping load supplies when I saw Father Flynn, standing outside Sullivan's compound, watching, waiting. I hadn't seen him since the evacuation attempt. Thought he'd stayed at Fenway. Died there when Sullivan's forces cleared it. But here he was. 72 years old, drunk, broken, alive. He looked at me. Recognition, disappointment, understanding. He knew I'd surrendered, collaborated, survived at others' expense. But he didn't judge, just acknowledged. One broken man recognizing another, one survivor understanding another's shame. I asked if he wanted to evacuate, get on the boats, escape. Sullivan might allow it, might not. Worth asking. Flynn shook his head, said he was staying, dying in Boston with Aiden, with everyone else abandoned. He'd watched Sullivan's forces clear Fenway, watched them execute the 17 who'd stayed, watched them absorb supplies, watched them destroy what we'd built. He'd hidden, survived, then followed, witnessed everything. He said he was proud of me, surviving, leading people to safety, making hard choices. It was sarcasm, bitterness, grief, but also truth, distorted truth, painful truth. I had survived. I had made choices. They were wrong choices, cowardly choices, selfish choices, but they were mine. Flynn said he'd pray for me, for everyone evacuating, for everyone being abandoned, for Boston, for humanity, for God if God was listening. He wasn't sure anymore, but he'd pray anyway, because that's all he had left. That's all any of us had left. Hope in the face of meaninglessness, faith in the face of despair, prayer in the face of extinction. I hugged him. This man who'd been rock, who'd been father figure, who'd been example, now drunk and broken and dying. I said I was sorry. Sorry for surrendering. Sorry for failing. Sorry for surviving. He said it wasn't my fault. Said I'd done my best. Said survival didn't need apology, just acknowledgement, just honesty, just grief. Then he walked away, back into Boston, back to die, back to be with his nephew. I watched him go, didn't try to stop him, couldn't stop him, just witnessed his choice, his sacrifice, his surrender to different God than survival. Day 84, 4 hours until nuclear strike. The evacuation was complete. 140 people on 3 boats. Sullivan's empire in miniature, sailing north, escaping apocalypse, leaving everyone else to burn. I was on boat 2. Sullivan was on boat 1, the primary vessel, command center, protected, secured. Maggie was on boat 3. Dr. Sharma was on boat 2 with me. Yuki was on boat 1. Declan Murphy was on boat 1. We were divided, distributed, risk management. If one boat failed, others would survive. Cold logic, effective strategy. Sullivan thought of everything. The boats left Charlestown at midnight, day 84. 4 hours before the strike. Plenty of time, plenty of distance. We'd be safe, we'd survive. We'd rebuild somewhere, start over, create new community, new empire, new world from the ashes of the old. I watched Boston recede. City of my birth, city of my life, city of my failure, burning, empty, doomed. In 4 hours it would be glass, ash, radiation, nothing, everything I'd known, everyone I'd failed. All of it erased, sterilized, eliminated. Colleen was dead. Probably. I'd never found her body, never confirmed. But she was gone. Buried in whatever happened to Mass General. Buried in the city I was fleeing. I'd never said goodbye, never honored her. Never did anything except survive without her. The guilt of that, the shame, the sorrow. It followed me onto the boat, sailed north with me, would stay with me forever. The nuclear strike happened on schedule. We were 60 miles offshore, Maine coast in sight, far enough, safe enough. We saw the flash, heard the thunder, felt the wave even at that distance. Boston died, instantly, completely. 1 million people before the outbreak, maybe 5,000 when the bombs fell. Now 0, complete, total, absolute. I waited for relief, for satisfaction, for something, felt nothing, just emptiness, just grief, just the weight of survival when everyone else died, when everyone else burned, when everyone else paid for my cowardice, for my choices, for my continued existence. Sullivan stood on deck, watched Boston burn, smiled, said it was over, the old world, the old rules, the old morality, everything that had constrained us, limited us, held us back, gone. Now we'd build something new, something better, something stronger. We were the chosen, the worthy, the survivors. We'd inherit whatever came next. Nobody argued, nobody disagreed. We'd all made the same choice. Survival over everything else. We'd all climbed into boats while others burned. We'd all chosen ourselves over community, over principle, over humanity. We were Sullivan's people now. His empire, his future, and we'd earned it through cowardice and collaboration and the relentless selfishness of survival. Day 85, I'm Yuki. We'd reached Maine. Small coastal town. Empty. Abandoned during the outbreak. Sullivan secured it quickly, established perimeter, began consolidation, organization, the empire rebuilding, all ready, immediately. That was Sullivan. No rest, no grief, just forward motion, just expansion, just power. Dr. Sharma was setting up medical facility. I was helping. She hadn't spoken much since the evacuation, since leaving Boston, since abandoning 180 people to nuclear fire. The guilt was visible. Physical, wearing her down, aging her, breaking her. I understood. I carried different guilt, older guilt, the original sin, the weaponization I'd enabled through silence, now compounded by new cowardice, new betrayal, new collaboration. The weight was crushing. But I carried it anyway. What choice did I have? Death, confession? Neither would undo anything, neither would save anyone. So I just carried it. Forever, until it crushed me or I grew numb enough to function anyway. Declan Murphy approached me. Day 86. Said he knew who I was, what I was. He'd worked at the lab, security. He'd been there during the IRA raid, seen everyone, including me hiding in cold storage, watching, doing nothing, saying nothing. He'd known all along, since the moment he arrived at Fenway. He'd recognized me, stayed silent. Waited. Now he wanted to know why. Why I'd stayed silent about the weaponization, why I'd enabled apocalypse. Why I'd let everyone die. He wasn't angry, just curious. Wanted to understand, wanted to know what kind of person does that, what kind of coward, what kind of monster. I told him the truth, scared. Visa dependent, family needing money, not my responsibility, someone else's problem, the same excuses, the same rationalizations, the same pathetic justifications I'd been telling myself for 86 days. He listened, nodded, said he understood, said most people would make the same choice, said cowardice was human, universal, expected. Then he said he was telling Sullivan about my role, about the lab, about everything. Sullivan valued useful people, punished disruptive people. Understanding the cordyceps at this level, invaluable. But withholding information, lying about background, unforgivable. Sullivan would decide my fate. Declan would just provide information. No judgment, no emotion, just facts. I begged him not to. Explained I'd been helping, contributing, making amends through action. Declan shrugged, said Sullivan deserved complete information, said honesty mattered, said I'd had weeks to confess, chose silence, chose deception. Now I'd face consequences. He told Sullivan that night. Sullivan questioned me personally, confirmed everything, my role at the lab. My knowledge of weaponization, my silence about it, my continued deception through 86 days. He wasn't angry, just disappointed. Said I could have been truly valuable, could have been trusted. Instead, I'd been liar, coward, liability. But he didn't kill me. That would have been mercy. Instead, he made me confess, publicly, to everyone. Told the entire community my role, my complicity, my guilt, the original sin of the outbreak. Everyone they'd lost, every horror they'd endured, all flowing from my silence, my cowardice, my choice. Maggie looked at me with such betrayal, such hurt. This woman who'd believed in redemption, in second chances, in the possibility of human goodness. I'd proven her wrong, proven faith was foolishness, proven trust was weakness. I'd destroyed something in her, something beautiful, something worth protecting. And I'd done it through cowardice, through lies, through selfish self-preservation. Dr. Sharma stopped working with me, couldn't look at me, couldn't forgive me. Her husband and daughters had died from the cordyceps I'd helped weaponize. Every patient she'd failed to save, every person who'd transformed, every tragedy, all traced back to me, to my lab, to my silence. She'd been kind to me, taught me, trusted me, and I'd been lying the entire time. Sullivan decided my punishment. I'd live, I'd work, I'd contribute, but I'd do it alone. Shunned, isolated, untrusted, the community pariah, the walking reminder of human weakness, of complicity, of the selfishness that enabled apocalypse. I'd survive, but I'd do it in hell, surrounded by people who knew what I was, what I'd done, what I'd cost them. It was just fair, deserved. I'd killed the world through silence. Now I'd live in the world I'd killed, alone, hated, broken. For however long Sullivan let me live, for however long I could endure the weight, for however long until suicide or execution or simple despair ended me. Some days I wished Declan had stayed silent. Some days I was grateful he didn't. The truth was painful but liberating. No more lies, no more hiding. Just honest acknowledgement of what I was, what I'd done, what I deserved. Maybe that was enough. Maybe that was all redemption could be, not forgiveness, not absolution, just truth. Just accountability, just carrying the weight you've earned. Day 90. I'm Maggie. My faith was shattered, not by the outbreak, not by the deaths, not by the nuclear strike, by Yuki's revelation, by understanding that a single person's cowardice had enabled all of it. That all the death, all the suffering, all the loss, traced back to one scared lab tech who chose visa security over speaking up. I'd believed in forgiveness, believed in redemption, believed everyone deserved second chances, but how do you forgive the person who killed the world? How do you redeem complicity in apocalypse? How do you offer second chances when first chances cost 1 million lives? I couldn't. I tried. I prayed. I searched scriptures. I sought guidance. Nothing helped. The anger was too deep, the betrayal too complete, the damage too severe. Yuki had destroyed my faith, not in God, in humanity, in the possibility that people were fundamentally good. That kindness mattered. That community could overcome anything. I still worked with the children. Sullivan's empire had 17 kids, orphans mostly, some with parents, all traumatized, all broken. All needing care. I gave it. Because children deserve protection, deserve love, deserve innocence. Even empire's children, even dictators' children, even children born from apocalypse. But I was different now, harder, colder, more cynical. The compassion was practiced, not genuine. The kindness was duty, not nature. The faith was habit, not belief. Something had broken in me, something essential, something that made me who I was. Yuki had killed it, killed Sister Maggie. Left behind just Maggie. Just a woman going through motions, just a survivor without purpose. Day 93. Donnie hanged himself. I found him. In the warehouse Sullivan used for storage. He'd written a note, left it with his body. It listed everyone who died under his leadership, everyone he'd failed to protect, everyone he'd led to death. The note was 4 pages long, 52 names, 52 people who'd trusted him, followed him, believed in him. All dead because of his choices, his decisions, his failures. At the end, he wrote, "I surrendered to save lives. I led people to Sullivan. I climbed into boats while others burned. I survived. They didn't. I can't live with that anymore. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. We buried him." Sullivan allowed it, showed respect, said Donnie had been valuable, competent, useful, waste of resources. But everyone had breaking points. Everyone had limits. Donnie had reached his. Couldn't carry the weight anymore. Couldn't function. Couldn't survive his own survival. I understood. I was close to the same point. Close to deciding survival wasn't worth the cost. That existing without purpose was worse than not existing at all. That the weight of what we'd done, who we'd become, what we'd enabled was too much to carry. But I hadn't reached it yet. Still had the children, still had responsibility, still had duty. That kept me functioning, kept me moving, kept me alive. Barely. But enough. Dr. Sharma organized the burial, spoke at it, said Donnie had tried to do right, had tried to save people, had made hard choices in impossible situations. That history would judge him. God would judge him, but we should remember he'd tried, he'd cared, he'd led when no one else would. That mattered. That counted. That meant something. I wanted to believe her, wanted to think Donnie's leadership had value, had meaning, had purpose beyond survival, but I couldn't. He'd led us to Sullivan, led us to collaboration, led us to betrayal. He'd saved lives through surrender, then couldn't live with saving lives that way. What did that make him? Martyr? Coward? Victim? All of them probably. 78 people remaining from the 140 who evacuated. 62 had already given up. Suicide mostly. Some from infection. The infected weren't gone everywhere, just Boston. Other towns had clusters. Survivors encountered them, got infected, died transforming. The cordyceps was still killing, just slower, just less catastrophically. Day 95, Sullivan announced expansion plans. We'd move south, absorb other communities, build network, create regional government, eventually national. He saw the apocalypse as opportunity, reset button, chance to rebuild civilization correctly, under strong leadership, clear hierarchy, efficient organization, his vision, his rules, his empire. Some people were excited, new purpose, new meaning, new community. Others were skeptical, recognized tyranny, recognized oppression, recognized slavery disguised as governance. But nobody opposed openly. Donnie's suicide had sent message. Breaking was possible. Death was available. Resistance was pointless. Declan Murphy was Sullivan's right hand now. K-Dog was dead. Killed during a scavenging run, infected swarmed him, he'd fought well, died badly. Sullivan promoted Declan immediately, trusted him, valued him, family loyalty, ideological alignment. Ruthless pragmatism. Declan had proven himself repeatedly, proven he'd do anything, betray anyone, sacrifice everything for power, for survival, for empire. I watched him give orders. This young man who'd defected from Sullivan, who'd claimed remorse, who'd seemed genuine. All lies, probably. Or maybe genuine transformation in wrong direction. From conflicted to committed. From doubting to believing. From human to monster. The apocalypse made monsters of us all. Declan just embraced it faster than most. Day 98. Dr. Sharma approached me, asked if I wanted to run, escape, try to get away from Sullivan, find other survivors, other communities, places not corrupted by empire, not controlled by dictators. She had a plan, supplies, route, just needed someone willing, someone capable, someone desperate enough to try. I considered it, really considered it. Running meant freedom, meant resistance, meant rejecting everything Sullivan represented. But it also meant death, probably, almost certainly. Sullivan's people would hunt us, kill us, make examples of us. The risk was enormous, the odds terrible, the likelihood of success nearly zero. But I'd stopped believing in odds, stopped calculating risks, stopped thinking practically. My faith was broken, but I still had one thing: refusal to accept this empire, this tyranny, this slow transformation of survivors into slaves, into monsters, into things we'd promised ourselves we'd never become. I told Dr. Sharma yes, I'd run with her, try to escape, try to find something better, or die trying. At least death would mean something. Mean resistance, mean refusal, mean choosing humanity over survival, choosing dignity over existence, choosing faith, not in God maybe, but in something, in the possibility that something better existed, somewhere, somehow. We planned for one day, day 99. We'd leave at night, take supplies, head west, away from Sullivan's control, away from the coast into interior, find others, warn them, help them, build something different, something better, something worth surviving for. We never got the chance. Day 100. I'm Dr. Sharma. Sullivan discovered our plan. Declan had been watching Maggie, suspicious of her isolation, her withdrawal, her quiet desperation. He'd followed her, overheard us planning, reported to Sullivan, professional, efficient, loyal. Sullivan had us brought to him, public setting, everyone watching, made examples, showed trials. He asked why we'd betray him. After everything he'd done, protection, resources, community, we'd responded with treachery, disloyalty, ingratitude. I told him the truth, that he wasn't protection, he was prison. That his community was slavery, that his resources came at price too high. That we'd rather die free than live as his subjects, his property, his tools. Sullivan smiled, said he understood, said freedom was illusion anyway, that everyone served someone, served something, survival, ideology, family, empire. The question wasn't whether to serve, but who, what, why. He'd made the choice clear: serve him and thrive, resist him and die, simple, logical, honest. Maggie said God didn't want slaves, didn't want empire, wanted community built on love, on choice, on voluntary cooperation. Sullivan laughed, said God was dead, killed by the cordyceps, by human cruelty, by apocalypse. Only power remained, only strength, only will to survive at any cost. That was the new God, the only God, the God he served perfectly. He gave us choice, execution or submission, death or loyalty. We could die for our principles, for our resistance, for our faith, or we could live, work, serve, contribute to his empire, prove our value, earn our existence. Maggie chose death immediately, without hesitation, said she'd rather die with integrity than live without, said God would judge her on choices, not survival. Said she was ready to leave this world, this empire, this hell disguised as community. I chose to live again, always. I couldn't help myself. My daughters had died, my husband had died, my patients had died. Everyone I loved had died, but I survived, kept surviving, kept choosing life even when life was hell, even when death would be mercy, even when survival meant betrayal, compromise, collaboration. Sullivan executed Maggie personally, gun to the head, single shot. She didn't flinch, didn't beg, didn't recant, just died with dignity, with faith, with certainty that she was doing right thing, choosing right path, serving right God. I envied her, her certainty, her faith, her ability to choose death over compromise. I'd lost that, if I ever had it. I was built to save lives, not sacrifice them, not even my own. So I lived, again, survived again, betrayed everything I believed again, and hated myself, again, always, forever. Sullivan put me in charge of medical services, expanded role, more responsibility, more authority, rewarding my survival, my submission, my betrayal of Maggie, of myself, of everything. He said I was smart, practical, valuable, exactly what his empire needed: competent collaboration, skilled service, professional execution. He was right. I was all of those things, and I hated it. Hated him, hated myself, but I did it anyway. Because that's who I was, who I'd always been, doctor who saved lives. Even when the lives weren't worth saving, even when the systems weren't worth serving, even when survival itself was betrayal. Day 102. Sullivan moved the empire south. 120 people, 2 trucks, armed guards, Declan leading advance team. We absorbed 3 more survivor groups, 50 people total, some voluntarily, some coerced, all eventually compliant. That was Sullivan's gift, making submission seem inevitable, rational, necessary, making resistance seem futile, stupid, suicidal. I treated the sick, the wounded, the traumatized, kept people alive, kept empire functioning, kept collaborating, earning my survival, my security, my place in the system I despised. And every night I thought about Maggie, about her choice, about her faith, about her dignity, and wished I was strong enough to make the same choice. But I wasn't. I was weak, practical, pragmatic. I survived. That was my curse, my punishment, my hell. Surviving when I should have died, living when I should have been executed, serving empire when I should have resisted. This was my fate, my reality, my eternal damnation disguised as survival. Yuki worked alone, shunned, isolated, the walking reminder of complicity, of original sin, of how one person's cowardice enabled apocalypse. She deserved it, earned it. But it was still hard to watch, this woman breaking under weight of honest accountability, of public shame, of community judgment. Some days I thought she'd kill herself. End the suffering, end the guilt, end everything. She didn't. Just carried it. Day after day, week after week. The weight crushing her but not quite killing her. Not quite breaking her completely, just grinding her down, making her suffer, making her pay forever. It was just. It was fair. It was exactly what she deserved. And I envied her too. Her honesty, her accountability, her willingness to face consequences. I'd betrayed Maggie. Chosen submission. Chosen life over dignity, but I'd never confess, never face judgment, never accept consequences. I'd just keep serving, keep surviving, keep hiding from truth behind competence and usefulness and survival instinct. We were all cowards, all collaborators, all broken. The only difference was which lies we told ourselves, which justifications we accepted, which gods we served. Sullivan served power. I served survival, Yuki served guilt, Declan served empire, all of us betraying something, all of us broken in different ways. This was humanity after apocalypse, not noble survivors building better world, not communities of mutual support, not hope prevailing over despair. Just broken people serving broken systems, betraying each other, betraying themselves, surviving at any cost, surviving without purpose, surviving without meaning, just surviving. Day 105. I'm nobody now, just a narrator, an observer. The story continues but differently. Sullivan's empire grows, absorbs communities, establishes order, creates government from chaos, tyranny from apocalypse, prison from pandemic. 180 people now, then 200, then 250. Growing, expanding, succeeding. The infected are nearly extinct. 5% remain. Isolated clusters. Manageable threat. The cordyceps is burning out. Losing hosts, losing vectors, dying. The apocalypse is ending, not through human triumph, through pathogen exhaustion, through inevitable decline, through entropy. Civilization is rebuilding. Sullivan's version, hierarchical, authoritarian, efficient, it works. People are fed, protected, organized, governed, most accept it, prefer it. Choose tyranny over chaos, security over freedom, survival over dignity. That's humanity's choice, always has been, always will be. Some resist, small groups, independent communities, libertarians and idealists and romantics who think freedom matters more than food. Sullivan leaves them alone, mostly. They're not threats, just irrelevant, dying anyway. The future belongs to empire, to organization, to power. Resisting doesn't stop it, just makes resistors suffer more. Dr. Sharma serves, competently, professionally, hatefully, keeps people alive, keeps empire functioning, keeps betraying everything she believed. She's 43 now, looks 60. The weight of survival ages people faster than the virus ever did. Yuki serves too, alone, shunned, but useful. She knows the cordyceps better than anyone. Helps develop countermeasures, helps identify remaining infected clusters, helps protect empire from the apocalypse she helped create. Poetic, tragic, just. Declan Murphy is Sullivan's heir now. Clear succession plan, empire thinking generationally, about future, about legacy, about lasting beyond Sullivan's life. Declan is 35, ruthless, competent, loyal, everything empire needs, everything humanity should fear. The story ends here, day 112, not with triumph, not with hope, not with community prevailing, just with survival, cold, brutal, efficient, survival, empire surviving, tyranny surviving, humanity surviving in diminished form, broken form, corrupted form, but surviving. 4 people from the original Fenway community remain. Dr. Sharma, Yuki, Declan, and one unnamed dock worker who kept his head down, survived quietly, never led, never betrayed, never mattered. 4 out of 66.7% survival rate. The lucky ones, the cursed ones, the ones who lived when death would have been kinder. The dead are honored. Sometimes their names remembered, occasionally. Father Flynn, Aiden, Bulldog, Rosie, Tommy, Maggie, Donnie. All the others, 56 souls, 56 people who tried, who fought, who believed, who failed, who died, who were abandoned or executed or broken or lost. Their names are written here, their stories told, their choices documented. That's all memory can do. Record, witness, acknowledge, not redeem, not justify, not explain, just witness. The apocalypse killed millions. The virus, the infected, the nuclear strikes, the chaos, the violence, the despair. But it didn't kill humanity, just transformed it, made it harder, colder. More willing to sacrifice others, more willing to collaborate, more willing to choose survival over everything else, over love, over faith, over dignity, over humanity itself. Sullivan's empire represents that transformation, that choice, that bargain, survival at any cost, security through submission, order through tyranny. It's honest, at least. No pretense about freedom, about community, about voluntary cooperation, just power, just control, just empire. Take it or die, simple, brutal. True. The survivors live with their choices. Dr. Sharma chose survival over resistance, lives with it, hates it, can't escape it. Yuki chose silence over speaking up, lives with it, suffers for it, pays forever. Declan chose empire over humanity, lives with it, embraces it, succeeds through it. The unnamed dock worker chose anonymity over involvement, lives with it, survives through it, disappears into it. None of them are heroes. None of them are villains. They're just humans, making choices, facing consequences, surviving or not, living with themselves or not, finding meaning or not. They're what's left, what remains, what survived, not the best, not the worst, just the ones who made certain choices, certain compromises, certain sacrifices, and lived to regret them, or celebrate them, or ignore them. The future is Sullivan's, empire's, the systems he builds, the order he imposes, the civilization he creates from apocalypse. It will last, it will grow, it will succeed, because it's built on truth, harsh truth, Brutal truth, but truth. Humans are hierarchical, tribal, violent, willing to submit for security, willing to oppress for survival. Willing to build empires on bodies of the weak, the different, the resistant. The cordyceps didn't reveal that, just proved it, made it visible, made it undeniable, made it the foundation of everything that came after. Sullivan understood, embraced it, built on it. That's why he won. Not because he was strongest, because he was most honest about what humans are, what they want, what they'll accept, what they'll do, what they'll become. The story ends, not happily, not hopefully, not with redemption or triumph or transformation, just with survival. Empire surviving, humanity surviving in empire's image, the cost remembered, the dead honored, the living judged. By themselves if not by others, by history if not by God, by truth if nothing else. 4 survived from 60, 56 died. The numbers tell part of the story, the names tell more, the choices tell everything. What we chose, who we became, what we built, what we destroyed, what we saved, what we sacrificed, what we are, what we were, what will always be. Survivors, collaborators, cowards, humans making impossible choices in impossible times, living with consequences, dying with consequences, building worlds from ruins, corrupting worlds through weakness, being exactly what we always were, just more visible, more honest, more brutal, more human. The apocalypse is over, empire begins. This is what remains, what survived, what we are. The walking witnesses, the living documents, the final proof that humanity survives everything, even itself, even its own worst nature, even apocalypse, and builds from the ashes, not better, not worse, just what it always builds, power, order, empire, survival, whatever it takes, whatever it costs, whatever it means. Humanity endures, and that's the tragedy, the triumph, the truth, the end. Well, now, let's begin the next story. One that, unlike this one, will shock you even more. I was 30 feet up on the steel skeleton of what was supposed to become Phoenix's newest luxury high-rise when Miguel started screaming. Not the kind of scream you hear when someone drops a hammer or catches their hand in machinery. This was different. This was the sound of a man watching his own humanity drain out through his eyes. The date was June 14th, and the thermometer had already climbed past 108 degrees at 7 in the morning. Welcome to Phoenix in summer, where the air feels like standing in front of an open oven and the metal beams we worked on could brand flesh if you touched them bare-handed. I'd been running rebar for 6 hours, sweat pouring down my back despite the cooling vest under my high-vis shirt, thinking about nothing except finishing this section before the heat became truly unbearable and getting home to Rosa and the baby that was due in 3 months. Miguel was the foreman, 45 years old, built like a fire hydrant, with hands that could bend rebar and a laugh that carried across the entire construction site. He'd hired me 5 years ago when I'd just gotten out of the army, gave me a chance when I had nothing but a general discharge and a head full of things I was trying to forget. Good man, solid, the kind of guy who remembered your wife's name and asked about your kids. He was standing on the 3rd floor platform about 20 yards from my position, and he was changing. That's the only word I have for it, changing. His face had gone slack, mouth hanging open, and his eyes had taken on this milky quality like someone had poured milk into the pupils. His skin looked wrong too, grayish, like meat that had been left out too long. He was twitching, these little spasms running through his arms and legs, and the scream that came out of him wasn't words anymore. It was just sound. Pure animal terror and rage mixed together. "Miguel!" I yelled, dropping my tools and starting toward him. "Miguel, what's wrong?" He turned toward me and I stopped moving. Those weren't Miguel's eyes looking at me. Something else stared out from behind those milky white pupils, something that looked at me the way a starving dog looks at a piece of meat. His jaw worked up and down, teeth clicking together, and a rope of bloody drool spilled from his mouth. Then he charged. I'd seen men charge in combat. I'd been in Fallujah back in 2004, seen insurgents hopped up on adrenaline and God knows what running straight into machine gun fire. But this was different. Miguel moved wrong. Too fast in some ways, too jerky in others, like his brain was sending signals but his body was just barely receiving them. He crashed into a stack of lumber, sending 2x4s flying, never slowing down, never acknowledging the impact that should have hurt. "Jesus Christ," someone said behind me, probably Carlos or Raymond from the welding crew. Miguel hit the railing at the edge of the platform, doing maybe 20 miles an hour, and went right over. 3 stories, 35 feet, give or take. I heard the impact, but I didn't look, couldn't look, because down on the ground floor I could see other workers starting to move the same way. Jerry from the concrete crew was attacking Danny with his bare hands, trying to bite his face. Linda from the site office had cornered 2 of the surveyors and was making sounds I'd never heard come from a human throat. My radio crackled. "All units, this is Phoenix PD dispatch. We have multiple reports of violent incidents across the downtown area. All citizens are advised to shelter in place. Repeat, shelter in place. This is not a drill." The radio chatter continued, but I wasn't really listening anymore because I was already moving, running toward the ladder that would take me down. Thinking only one thing. Rosa. My wife was at Banner University Medical Center in Phoenix, had been since yesterday morning when she'd started having contractions. False labor, the doctors said, Braxton Hicks. They wanted to keep her for observation, make sure everything was okay with the baby. I'd left her there at 2 a.m. after the doctors assured me she was fine, gone home to get 3 hours of sleep, then dragged myself to the job site because we had deadlines and Miguel needed me. Now I was running through a construction site that had turned into hell, dodging infected workers who moved with that same horrible wrongness Miguel had shown, and all I could think was that I needed to get to her. I made it to my truck, a beat-up Ford F-150 that I'd bought third-hand and kept running through sheer stubbornness and YouTube mechanic videos. The parking lot was chaos, people running, screaming, bleeding. A woman in a business suit was beating on someone's windshield, her face already showing that grayish tint, those milky eyes. A security guard was trying to help someone into their car and didn't see the infected man coming up behind him. I gunned the engine and pulled out, leaving rubber on the pavement, heading east toward the hospital. The radio was all emergency broadcast now, the same message on every station. Stay inside, lock your doors, help is coming. But underneath the official announcements, you could hear it in the dispatchers' voices. The fear, the confusion. Whatever this was, it was everywhere, and it was happening fast. Traffic on Van Buren was a nightmare. Cars everywhere, some abandoned, some crashed, people running through the streets. I saw a cop trying to direct traffic and getting mobbed by 3 infected people who moved with that terrible jerking speed. I saw a city bus that had crashed into a storefront, infected pouring out of the emergency exit like ants from a kicked hill. Phoenix was eating itself alive, and it had only been maybe 20 minutes since Miguel started screaming. My phone rang. Marco. My little brother, 28 years old, worked as a mechanic at a shop near Sky Harbor Airport. "Cody, what the hell is going on?" His voice was tight with panic. "I got customers turning into fucking zombies, man. I'm locked in the office and they're trying to break down the door." "Where exactly are you?" "Hangar Automotive off of 24th Street. Cody, these people, they're not people anymore. They're..." "I know, I saw it. Listen to me, Marco. You need to get out of there and get somewhere safe. High ground, somewhere you can see people coming. Don't let anyone bite you or scratch you, you understand?" "What are you talking about? Bite me? Cody, just do it. I'm getting Rosa, then I'm coming for you. Stay alive until I get there." I hung up before he could argue, took a hard right onto 16th Street, cutting through a gas station parking lot to avoid a pileup. 2 more miles to Banner. 2 miles through a city that was tearing itself apart. That's when I saw the jets. F-16s flying low over the city, lower than I'd ever seen military aircraft fly over civilian areas. They were doing a patrol pattern, circling, and I knew what that meant. I'd seen it before in Iraq when things got bad and the brass decided they needed eyes in the sky to assess a situation that had spiraled beyond ground control. Luke Air Force Base, 15 miles west of Phoenix, one of the largest fighter training bases in the Air Force. I'd actually done some work out there back when I was trying to build my contracting resume. 8 months ago, before Rosa got pregnant, I'd been part of a crew that did some renovations on one of their research buildings. Nothing classified, just hanging drywall and running electrical. But I'd seen things, heard things, lab coats and security clearances in rooms we weren't allowed to enter even to do basic repairs. I'd thought it was weird at the time. A fighter training base with that level of biosecurity? But the money was good and I didn't ask questions. Now driving through streets filled with people who weren't people anymore, watching F-16s circle overhead, I was asking questions. A lot of questions, but first, Rosa. Banner University Medical Center was a war zone. The emergency room entrance was packed with people, some injured, some infected, some just terrified. Hospital security was trying to maintain some kind of order, but they were overwhelmed. I could see infected inside the lobby attacking patients and staff. I could see doctors and nurses trying to fight them off with whatever they could grab. I parked illegally, grabbed the tire iron from behind my seat and ran toward the entrance. A man in hospital scrubs stumbled out of the automatic doors, blood pouring from a bite wound on his neck. He made it 3 steps before he collapsed. I watched his body start to twitch, watched his eyes glaze over and turn milky, watched the transformation happen in real time. Maybe 90 seconds from bite to full infection. 90 seconds. I ran past him through the doors into madness. The lobby was a slaughterhouse. Blood on the walls, on the floor, screaming that echoed off the tile. An infected nurse had someone pinned in the corner, tearing at their throat. Hospital security was trying to form a line near the elevators, using chairs and stretchers as barriers, but the infected just kept coming, throwing themselves against the improvised barricade with no sense of self-preservation. "Rosa Ramirez!" I yelled at a terrified receptionist who was huddled behind her desk. "Labor and delivery, 3rd floor, what room?" She just stared at me, eyes wide, in shock. I vaulted over her desk, grabbed her computer mouse, and started searching the system myself. The computer was still logged in, patient database right there. Rosa Ramirez, room 312, admitted yesterday for observation, status stable. The elevators were out. Emergency lockdown, the display said. Stairs it was. I found the stairwell, started climbing 2 steps at a time. Behind me, I could hear the sounds of the lobby getting worse. More screaming, more inhuman sounds. Above me, I could hear footsteps, voices, people fleeing down from the upper floors. 3rd floor. The door had a smear of blood on it, but it was unlocked. I pushed through into a corridor that looked like something from a war movie. Gurneys overturned, medical equipment scattered everywhere, blood and worse smeared on the pastel walls. Some rooms had doors closed, sounds coming from inside. Other rooms stood open, empty or showing signs of struggle. Room 312 was halfway down the hall. The door was closed. I could hear movement inside. "Rosa!" I pounded on the door with my free hand, keeping the tire iron ready in the other. "Rosa, it's me." The movement stopped. Then I heard her voice, weak but unmistakable. "Cody? Open the door, baby. We need to go." "There's someone in here with me, a nurse. She's hurt. Cody, she's hurt bad and she keeps trying to bite me." My blood went cold. "Rosa, listen to me very carefully. Is the bathroom door solid? Can you lock yourself in there?" "Yes, but..." "Do it. Do it right now. I'm coming in." I heard her move, heard the bathroom door slam and lock. Then I tried the room door. locked from the inside. Of course, patient privacy. I stepped back and kicked it right next to the handle. Once. Twice. On the third kick, the frame splintered and the door swung open. The nurse was on the floor between the bed and the window, trying to stand up on legs that didn't quite work right anymore. She'd been a young woman, maybe 25, with dark hair pulled back in a ponytail. Now she was something else. Her scrubs were torn and bloody, one arm hung at a wrong angle, and her face had that terrible milky-eyed vacancy that meant she was gone. She saw me and lunged, fast and wrong, all jerking motions and snapping teeth. I swung the tire iron. The impact made a sound I'll never forget, wet and hard at the same time. She went down and didn't get up. I stood there for maybe 5 seconds, breathing hard, staring at what I'd done. I'd killed people before in combat, but that had been different. Enemy combatants, armed, trying to kill me or my squad. This had been a nurse, someone who'd probably woken up this morning thinking she was going to save lives, and I'd just caved in her skull with a tire iron. "Cody?" Rosa's voice from the bathroom, small and scared. I stepped over the body and knocked on the bathroom door. "It's okay, baby. It's safe now. Come out." The lock clicked. The door opened. And there was Rosa, 7 months pregnant, wearing a hospital gown. Her eyes red from crying, but otherwise unharmed. I pulled her into my arms and held her tight, feeling the baby move between us, and for just a moment I let myself believe we were going to be okay. That moment lasted about 3 seconds. The window behind us exploded inward as something crashed through it from outside. Infected, falling from the floor above, landing on the bed in a shower of glass. Then another. Then 2 more. "Run!" I grabbed Rosa's hand and pulled her toward the door, back into the hallway, which was now filled with more infected pouring out of rooms in the stairwell. We were trapped between 2 waves of the things that used to be people. Room 314 across the hall. Door open. No sounds from inside. We ducked in and I slammed the door behind us through the privacy lock. It wouldn't hold long, but it might buy us a few seconds. The room was empty, patient already fled or turned or dead. The window looked out over the east side of the building toward the parking lot 3 stories down. "There's a fire escape," Rosa said, pointing. "Medical staff use it for smoke breaks." Sure enough, there was a metal ladder bolted to the outside of the building, leading down to what looked like a service area. Not exactly code compliant, but right now I didn't care about building regulations. The door behind us shuddered as infected bodies slammed into it. The lock wouldn't hold. I opened the window, helped Rosa through. She was already on the ladder when the door splintered behind me. I didn't look back, just swung myself out onto the ladder and started descending as fast as I dared with Rosa below me. We made it to the ground just as the infected started tumbling out the window above us, some of them hitting the ladder, some missing entirely and plummeting to the pavement. The ones that fell didn't stay down. Broken bones didn't matter to them. They just started crawling toward us with the same single-minded purpose. The parking lot was chaos, but my truck was still there. We ran, Rosa moving as fast as she could with her pregnant belly, me half carrying her when she stumbled. I got her into the passenger seat, slammed the door, ran around to the driver's side. Infected were converging on us from all directions. I started the engine, threw it in reverse, and floored it. Something went crunch under the wheels, but I didn't stop, just slammed it into drive and punched the accelerator. The truck fishtailed on blood and worse, then the tires caught and we were moving, leaving Banner Medical Center behind. "Where are we going?" Rosa asked, her voice shaking. Good question. Home wasn't safe, not in the middle of the city. Marco was still trapped at the mechanic shop. The streets were a death trap, and those jets kept circling overhead lower now, like they were getting ready for something. "I need to think," I said, turning north on 16th Street, heading away from downtown. "I need to figure out what's happening." "Cody, what is this? Is it a disease, some kind of epidemic?" I thought about the research building at Luke Air Force Base, the biosecurity, the rooms we weren't allowed to enter, the rumors among the construction crew about military experiments, bioweapons research, things that were supposed to be banned by international treaty but everyone knew still happened in black-budget facilities. I thought about how fast this was spreading, how coordinated the infection seemed to be hitting all at once across the entire city. This wasn't natural. This was something else. I don't know, I lied, but we're going to find out. My phone rang again. Unknown number. I almost didn't answer, but something made me hit the button. Cody Ramirez, a woman's voice, professional, clipped. This is Dr. Rebecca Walsh from the Luke Air Force Base Medical Research Facility. We met briefly 8 months ago when you were doing construction work in Building 6. I remembered her. Mid-40s, short gray hair, always carrying a tablet and wearing a security badge with more clearance levels than I'd ever seen. She'd been friendly enough, asked me about my time in the Army, seemed genuinely interested when I mentioned I'd served with the 1st Infantry Division in Iraq. "What do you want?" I asked, keeping my eyes on the road, swerving around an overturned ambulance. "I want to help you survive the next 48 hours. In exchange, I need you to do something for me. But first, you need to understand what you're dealing with. The infection spreading through Phoenix right now, we call it the Trixie virus. It's a weaponized pathogen developed under a classified DoD program. 3 days ago, samples were stolen from our facility by persons unknown. 48 hours ago, those samples were released into the Phoenix metropolitan area through the municipal water supply. What you're seeing now is the result." Rosa was staring at me, listening to my side of the conversation. I put the phone on speaker. "You're saying the military did this?" I said. "I'm saying the military created it. Someone else weaponized it against a civilian population. And Cody, I need your help to stop it from spreading beyond Phoenix. I need you to help me retrieve the remaining samples before they're sold to foreign powers. Because the people who stole this, they're planning to auction it to the highest bidder. North Korea, Iran, Russia. Anyone with enough money and enough hate. Do you understand what I'm telling you?" "Why me?" "I'm a construction worker. Call the Army, call the FBI, call someone who actually knows what they're doing. Because the people who stole the virus have very specific orders to eliminate anyone who worked on Building 6. You were on that crew, Cody. You're on a list. They're going to come for you whether you help me or not. But if you help me, I can protect you and your wife. I can get you to safety. All you have to do is meet me and listen to what I have to say." I looked at Rosa. She looked back at me, her hand resting on her pregnant belly, and I could see she was thinking the same thing I was. We didn't have a lot of options here. "Where?" I asked. "Sky Harbor Airport, Terminal 4, upper-level departures, 1 hour. Come alone, but I know you won't, so bring your wife. Just don't bring anyone else. And Cody, stay alive. Things are going to get much worse before they get better." She hung up. Rosa and I sat in silence for a moment, the truck idling at a red light that didn't matter anymore because there was no traffic, just abandoned cars and bodies and infected wandering through the streets. "Do you trust her?" Rosa finally asked. "No, but I think she's telling the truth about us being on a list. The construction crew on Building 6, there were maybe 20 of us. If someone's cleaning up witnesses, we're all targets. Then we need to warn them. We need to survive." I hated how harsh my voice sounded, but it was the truth. "We warn them if we can, but first we stay alive. For the baby." She put her hand over mine on the steering wheel. "Okay, but we're getting your brother first." "Yeah, we're getting Marco." I turned east, heading towards Sky Harbor and the mechanic shop where my little brother was hopefully still alive and uninfected. The radio was nothing but emergency broadcast now. The governor declaring a state of emergency, the National Guard being mobilized, all civilian aircraft grounded, highways closed. Phoenix was being locked down, contained, isolated from the rest of Arizona and the rest of the country. We were on our own. The sky to the west was starting to darken with smoke. Fires probably spreading unchecked through neighborhoods where infected raged and emergency services had collapsed. The temperature was climbing toward 115 degrees and the heat made everything worse. Bodies decomposed faster. The smell was incredible, overpowering, even with the truck's air conditioning running full blast. Hangar Automotive was on 24th Street south of the airport in an industrial area full of warehouses and repair shops. I'd helped Marco get the job there 2 years ago, put in a good word with the owner who owed me a favor from a construction project. Marco was good with engines, had a gift for diagnosing problems just by listening, but he'd never been good with people. Too hot-headed, too quick to anger. The Army wouldn't take him because of an assault charge from when he was 19. So he'd bounced around from job to job until finding something stable at Hangar. Now I was driving through infected-filled streets to pull him out of there and drag him into whatever nightmare was coming next. The shop was a low concrete building with 3 service bays and a small office. I could see Marco's motorcycle parked out front, which meant he was still there. The service bay doors were down, locked from the inside. The parking lot was empty except for 2 cars that probably belonged to customers and a pickup truck I recognized as belonging to Terry, the shop owner. I pulled up to the front door, leaned on the horn. Movement inside. Then Marco's face appeared in the door window, eyes wild, a crowbar in his hand. "It's me!" I yelled. "Open up!" He unlocked the door, pulled it open just far enough for Rosa and me to slip through, then slammed it shut again and threw the deadbolt. The shop's interior was dark, emergency lighting giving everything a sickly yellow glow. Terry was slumped in the corner of the office, very obviously dead, his throat torn out. 2 of the service bays had cars up on lifts, tools scattered everywhere like someone had left in a hurry. "Terry got bit by a customer about an hour ago," Marco said, his voice tight and controlled in that way that meant he was barely holding it together. "Turned in maybe 5 minutes. I had to..." He gestured with the crowbar. "I had to put him down. Jesus, Cody, I killed him." "He was already dead," I said. "Whatever that thing was, it wasn't Terry anymore. You did what you had to do." "What's happening?" "The news is saying it's riots, civil unrest, but this isn't riots. These people, they're not people, they're fucking zombies, man, actual goddamn zombies." Rosa was sitting in one of the waiting room chairs, looking pale and exhausted. The stress couldn't be good for the baby. "It's a virus," I said. "Military bioweapon stolen and released into the water supply. We're meeting someone at the airport who says she can help, but we need to move. Now." Marco looked from me to Rosa to the corpse in the corner. Okay, yeah. Let me just grab my go bag." He disappeared into the back room, came out 30 seconds later with a military-style duffel bag. Guy always did keep an emergency kit ready. Legacy of growing up with a father who'd been Army Rangers and drilled disaster preparedness into us from age 5. "What's in the bag?" I asked. "Clothes, first aid kit, water purification tablets, emergency rations, ammunition for my Glock, ammunition for Dad's old 1911. You know, the usual." "You have guns in there? You thought I worked in this neighborhood without protection? Come on, Cody." Fair point. I'd carried myself when I worked construction in rough areas. Phoenix had good parts and bad parts like any city, and the industrial zones could get sketchy after dark. We headed back to the truck, Marco riding in the back seat, his duffel between his feet. The drive to Sky Harbor was only about 10 minutes, but it felt like an hour. The streets were getting worse, more infected, more bodies, more evidence that Phoenix was dying in real time. The airport came into view, and I could see immediately that it was a disaster. Cars everywhere, people trying to flee, trying to get on planes that weren't flying. TSA and airport security were attempting to maintain order, but they were overwhelmed, and infected were everywhere, attacking crowds of travelers, spreading the virus faster than any emergency response could contain it. "This is insane," Marco said. "We're driving into a death trap." "Upper-level departures," I said. "That's what she said, away from the main crowds." I took the ramp up to the departure level of Terminal 4, weaving through abandoned cars and luggage scattered across the roadway. The upper level was less crowded than the lower, but still chaotic. I could see National Guard soldiers setting up checkpoints, trying to screen people for infection. But the sheer volume of panic made it impossible. "There," Rosa said, pointing. "That woman. She keeps looking at us." Dr. Rebecca Walsh stood near the American Airlines entrance, wearing civilian clothes now instead of the lab coat I remembered, carrying a small backpack. She was scanning the crowd, looking for us. I pulled the truck up to the curb, illegal as hell, but parking regulations seemed pretty unimportant right now. We got out, Marco keeping his hand near the concealed pistol in his waistband, Rosa staying close to me. Dr. Walsh approached, her eyes doing a quick threat assessment of Marco before focusing on me. "You brought your brother. I said no one else. He's family, and he's armed. We're not having this conversation without backup." She considered this, then nodded. "Fair enough. We need to move. There's a cargo area on the south side where we can talk privately. Follow me. Stay close. Don't draw attention." We followed her through the terminal, past crowds of terrified travelers, past soldiers checking people for bite marks and fever, past news crews filming the chaos. One reporter was doing a live broadcast talking about the unprecedented outbreak of violence in Phoenix, carefully avoiding the word that everyone was thinking: zombies. The cargo area was accessed through a secure door that Dr. Walsh opened with a key card. Inside it was quieter, cooler, dim. Pallets of luggage and freight containers stacked high. A few airport workers were huddled near a loading dock, but they ignored us. "Talk," I said. "What's really going on?" Dr. Walsh set down her backpack, pulled out a tablet, and brought up a series of documents and images. The Trixie virus is a synthetic pathogen developed under a black-budget DoD program called Operation Lazarus. The goal was to create a bioweapon that could incapacitate enemy forces without killing them, rendering them unable to fight but still technically alive. The idea was that it would be more legally defensible than traditional lethal bioweapons, a loophole in international law. "That's insane," Rosa said. "That's the DoD. The project was run out of Luke Air Force Base under my supervision. We had a team of 20 researchers, top-level security, every protocol you can imagine. The virus works by attacking the central nervous system, specifically the prefrontal cortex and amygdala. It essentially shuts down higher brain functions while amplifying aggressive and predatory instincts. The infected retain some motor function and sensory ability, but they're operating on pure animal brain. No reasoning, no emotion, just hunger and rage." "So you created zombies," Marco said flatly. "You created actual fucking zombies for the military. We created a tool, a weapon. It was supposed to be contained, controlled, used only in specific combat scenarios under strict oversight. But 3 days ago, our facility was infiltrated. A man named Diego Torres, a lieutenant in the Sinaloa cartel with extensive pharmaceutical smuggling experience, led a team that killed 3 guards, breached our storage facility, and stole 25 vials of the active virus along with the synthesis protocols. Each vial contains enough virus to infect approximately 10,000 people if introduced into a water supply or aerosolized. I did the math in my head. 25 vials, 250,000 potential infections, and Phoenix had a metro population of over 4 million. "Why Phoenix?" I asked. "Why release it here?" "Demonstration," Torres is planning to sell the virus and the synthesis protocols to foreign powers, but first he needed to prove it works in real-world conditions. Phoenix was chosen because of the heat, the population density, the relative isolation from other major cities. It's a perfect test case. If the virus can spread effectively in 115-degree heat, it can spread anywhere. And the military's response, the National Guard, the quarantine? Cover up. Right now, the official story is that this is a civil disturbance, riots caused by a contaminated water supply affecting mental function. By the time the truth comes out, Torres will have made his sale and disappeared. The virus will be in the hands of North Korea, Iran, Russia, anyone willing to pay his price. This could spark a biological arms race that makes the Cold War look like a playground dispute. "What do you want from me?" I asked. "I'm a construction worker. I can't stop an international arms deal. You know the layout of Building 6. You worked there for 8 months. You know the security, the floor plan, the access points. Torres has set up his base of operations in that building. He's using our own facility to coordinate the auction. I need someone who can get in there, someone who isn't military, someone he won't be expecting. I need you to help me recover the remaining virus samples before the sale goes through." "That's a suicide mission," Marco said. "You're asking him to walk into a cartel stronghold with military-grade bioweapons to grab some test tubes. Are you insane? I'm asking him to help save potentially millions of lives. If Torres makes this sale, if the virus gets into the hands of state actors with sophisticated bioweapons programs, we're talking about global catastrophe. Every major city could end up like Phoenix. The entire world could fall." I looked at Rosa. She was pale, exhausted, 7 months pregnant with our daughter, who we were going to name Sophia after Rosa's grandmother. She was the reason I got up every morning. She was the reason I'd left the army and found honest work. She was the reason I stayed straight when I could have easily slipped into the darkness that claimed so many veterans. "If I do this," I said slowly, "you guarantee Rosa's safety. You get her and my brother to a secure location, military protection, medical care. And when this is over, you make sure we have a future. New identities, relocation, whatever it takes to keep us off any retaliation lists. I can arrange that. I have contacts, resources, but we need to move fast. The auction is happening in 36 hours. After that, the virus is gone and this all becomes academic. I need weapons. Real weapons, not just my brother's pistols and a tire iron. I can provide that. There's a National Guard armory being set up at the airport. I have authorization to requisition equipment for essential personnel." I turned to Marco. "Get Rosa somewhere safe. Find a hotel outside the quarantine zone if you can get past the checkpoints. Stay with her. Protect her and the baby." "Cody, you can't do this alone," Rosa said, grabbing my arm. "This is crazy. Let the military handle it." "The military created this. The military let it get stolen. And the military is more concerned with cover-up than solution." Dr. Walsh is right about one thing. If this virus gets sold, the whole world becomes Phoenix. I saw what happened to Building 6 during construction. I know ways in that security doesn't even know about. I can do this. That was a lie. I had no idea if I could do this, but I had to try. Marco put his hand on my shoulder. "I'm coming with you." "No, you're protecting Rosa." "Rosa can protect herself. You need backup. You need someone watching your 6, and you need me because I've got skills you don't. Explosives, for one thing. You think you're getting into a cartel stronghold without blowing some doors? You know explosives? You think I spent all those years working on engines without learning about controlled detonations? Come on, Cody. We do this together or not at all." I looked at Dr. Walsh. She shrugged. "More help is better than less. And he's right about needing breaching capabilities. Building 6 has been reinforced since you worked there. Torres isn't stupid. Fine. But Rosa stays protected. Military escort, secure location, the works. Done, Dr. Walsh said. I'll make the calls now. She stepped away, speaking quietly into her phone. Marco was already checking his weapons, field stripping the Glock to make sure it was functioning properly. Rosa was crying silently, tears running down her face. I held her, feeling the baby kick between us, and tried to memorize this moment. The feel of her in my arms, the smell of her hair, the sound of her breathing, because there was a very real possibility I wasn't coming back from this. I love you, she said. You come back to me, Cody Ramirez. You come back to us. I will, I promised. Another lie, maybe, but sometimes lies are kinder than truth. Dr. Walsh returned. Transport is arranged. There's a convoy leaving for Luke AFB in 20 minutes. Civilian evacuees being taken to shelter on base. Rosa will be on it. Full military protection, medical care provided. Marco, you're with Cody and me. We'll rendezvous with a tactical team and begin planning the infiltration. Everything moved fast after that. Rosa was escorted to a secure area where military personnel were organizing evacuations. I kissed her one more time, told her I loved her, watched her disappear into a crowd of refugees and soldiers. Then Marco and I followed Dr. Walsh deeper into the airport, through maintenance corridors and service areas, down into the underground sections where the real work of keeping an international airport running happened. The National Guard had set up a temporary command center in a cargo staging area. Soldiers everywhere, weapons, communications equipment, maps of Phoenix spread across folding tables. A colonel was coordinating with civilian authorities, trying to manage a crisis that was spiraling further out of control with each passing hour. Dr. Walsh led us to a side room where equipment was stored. Gear up. We move in 4 hours after dark. Torres will have security, but they'll be watching for military assault teams, not a small infiltration unit. Our advantage is speed and surprise. She handed me a tactical vest, a suppressed M4 carbine, ammunition, breaching charges, night vision equipment. Military-grade gear, the kind I'd used in Iraq but never thought I'd use on American soil. Marco was loading magazines, his face set in concentration. This is insane. You know that, right? We're about to assault a military facility held by cartel operatives in the middle of a zombie apocalypse. This is literally the plot of a bad action movie. Yeah, I said, but it's our bad action movie now. Dr. Walsh was setting up a laptop, pulling up building schematics. Okay, here's what we know. Building 6 has 3 floors. Basement level is where the actual research was conducted. Ground floor is offices and security. Second floor is administrative and storage. Torres has approximately 15 people inside, a mix of cartel enforcers and hired mercenaries. They're armed, professional, and they know we're coming. How do they know we're coming? I asked. Because I told them. I've been negotiating with Torres, pretending to be a potential buyer. I've arranged a meeting tonight at midnight to inspect the merchandise. That's our window. We go in during the meeting, hit them while they're distracted, secure the virus samples, and exfiltrate before they know what happened. And if they know it's a trap, then we improvise. But Cody, you need to understand something. Torres is not a stupid man. He's ex-military himself, served in the Mexican army before going private, then cartel. He's been planning this for months, maybe years. He'll have contingencies. We need to be prepared for anything. The hours before the mission were the longest of my life. I tried to eat but couldn't keep anything down. I tried to rest but couldn't sleep. I just kept thinking about Rosa, about the baby, about all the ways this could go wrong. Marco sat next to me, cleaning his weapons for the 3rd time. You remember when we were kids and Dad used to take us camping out in the desert? Yeah? You remember what he always said? Prepare for the worst, hope for the best, and always have an exit strategy. I think that applies here. What's our exit strategy? Not dying, that's pretty much it. At 11 p.m., we loaded into a black SUV with tinted windows, Dr. Walsh driving, Marco and me in the back checking gear one final time. The streets of Phoenix were nightmare landscapes now. Fires burned unchecked in dozens of locations. Infected roamed in packs, hunting. The military had established checkpoints at major intersections, but whole neighborhoods had been abandoned to the virus. Luke Air Force Base was 15 miles west, a sprawling complex of runways, hangars, and support buildings. Getting there meant navigating through some of the hardest-hit areas of the outbreak. But Dr. Walsh knew the routes, knew where military patrols were concentrating, where the infected were thickest. We made it to the base perimeter at 11:45. Dr. Walsh used her credentials to get us through the outer checkpoint, then drove us to a maintenance access road that ran along the southern edge of the base, far from the main facilities. Building 6 was isolated from the rest of the base, separated by a quarter-mile of empty desert and a security fence. It had been built that way deliberately, containment protocol for hazardous research. Now that isolation made it perfect for Torres's purposes. We parked 100 yards out, killed the lights and engine, switched to night vision. Through the green-tinted view, I could see Building 6, 3 stories of concrete and reinforced glass, lights on in several windows. Guards patrolling the perimeter. 2 vehicles parked near the main entrance, one of them an armored SUV that probably belonged to Torres. 2 guards at the entrance, 2 more on the roof, probably another 2 inside, Dr. Walsh said quietly. Standard cartel security setup. The meeting is on the 2nd floor in what used to be the conference room. That's where Torres will have the virus samples. What about the auction? Other buyers? Marco asked. They're remote, video conference. Torres isn't stupid enough to bring foreign agents into the country during an active outbreak. They're bidding from the safety of their embassies or home countries. So we ghost the guards, breach the building, hit the conference room, grab the samples, and extract, I said. Simple. Nothing about this is simple, Dr. Walsh said. Torres will have kill switches, dead man switches, protocols to destroy the samples if he feels threatened. We need to take him alive if possible, get the codes to disable his security measures. And if that's not possible, then we improvise. Ready? Marco and I checked weapons one last time, then exited the vehicle and moved toward the building in a low crouch, using the desert scrub for cover. The air was still brutally hot despite the darkness, over 100 degrees even at midnight. Sweat poured down my back beneath the tactical vest. We reached the security fence. Marco pulled out wire cutters, made an opening just large enough to slip through. We moved into the compound, staying low, moving fast when guards weren't looking, freezing when they turned our direction. The rear entrance to Building 6 was exactly where I remembered it from construction work. A service door used by maintenance and delivery personnel, secured with a keycard reader. Dr. Walsh produced a card, swiped it, and the lock clicked open. Inside, the building was cool and dark, emergency lighting providing just enough illumination to see by. I recognized the layout immediately. We were in a ground floor corridor that led to the stairs and elevators. My crew had installed the drywall in this very hallway, run the electrical, put in the drop ceiling. Stairs or elevator? Marco whispered. Stairs, I said. Elevators make noise and can be controlled remotely. We found the stairwell, started climbing. 1 flight up to the 2nd floor, moving as quietly as possible in tactical boots. At the landing, Dr. Walsh held up a fist. Stop. She pointed to her ear. Voices ahead. I could hear them too. Spanish rapid-fire conversation. Someone laughing. The sound of a door opening and closing. Dr. Walsh hand-signaled. 2 guards just outside the conference room door. Taking them out silently was going to be tricky. These weren't infected stumbling around mindlessly. These were professionals with training and weapons. Marco tapped my shoulder, pointed to himself, then held up 2 fingers. He was saying he'd take both guards. I shook my head. Too risky. He gave me that stubborn Ramirez look that said he was doing it anyway. He moved before I could stop him, low and fast, coming around the corner with his suppressed pistol up. 2 muffled shots, almost simultaneous, the sound of bodies hitting the floor. Dr. Walsh and I moved up behind him. 2 guards down, neat holes in their foreheads, professional kills. Marco had always been a better shot than me. The conference room door was solid wood with a small window. Through it, I could see maybe 8 people around a large table, laptops open, video screens showing faces from around the world. And at the head of the table, a man in his 40s with a scar running down his left cheek and the kind of presence that said dangerous in every language. Diego Torres. "That's him," Dr. Walsh whispered. "The samples will be in the metal case on the table." I could see it, aluminum briefcase locked, probably containing the remaining virus vials. The thing we'd come here to get. The thing that could save or doom millions depending on whose hands it ended up in. "Breaching charge on the door, flash grenade through the window, we go in fast and hard," Marco said. 3 seconds from breach to acquisition. You ready for this, Cody? Was I ready to storm a room full of armed cartel enforcers and international criminals to steal a bioweapon in the middle of a zombie apocalypse? No. Absolutely not. I wasn't ready for any of this, but I was doing it anyway. "Ready?" I said. Marco set the charge, a small strip of C4 with a remote detonator, enough to blow the door without bringing down the ceiling. He moved to the side of the door. I took position on the other side. Dr. Walsh hung back with her own weapon ready. "On 3, Marco said quietly. 1, 2. The window behind us exploded inward. Not infected. Worse. Military operators in full tactical gear, 3 of them coming through the window on rappel lines from the roof. They landed, weapons up, and I recognized the lead operator immediately from his build and movement patterns. Captain fucking Vance. I'd known him in Iraq. He'd been a lieutenant then, attached to a special operations unit that did things nobody talked about. He was the kind of officer who got results no matter the cost, who saw soldiers as assets to be expended. We'd clashed more than once before I got out. "Ramirez," he said, his voice flat and emotionless behind the tactical mask. "Step away from the door. This is now a military operation. You're compromising a classified recovery mission." "Recovery mission?" Dr. Walsh said. "You're here to steal the virus for yourselves. We're here to prevent it from falling into enemy hands. That's our mandate. Now stand down or we'll neutralize you as hostile elements." The conference room door opened. Torres stood there, flanked by 2 guards with automatic weapons. He took in the scene with a glance. Us, the military operators, the dead guards on the floor. "Dr. Walsh," he said, his English perfect but accented. "I expected you to bring friends, but military special operations? You should have been honest about your intentions. Now we have a problem." "The only problem here is you," Vance said, his weapon tracking to Torres. "Diego Torres, you are under arrest for theft of classified materials, bioterrorism, and murder of federal agents. Surrender the virus samples immediately." Torres laughed. "Arrest?" "Captain, we both know there are no arrests happening tonight. You're here to recover your precious bioweapon and eliminate anyone who knows about it. That includes me. That includes them." He gestured to us. "That includes everyone in this building. You're not taking prisoners." "He's right," I said to Dr. Walsh. "Look at their gear. No cuffs, no restraints. They're here to clean house." Vance's weapon shifted to me. "Last chance, Ramirez. Drop your weapons and step aside. This doesn't have to get messy." "It's already messy," I said. "The whole city is infected. People are dying by the thousands. And you're worried about maintaining operational security?" I'm worried about preventing global catastrophe. If this virus gets sold to hostile nations, Phoenix will look like a minor incident. Now for the last time, stand down. The standoff lasted maybe 3 seconds. Then Torres moved. He was fast, faster than a man his size should be. He grabbed the briefcase from the conference table, ducked back into the room, and his guards opened fire. Automatic weapons in a confined space are incredibly loud, incredibly destructive. The walls erupted, drywall and wood and paint flying everywhere. Vance's team returned fire. Marco yanked me behind a concrete pillar. Dr. Walsh was already down, bleeding from her shoulder but still conscious. Bullets everywhere, ricochets screaming from inside the conference room. "We need that case," Dr. Walsh yelled over the gunfire. "We need to not die," Marco yelled back. I leaned around the pillar, fired 3 rounds at one of Torres's guards, saw him go down. Vance's team was advancing on the conference room, professional and coordinated. This was going to hell fast. Then something crashed through the door at the end of the hallway. Infected. Maybe a dozen of them, drawn by the noise, moving with that terrible jerking speed. They didn't care about bullets, didn't care about tactics. They just wanted meat. "Contact rear," one of Vance's operators yelled, pivoting to engage. The infected hit them like a wave. Teeth and claws and inhuman sounds. One operator went down under 3 infected, his screams cut short. Another managed to fall back, firing controlled bursts, but there were too many. I grabbed Dr. Walsh, hauled her to her feet. "Move! Now!" Marco was already running toward the conference room where Torres had disappeared. I followed, Dr. Walsh stumbling beside me, bleeding but ambulatory. Inside the conference room was chaos. Bodies everywhere, some dead from gunfire, some infected and attacking anyone still moving. The video screens showed foreign officials watching in horror and fascination. The briefcase was gone. "Torres went through that door," someone groaned. One of the meeting attendees, gut shot, lying in a pool of blood. "Basement, he's going to the basement." The door led to stairs going down. I could hear footsteps echoing in the stairwell. "Marco, stay with Dr. Walsh," I said. "I'm going after Torres." "The hell you are," Marco said. "We're both going." No time to argue. I started down the stairs, weapon up, moving fast. The basement level was where the actual research had been conducted, where the virus had been created. If Torres was heading there, he had a plan. The basement was dark, lit only by emergency lights filled with laboratory equipment and biohazard containment chambers. I could hear Torres ahead, moving fast, his footsteps echoing. "Torres!" I yelled. "There's nowhere to go. The building is surrounded." "By whom?" His voice came back. "The military who created this virus, the same military trying to cover up their crimes?" "I think not, Mr. Ramirez. I know who you are. I know you worked here. I know you've been trying to stop me, but you're too late." I followed his voice, moving between laboratory benches and containment units. Then I saw him, standing next to a large tank filled with liquid, the briefcase at his feet. "This is the synthesis vat," he said, "where your government scientists created the Trixie virus. Do you know how many variations they tested? How many live subjects they infected to perfect the formula? This facility has secrets that would horrify you. I don't care about secrets. I care about stopping you from selling that virus." "Selling?" "Mr. Ramirez, the auction was never real. It was cover, misdirection. The real objective was always much simpler." He opened the briefcase, pulled out a vial filled with dark liquid. "Revenge." "Revenge for what?" "For what the American military did to my country. The war on drugs, the drone strikes, the interference in our sovereignty. For decades, America has treated Mexico like a failed state to be manipulated. Now, I'm going to give them a taste of their own medicine. Literally." He held the vial over the synthesis vat. "This tank is connected to Phoenix's water supply. It was part of the original research protocol, a way to introduce controlled doses of the virus into test populations. I'm going to pour every remaining vial into this tank. By morning, the entire Phoenix water supply will be saturated with enough virus to infect everyone who isn't already turned. And when Phoenix falls completely, the infection will spread. Refugees will carry it to other cities. The containment will fail. America will eat itself alive. You're insane. I'm just following the example set by your government. They created this. I'm simply ensuring it's used to its full potential. I raised my weapon. Put the vial down, Torres. He smiled. Or what? You'll shoot me? The vial will fall into the tank anyway. You're too far away to stop me. He was right. 30 feet separated us. Even if I shot him, the vial would drop. But I wasn't alone. Marco came through a side door, moving silently, his pistol up. Torres didn't see him until it was too late. Marco's shot hit Torres in the shoulder, spinning him around. The vial flew from his hand, arcing through the air. I lunged forward, arms outstretched, a dive that would have made my old football coach proud. I caught the vial. Then I hit the concrete floor hard enough to see stars, but I didn't let go. The vial was intact, unbroken, the dark liquid inside sloshing but contained. Marco was on Torres before he could recover, putting 2 more rounds in his chest. Torres went down, blood spreading across the white laboratory floor. The briefcase, I said, getting to my feet. Get the other vials. Marco grabbed the case, popped it open. 24 vials, all identical, all filled with potential death. All that remained of the Trixie virus outside of government hands. We need to destroy these, Marco said. No. Dr. Walsh appeared in the doorway, her shoulder crudely bandaged, her face pale from blood loss, but her eyes hard and focused. We need to secure them, their evidence, and they might be the only samples left if the main storage was compromised. You want to keep this? I said. After everything that's happened? I want to ensure this never happens again, which means we need proof. We need evidence that the program existed, that it was stolen, that it was weaponized against American citizens. We need accountability. Accountability? Marco laughed bitterly. Lady, did you see what just happened upstairs? The military just tried to kill everyone in this building to cover up their involvement. You think they're going to allow accountability? That's why we're going to make it public. Every news outlet, every foreign government, every international court. We're going to expose Operation Lazarus and everyone responsible. They'll kill us, I said. Vance's team or whoever sent them, they'll hunt us down. Not if we're already dead. She reached into her pocket, pulled out a device that looked like a dead man's switch. This building is wired to self-destruct. It was part of the original containment protocol in case of a catastrophic breach. Captain Vance doesn't know that because it was installed after his clearance level. But I know. And in 30 seconds, this entire facility is going to be reduced to rubble. What? Marco and I said simultaneously. The explosion will destroy the synthesis equipment, the research data, everything except what we're carrying. And it will kill everyone still in the building, including Vance and any survivors from the firefight. Officially, Diego Torres will be blamed for a terrorist attack that destroyed a military research facility during the outbreak. You two were never here. I was never here. We're ghosts. And the virus samples? I asked, holding up the vial. We secure them, we document them, and when the time is right, we use them to expose the truth, but first we run. Now. We ran. Up the stairs, through corridors filled with smoke and bodies, human and infected. Past Vance's operators fighting a losing battle against the infected that had swarmed the building. Past the conference room where foreign officials still watched via video feed, witnessing the fall of Torres's operation. We made it outside with 15 seconds to spare. The explosion was massive, a fireball that lit up the night sky, shattering windows for a quarter-mile radius. Building 6 simply ceased to exist, replaced by a crater filled with burning rubble. I stood there watching it burn, holding the briefcase full of virus vials, and thought about all the deaths this single research program had caused. Miguel and the construction crew, Terry at the mechanic shop, the nurse at Banner Hospital, thousands of people across Phoenix, and it wasn't over yet. The fires were still burning, the infected were still spreading. And somewhere in the chaos, Rosa was waiting for me to come back to her. "We need to move," Dr. Walsh said. "Military response will be here in minutes. We need to be gone before they arrive." "Where?" Marco asked. "Where the hell do we go?" "I have a safe house, off base in Tempe. We hole up there, tend our wounds, figure out our next move. But we need to move now." We moved, stumbling through the desert, away from the burning facility, toward the perimeter fence and the SUV we'd left waiting. Behind us, alarms were sounding, helicopters spinning up, emergency response protocols activating. But we were already gone, 3 ghosts carrying the evidence that could bring down a government conspiracy, if we lived long enough to use it. That was day 3 of the outbreak, the day I became a fugitive, a terrorist, a dead man walking in the eyes of the military I'd once served. But it was also the day I started fighting back. The safe house in Tempe was actually an apartment in a complex near Arizona State University, rented under a false name, stocked with supplies and weapons. Dr. Walsh had prepared multiple safe locations before approaching me, anticipating the need for secure hiding places. We got there at 2 a.m., exhausted, bloody, carrying a briefcase full of the most dangerous biological weapon ever created. Marco collapsed on the couch. I went straight to the bathroom and threw up, the stress and adrenaline finally catching up to me. When I came out, Dr. Walsh had the virus samples secured in a portable containment unit, the kind designed for transporting hazardous biological materials. She'd also set up a laptop and was typing furiously. "What are you doing?" I asked. "Documenting everything. Every detail of Operation Lazarus, Torres's theft, the auction plan, Vance's hit squad. I'm creating a comprehensive file with timestamps, evidence, technical specifications. When this goes public, I want zero ambiguity about what happened and who's responsible." "And how exactly does it go public? We upload this to WikiLeaks and hope for the best?" "Something like that. I have contacts, journalists who can't be bought or intimidated, international oversight committees, some people in the intelligence community who believe in accountability more than cover-up. It'll take time, but we'll get the truth out." "How much time?" Marco asked from the couch. "Because Phoenix is falling apart right now. People are dying. Rosa and 3 million other people are trapped in a quarantine zone with infected everywhere. How long before the government decides the best solution is to just carpet bomb the entire metro area?" Dr. Walsh stopped typing. 48 hours, maybe less. The president is meeting with the Joint Chiefs right now, discussing options. Thermobaric weapons, fuel-air explosives, tactical nuclear strikes even. They're treating this like a foreign invasion, not a medical crisis. "They'd nuke their own city?" I said. "They nuked their own soldiers at Operation Crossroads. They exposed civilians to radiation at Hanford and Oak Ridge. They conducted syphilis experiments on black men at Tuskegee. The government has a long history of sacrificing its own citizens when the alternative is perceived as worse. And right now they perceive this outbreak as an existential threat. If they think the infection can't be contained by conventional means, they won't hesitate to sterilize the entire area." "We need to get Rosa out," I said, "and everyone else who's still alive in there. The quarantine is absolute. Nothing in, nothing out. Military checkpoints at every road, helicopters patrolling the perimeter, shoot on-site orders for anyone trying to leave the containment zone. They're not trying to save Phoenix anymore, they're trying to prevent it from spreading. There has to be a way. There isn't." I'm sorry, Cody. The best we can do is expose the truth about what caused this and hope that prevents future outbreaks. But Phoenix is lost. I wanted to argue, wanted to rage, wanted to put my fist through the wall. But she was right. I'd seen the scale of the infection, the speed of the spread. You can't quarantine a city of 4 million people and expect to save them all when the threat is already inside the perimeter. But I could save Rosa. I had to save Rosa. I'm going back in, I said. I'm getting my wife out of that quarantine zone. That's suicide, Dr. Walsh said. The military will shoot you on sight, and even if you make it through the perimeter, you'll be trapped inside with millions of infected. I don't care. She's pregnant with my daughter. I'm not leaving her to die because the government wants to cover up their mistakes. Marco sat up. Okay. How? Not if we should, just how. That's brotherhood right there. The quarantine perimeter isn't perfect, I said, thinking out loud. It can't be. Phoenix is too big, too spread out. There have to be gaps, places where the military doesn't have enough personnel to maintain complete coverage. The canal system, Marco said. The Arizona Canal runs right through the city. Miles of it. They can't watch every foot of waterway. The canals are monitored, Dr. Walsh said. Drones, sensors, patrols. Sure, the main canals. But what about the irrigation channels? The flood control culverts? Phoenix has hundreds of miles of water infrastructure. Some of it dates back to the original settlement. There's no way they're monitoring all of it. Dr. Walsh pulled up a map on her laptop, overlaid with the known quarantine perimeter. You're right. Look here. The Salt River Corridor, the smaller irrigation channels in South Phoenix. These areas have minimal military presence because they're considered low-priority escape routes. Most refugees are trying to flee by road or through the airport. Nobody's trying to escape through drainage ditches. Because it's insane, Marco said. Those channels are like ovens during the day. 115-degree heat, no shade, no water. You'd die of heat stroke before making it a mile. We go at night, I said. After dark, when the temperature drops. We move fast, stay low, avoid contact with military and infected both. Get to Luke AFB where Rosa is sheltering, extract her, then use the same route to get out. Luke AFB is on the opposite side of the quarantine zone, Dr. Walsh pointed out. That's 20 miles through infected territory. Then it's a good thing I know the city. I grew up here. I know every street, every neighborhood, every shortcut. I can do this. Dr. Walsh looked at me for a long moment, then nodded. Okay. I'll help you plan the route, provide what equipment I can. But Cody, you need to understand the reality here. The infection rate in Phoenix is approaching 60%. That means 6 out of every 10 people you encounter will be hostile. The infrastructure is collapsing. Power is out in most areas, water pressure is failing, emergency services are non-existent. It's not just about avoiding infected, it's about surviving in a failed state. I've done that before. Iraq, Afghanistan, urban combat in hostile territory. This is just bigger. This is completely different. In Iraq, you had support, air cover, medevac if things went wrong. Here, you're on your own. If you get injured, if you get infected, there's no rescue coming. I know, she sighed. You're going to do this no matter what I say, aren't you? Yes. Then at least let me make sure you're prepared. We spent the next 6 hours planning. Dr. Walsh pulled up satellite imagery, drone footage, surveillance reports from military sources she still had access to. We mapped out a route that avoided major military checkpoints and known infected concentrations using canals and drainage systems where possible. Moving through industrial areas and abandoned neighborhoods when we had to surface. The plan was to enter the quarantine zone through a flood control culvert near Tempe Town Lake, follow the irrigation channels west and north toward Luke AFB. Extract Rosa, then backtrack to the canal system and exit through a different culvert near Glendale. Total distance, approximately 40 miles through hostile territory. Estimated time, 2 nights of hard movement, with 1 day hidden and resting. Probability of success. Dr. Walsh didn't give me a number, but her face said it all. Marco was checking weapons and gear. We'd taken what we could carry from Dr. Walsh's cache. Suppressed rifles, night vision, medical supplies, water purification, high-calorie emergency rations. Everything we needed to move fast and light through a urban war zone. "You ready for this?" he asked me. "No, but I'm doing it anyway." Story of our lives, right? Never ready, always doing it anyway. We left the safe house at 8 p.m. just after sunset, when the temperature had dropped to a merely unbearable 105 degrees. Dr. Walsh drove us to the entry point, a maintenance access road near the Tempe Town Lake Dam. "The culvert entrance is 50 yards south," she said. "Follow it west for 2 miles, then take the northern branch at the first junction. That'll put you on a route toward downtown Phoenix. From there, you'll need to surface and move overland." "What about you?" I asked. "I'm continuing the documentation, building the case. By the time you get back with Rosa, I'll have enough evidence compiled to take this public. We're going to burn Operation Lazarus to the ground, Cody. We're going to make sure everyone knows what the government did. And if we don't make it back, then I'll do it anyway. The truth gets out regardless, that's the deal." I nodded. "Take care of those virus samples. Don't let anyone take them from you." "I won't. Good luck, both of you." Marco and I grabbed our gear and disappeared into the culvert, leaving the civilian world behind, entering the quarantine zone. The culvert was concrete, maybe 6 feet in diameter, carrying a trickle of water that smelled like chemicals and decay. We moved in single file, Marco in front with the point man position, me covering our rear. Night vision turned the darkness into green-tinted clarity. 2 miles of culvert passed slowly, every sound amplified, every shadow potentially hostile. We encountered rats, wild dogs, bodies floating in the water, but no infected, not yet. The northern junction was exactly where the map said it would be. We took it, moving upward now, following a larger channel toward the surface. According to our route, this would put us near the Phoenix Convention Center in the heart of downtown. We emerged from a drainage grate into an alley behind what used to be a restaurant. The city was dark, power out across entire blocks. Fires burned in several locations, casting orange light across empty streets. In the distance, I could hear gunfire, explosions, screaming. Phoenix was dying. We moved through the streets like ghosts, using cover, avoiding open areas, stopping frequently to listen and observe. The infected were everywhere, wandering in groups, attacking anything that moved. We saw them feeding on bodies, fighting each other over scraps of flesh, moving with that terrible purposefulness that the virus gave them. Downtown Phoenix had been evacuated early in the outbreak, most civilians fleeing toward the perceived safety of the suburbs or the quarantine perimeter. Now it was a dead zone, nothing but infected and ruins. We made it 6 blocks before we encountered our first serious problem. A National Guard checkpoint, unmanned now, but still operational with automated weapons systems. Motion sensors and thermal cameras covering the intersection, designed to prevent infected from moving through certain corridors. "We can't go through," Marco whispered. "Those sensors will light us up." We go around, east 2 blocks, then north. The detour added time, but kept us alive. We moved through a parking garage up to the 3rd level to get a view of the surrounding area. From there, I could see the scale of the disaster. Phoenix burned. Not just small fires, but entire neighborhoods engulfed. The smoke was thick enough to see even in darkness, rising in pillars toward the sky. And between the fires, between the dead zones, the infected swarmed in numbers that defied counting. "Jesus Christ," Marco said quietly. "There must be 1 million of them out there." More. If 60% of the population is infected, that's 2.5 million. And they're all still active, still hunting. How do we get through that? Carefully, very carefully. We descended from the parking garage and continued north, staying low, moving slowly, every sense alert for danger. Several times we had to hide while infected passed within feet of our position, their milky eyes searching, their ruined mouths working soundlessly. The trip across downtown took 4 hours, covering maybe 3 miles. By midnight, we'd reached the edge of the business district and entered a residential area near the I-17 corridor. This was worse. Downtown had been evacuated. The residential areas hadn't. These were the neighborhoods where people had tried to shelter in place, tried to protect their homes and families. Now those homes were tombs, bodies in the streets and yards hanging from windows, infected moving house to house searching for anything still alive. We saw a family barricaded on a second-floor balcony surrounded by infected that had piled furniture to reach them. The family was running out of things to throw, running out of options. They'd be overrun within an hour. We should help them, Marco said. We can't. We help them. We draw every infected in a quarter-mile radius. We'd be overwhelmed. Cody, we can't save everyone, Marco. We save Rosa. We save our family. That's the mission. He looked at me with something like disgust, but he didn't argue. We moved on, leaving that family to their fate, and I tried not to think about what that said about me. By 3 a.m., we'd covered 12 miles and reached the outskirts of Glendale. Luke AFB was still 8 miles northwest, and the sun would be up in 3 hours. We needed to find shelter before daylight, somewhere defensible where we could rest and wait out the deadly heat of the day. We found an industrial complex, concrete block buildings with metal roofs, surrounded by chain-link fencing. The gates were open, the facility abandoned. We cleared the buildings one by one, making sure they were free of infected, then selected a small office as our hiding spot. It had windows we could board up, a solid door, and it was far enough from the street that we wouldn't be easily spotted. We barricaded ourselves in, took turns on watch, and tried to rest. I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about Rosa, wondering if she was safe, if the military protection Dr. Walsh had arranged was holding, wondering if our daughter would ever be born, or if she'd die with her mother in a city being consumed by a virus the government had created. Marco was asleep on the floor, his rifle cradled in his arms, snoring softly. Even in the middle of an apocalypse, my brother could sleep. I envied him that. Dawn came slowly, heat building even before the sun fully rose. By 8 a.m., it was already 110 degrees outside. By noon, it would be 120 or higher. Unlivable, unsurvivable without air conditioning and water. And out there in that heat, the infected still moved. The virus didn't care about temperature. It just made them slower, more sluggish, but no less dangerous. We waited out the day in that office, drinking sparingly from our water supply, eating emergency rations, watching through cracks in the boarded windows as infected wandered past. Once a group of them tried the door to our building, but they gave up after a few minutes and moved on. At 6 p.m., with the sun finally setting and the temperature dropping back below 110, we prepared to move again. 8 miles to Luke AFB, I said, checking the map one more time. Mostly open terrain, some residential, light industrial. We should be able to cover it in 4 hours if we don't hit major obstacles. And once we're there, how do we get onto a military base in the middle of a lockdown? Dr. Walsh gave me contact information for her people on base. We call ahead. They open a back entrance, we extract Rosa and get out. You make it sound simple. It is simple. It's just not easy. We left the industrial complex as darkness fell, moving northwest through neighborhoods that looked like they'd been hit by artillery. Destroyed houses, burned cars, bodies everywhere. The infected here seemed more numerous, drawn perhaps by the concentration of military personnel at Luke AFB. We had to fight our way through several groups, using suppressed weapons to avoid drawing more attention. But every dead infected was one less between us and Rosa. Marco was efficient and professional, taking headshots at ranges I couldn't match. Army training might have rejected him, but the kid knew how to fight. At 11 p.m. we reached the southern perimeter of Luke AFB. Chain-link fence topped with razor wire, guard towers that should have been manned but were dark and silent, warning signs about restricted military property and authorized personnel only. I pulled out the satellite phone Dr. Walsh had given us, dialed the number she'd provided. It rang twice, then a man's voice. "Walsh gave you this number?" "Yes. She said you could help us get someone out." "Who are you?" "Cody Ramirez. My wife Rosa is on base, sheltering with the civilian evacuees. I need to extract her." Silence for a moment. Then, "You're the construction worker, the one who hit Torres's operation. Walsh briefed us. Where are you?" "South perimeter, near the old munitions bunker." "That's close to where the civilian shelters are located. Hold position. We'll send someone to meet you at the fence. Be ready to move fast. The infected have been testing the perimeter all night. We won't have long before they notice the opening." The call ended. Marco and I waited in the darkness, weapons ready, watching for any sign of movement. 5 minutes passed. 10. Then I saw lights approaching from inside the base, a vehicle with its headlights off, moving quickly. A Humvee pulled up to the fence and 2 soldiers got out. One of them produced a key for the padlock on the access gate. "Ramirez," one of them called quietly. "Here. Let's move. Your wife is in building 23, about a quarter mile that way." He pointed northeast. "We'll drive you there, you get her, then you're on your own getting back out, understood?" Understood. We climbed into the Humvee and it took off at speed, bouncing over rough ground, heading deeper into the base. I could see the extent of the refugee situation now. Thousands of people, maybe tens of thousands, sheltering in every available building. The base had become a fortress, the last safe place in a city that had fallen to the virus. But even here I could see signs of strain. The fences were holding, but only barely. Infected pressed against them in some sections, bodies piled high where they'd been shot trying to climb over. Soldiers patrolled constantly, exhausted, running on adrenaline and fear. Building 23 was a converted hangar, its interior divided into sections with temporary walls. Families huddled in small spaces, rationing food and water, waiting for rescue that might never come. And there, in a corner section near the medical area, I saw her. Rosa. She was sitting on a cot talking with another woman, her hand resting on her pregnant belly. She looked tired, scared, but unharmed. Alive. She was alive. I called her name. She turned, saw me, and her face transformed, joy, relief, disbelief all at once. She struggled to her feet, and I ran to her, pulled her into my arms, felt the baby kick between us. "You came," she said, crying now. "You actually came for me. I told you I would. I always keep my promises. Cody, they're saying the government is going to bomb the city. They're saying everyone is going to die. Is it true?" I looked at the soldiers who'd brought us here. They were already backing away, giving us privacy, but their faces confirmed it. The bombs were coming. "We need to go," I said. "Right now. Can you walk?" "I can run if I have to." "You might have to." We made our way back to the Humvee, Rosa moving as fast as her pregnant body would allow. The soldiers drove us back to the south perimeter, unlocked the gate again. "Good luck," one of them said. "You're going to need it." Then we were outside the fence, Marco leading the way, Rosa between us, moving through infested territory toward the canal system that represented our only escape route. It took us 6 hours to reach the canal entrance near Glendale. 6 hours of terror and close calls and narrow escapes. Rosa was a trooper, never complaining despite the physical strain, trusting us to get her to safety. We finally reached the culvert at 5 a.m., just as the sky was starting to lighten. We descended into the concrete tunnel, leaving the quarantine zone behind, and started the long trek back to Tempe. Rosa made it 2 miles before the contractions started. Not Braxton Hicks this time. Real labor. The stress, the fear, the physical exertion had triggered it. Our daughter was coming, and she was coming now. We found a relatively clean section of the culvert, set up our emergency medical supplies, and I delivered my daughter by LED flashlight while infected wandered somewhere above us and my little brother provided security. Sofia Ramirez was born at 6:47 a.m. on June 16th in a drainage tunnel beneath a dying city, screaming her defiance at a world that had gone insane. She was perfect. We stayed in that tunnel for 8 hours, giving Rosa time to recover, giving Sofia time to nurse and rest. Then we continued moving slowly now, protecting our newborn daughter as we made our way back to the safe house in Tempe. Dr. Walsh was waiting for us when we arrived, and the look on her face told me something had changed. "The bombing has been authorized," she said. "Thermobaric weapons, fuel-air explosives, the whole protocol. They're giving everyone 12 hours to evacuate to designated safe zones, then they're reducing Phoenix to ash. The strike is scheduled for 1,800 hours today." I looked at my watch. Noon. 6 hours. "Can they actually evacuate everyone in 6 hours?" Marco asked. "No. Maybe they'll get 50,000 people out. The rest—" She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't have to. 2 million people were about to be incinerated by their own government to contain a virus that government had created. "We need to stop it," I said. "How?" "We're 3 fugitives with no authority, no platform, no way to reach the decision makers. We have the evidence. We have the virus samples. We have proof of what they did. And we were going to release that evidence carefully through proper channels with protections in place. If we dump it now, they'll kill us before the story breaks. They're going to kill 2 million people in 6 hours. I think we're past worrying about our own survival." Dr. Walsh stared at me, then at Rosa holding Sofia, then at Marco. She was making a calculation, weighing lives against mission, present against future. "If we do this," she said slowly, "there's no going back. We burn every bridge. We become the most wanted people in America, and we'll probably die in the process." "People are already dying," Rosa said quietly. 2 million more are about to. If there's even a chance we can stop that, we have to try. For her." She looked down at Sofia. "For her future." Dr. Walsh nodded. "Okay, we go loud. We release everything, every document, every video, every piece of evidence. We upload it to every news outlet, every social media platform, every international oversight committee. We make it impossible to ignore and impossible to bury." "How long will that take?" I asked. 2 hours to compile everything, 1 hour to distribute it, 3 hours total. That leaves 3 hours for the story to break and create enough public outcry to stop the bombing. That's not much time. No. But it's all we have. Marco, you're good with computers? Good enough. Then help me. We need to set up dead man switches, distributed uploads, mirrors on servers across the globe. We make this story unkillable. Cody, you and Rosa rest. You've done your part. I wanted to argue, wanted to help, but I was exhausted. Rosa was exhausted. Sofia was sleeping in her mother's arms, unaware that her entire existence was balanced on a knife's edge between exposure and cover-up, between truth and catastrophe. I lay down on the couch next to Rosa, pulled them both close, and tried to find some peace in their breathing. I must have dozed off because the next thing I knew, Dr. Walsh was shaking my shoulder. "It's done," she said. "Everything's uploaded. The story is breaking on every major news network simultaneously. CNN, BBC, Al Jazeera, Reuters. The evidence is overwhelming. They can't ignore this. I checked my watch. 3 p.m. 3 hours until the bombing was scheduled to begin. I turned on the television, flipped through channels. Every news station was covering the same story. Operation Lazarus, the Trixie virus, the government conspiracy, the Phoenix disaster. Leaked documents showed the entire program. Video footage from inside the research facility. Testimony from scientists who'd worked on the project. Financial records proving government funding. Communications between military brass and pharmaceutical companies. And at the center of it all, Diego Torres, the cartel lieutenant who'd stolen the virus and released it into Phoenix's water supply as an act of revenge against American foreign policy. The story was everything we'd hoped for. Comprehensive. Damning. Impossible to deny. But would it be enough to stop the bombing? At 4 p.m., the Secretary of Defense held a press conference. He confirmed the existence of Operation Lazarus. He confirmed the virus had been stolen. He confirmed the Phoenix outbreak was the result of bioterrorism. Then he confirmed the bombing would proceed as scheduled. "We cannot allow this virus to spread beyond the Phoenix containment zone," he said. "The risk to national security is too great. The President has authorized the use of military force to sterilize the infected area and prevent further contamination. We regret the civilian casualties, but the alternative is unacceptable." The room erupted. Journalists shouting questions, international outcry, the UN demanding an emergency session. But none of it mattered because the bombs were already in the air. I watched the secretary walk away from the podium, ignoring the chaos he'd left behind, and I understood something fundamental about power. It doesn't care about truth. It doesn't care about justice. It only cares about survival. The government had created the virus. The government had lost control of the virus, and now the government was willing to kill millions of its own citizens to prevent that loss of control from spreading. They weren't stopping the bombing because we'd exposed the truth. If anything, the exposure made the bombing more necessary. Evidence had to be destroyed. Witnesses had to be eliminated. The entire disaster had to be erased. At 5:30 p.m., Rosa was feeding Sophia when the first missiles hit. We didn't see them fall. We were 50 miles from downtown Phoenix, safe in Tempe, outside the strike zone. But we felt them. The ground shook, windows rattled. Car alarms started screaming across the neighborhood. On television, live footage showed the impacts. Thermobaric weapons, fuel-air explosives that created overpressure waves hot enough to melt steel and vaporize human bodies. They hit in a grid pattern across Phoenix, each detonation creating a firestorm that consumed everything within a quarter-mile radius. The infected died. The survivors died. The buildings died. The city died. Block by block, neighborhood by neighborhood, Phoenix ceased to exist. The bombing continued for 40 minutes. When it was over, when the smoke finally started to clear, there was nothing left but ash and ruins and a crater where a major American city had once stood. 4 million people had lived in Phoenix. Official casualty estimates would eventually put the death toll at 2.1 million. More than half the population, erased in less than an hour. The government called it a necessary tragedy, a difficult decision made to protect the nation from an existential threat. I called it murder. We stayed in the safe house for 3 more days, watching the aftermath unfold on every screen. The international community was outraged. The UN demanded investigations. Several countries recalled their ambassadors. Protest erupted across America and around the world. But the government stood firm. The virus had been contained. The threat was eliminated. And anyone who disagreed could look at the alternative and imagine their own city becoming a plague zone. On the 4th day, Dr. Walsh received a message. A single text from an unknown number. "We know where you are. We're coming. Vance. He'd survived the explosion at Building 6, or he'd been replaced by another operator with the same mission. Clean up the loose ends. Eliminate the witnesses. We need to move, Dr. Walsh said. Now. We grabbed what we could carry, loaded into a vehicle Dr. Walsh had prepared for this exact scenario, and drove. East, away from Phoenix, into the desert. We drove all night, putting distance between us and the people hunting us, and by dawn we were in New Mexico, anonymous and invisible. But we weren't safe. We'd never be safe again. That was 15 days ago. Since then, we've been moving constantly, staying ahead of the hunters, releasing more evidence when we can, trying to keep the story alive in a news cycle that moves quickly toward the next crisis. The virus samples are still with us, hidden in a portable containment unit that Dr. Walsh refuses to let out of her sight. They're our insurance, our leverage, our proof that everything we've said is true. Diego Torres is dead, killed by Marco in the basement of Building 6. But his revenge succeeded beyond anything he could have imagined. Phoenix is gone. Operation Lazarus is exposed. The trust between the American government and its citizens is shattered. And somewhere out there, Captain Vance is still hunting us. 3 days ago, we found a motel in Truth or Consequences, New Mexico, a small town that seemed far enough from everything to be safe. We've been here since then, planning our next move, trying to figure out how to stay alive long enough to matter. This morning, I woke to find Marco standing at the window, looking out at the parking lot. What's wrong? I asked. Black SUV, 2 vehicles down. Been there since I started watch at 0400. Nobody's gotten in or out. I moved to the window, looked at the vehicle. Tinted windows, government plates, the kind of vehicle operators used. We need to go, I said. But before we could move, there was a knock at the door. Polite, professional, 3 sharp raps. I grabbed my pistol, motioned for Marco to cover the window while Dr. Walsh secured the virus samples. Rosa was already hiding in the bathroom with Sophia. Who is it? I called. Special Agent Sarah Chen, CDC. I'd like to talk with you about the Phoenix situation. Dr. Walsh's face went pale. Chen. She was the investigator I worked with before everything went to hell. She's legitimate, but I don't know if we can trust her. Only one way to find out. I opened the door, keeping the pistol hidden behind my leg. Agent Chen was Asian American, early 40s, wearing a practical suit that suggested someone who valued function over fashion. She looked tired, like she hadn't slept in days. Mr. Ramirez, she said, I'm not here to arrest you, I'm here to help. Why would the CDC help fugitives? Because you're not fugitives. You're witnesses. And I've been investigating Operation Lazarus independently since the outbreak began. The evidence you released confirms everything I'd suspected. The government created an illegal bioweapon, lost control of it, then committed mass murder to cover it up. That can't stand. Not in my America. What do you want from us? I want you to testify. I want you to provide all the evidence you have to an international tribunal. I want to build a case that can't be ignored, can't be dismissed, can't be buried. I want justice for the 2 million people who died in Phoenix. And in exchange? Protection. Real protection, not the half measures Dr. Walsh could arrange. Witness protection, new identities, a chance at a normal life once this is over. I looked at Dr. Walsh. She was studying Chen carefully, trying to assess if this was real or a trap. How do we know you're not working with Vance? I asked. Because Vance tried to kill me 3 days ago in Las Vegas. I was getting too close to the truth, asking too many questions. He put 2 rounds in my car. I survived by luck and paranoia. I've been running just like you. She pulled up her shirt slightly, showing a bandage on her ribs. Through the gauze, I could see the purple-black of a bruise. That looks recent, Marco said. 48 hours. I've been tracking you since then, following the digital trail, trying to stay ahead of the people trying to silence us all. Please, let me help you. Let me help finish what you started." I looked at Rosa holding Sophia, at Marco checking his weapons, at Dr. Walsh with her portable containment unit full of virus samples that proved everything. We'd been running for 15 days. We couldn't run forever. "Okay," I said, "we'll work with you, but on our terms. We keep the virus samples until we're ready to use them as evidence. We maintain operational security, and if this smells like a trap at any point, we disappear. Understood?" "Understood." She pulled out a tablet, brought up files. "I've been building a case against everyone involved in Operation Lazarus. The scientists who developed the virus, the officers who authorized the program, the politicians who funded it, the military brass who ordered the bombing of Phoenix. It's comprehensive, but it needs your testimony to be complete." "When?" Dr. Walsh asked. "The International Criminal Court has agreed to hear the case in 2 weeks. The Hague, Netherlands. We'll need to get you there safely, which means avoiding American soil and American authority. I've arranged transport through Mexico and then Europe. It's risky, but it's the best option we have." 2 weeks, I said. "That's a long time to stay hidden from people who want us dead. That's why we move constantly. Never stay anywhere more than 1 night. Use cash only. Avoid cameras. Trust no one outside this room. It's how I've survived this long. It's how you'll survive too." Over the next 11 days, we became nomads. Truth or consequences to El Paso, to Juarez, to Mexico City, to Cancun. Then a chartered boat to Cuba, a cargo ship to Portugal, finally a train to the Netherlands. We moved through a world that was still reeling from the Phoenix disaster, still trying to process what it meant that a government could create a bioweapon, lose it, then murder millions of its own citizens to hide the evidence. The story had stopped being about a zombie outbreak. Now it was about accountability, about the limits of government power, about the price of secrecy and the cost of lies. Chen was good at her job. She kept us ahead of the hunters, anticipating their moves, using her CDC credentials to open doors that should have been closed. But twice we came close to being caught. Once in Mexico City when a black SUV tried to box us in at a gas station. Once in Lisbon when someone tried to plant a bomb in our hotel room. The hunters were relentless. They wanted us dead. They wanted the evidence destroyed. They wanted the whole story buried beneath another lie. But we made it to The Hague. We made it to the International Criminal Court. And on day 45 of this nightmare, I sat in front of a panel of international judges and told them everything. I told them about Operation Lazarus, about Building 6, about Diego Torres and his revenge, about the bombing of Phoenix and the murder of 2 million people. I told them about Dr. Rebecca Walsh and her choice to expose the truth rather than protect the lie. I told them about my wife and my daughter born in a drainage tunnel while the world burned above them. And when I was done, Dr. Walsh presented the virus samples as evidence. 24 vials of the Trixie virus, the bioweapon that had destroyed a city and exposed a conspiracy that reached the highest levels of the American government. The trial lasted 6 weeks. Witnesses from around the world testified. Scientists, military personnel, survivors from the Phoenix quarantine zone, people who'd lost families, lost homes, lost everything to a disaster that should never have happened. The verdict was unanimous. The United States government was guilty of crimes against humanity. The individuals involved in Operation Lazarus were guilty of illegal weapons development. The military officers who authorized the bombing were guilty of mass murder. Arrest warrants were issued. Sanctions were imposed. The international community demanded accountability, but America refused to comply. The government claimed national sovereignty. They claimed the ICC had no jurisdiction. They claimed the whole trial was a political attack orchestrated by enemies of American freedom. And nothing changed. The guilty remained free. The dead remained dead. Phoenix remained Ash. That was 3 years ago. Since then, we've been living under assumed names in a small village in Norway, about as far from Phoenix as it's possible to get both geographically and culturally. Rosa works as a teacher. Marco runs a small auto shop. Dr. Walsh consults for international biosecurity organizations. Agent Chen went back to the CDC and continues fighting the good fight from inside the system. And me? I'm a carpenter. I build things now instead of tearing them down. It's honest work, simple work, the kind of work that helps me sleep at night. Sophia is 3 years old now. She speaks Norwegian better than English. She has no memory of being born in a drainage tunnel beneath a dying city. She doesn't know her father is technically a fugitive from American justice. She just knows that I build her toys and read her stories and love her more than anything in this world. Sometimes on quiet nights I think about the people we lost. Miguel at the construction site, Terry at the auto shop, the family on the balcony we couldn't save, the 2 million souls who died in the bombing. I think about Diego Torres and his revenge that succeeded beyond measure. About Captain Vance, who's still out there somewhere, still hunting, still loyal to a system that values secrecy over truth. About the government officials who authorized the bombing and never faced real consequences. And I think about Building 6 at Luke Air Force Base, where 20 scientists created a weapon that destroyed a city and changed the world. The virus samples are gone now, destroyed under international supervision once the trial concluded. Operation Lazarus is officially terminated. The black budget funding has been redirected. The guilty parties have been identified even if they haven't been punished. But I know the truth. I know that somewhere in some black site facility, some military research lab, the work continues. They're developing new viruses, new weapons, new ways to kill efficiently and deniably. Because that's what governments do. That's what power does when it believes it's protecting something larger than individual human lives. The Phoenix disaster was supposed to be a warning, a cautionary tale about the dangers of secret weapons programs and government overreach. Instead, it became a lesson in how to manage the narrative, control the story, and survive the consequences of catastrophic failure. America moved on. The world moved on. And Phoenix became a ghost story, a reminder of the day the government murdered its own city and got away with it. But I remember. Rosa remembers. Marco and Dr. Walsh and Agent Chen remember, and Sophia will remember because when she's old enough, we'll tell her the truth. Not the sanitized version taught in schools, not the official narrative of unfortunate tragedy and difficult choices, but the real truth about what her father did, what he witnessed, what he fought against in a losing battle for accountability. She'll know that her family stood against power when power was wrong. She'll know that we tried to save a city and failed, but we succeeded in exposing the lie. She'll know that sometimes the good guys don't win, but they fight anyway because the alternative is accepting darkness as inevitable. That's the lesson of Phoenix. That's the legacy of the tricksy virus. That's what I learned in 45 days of hell and 3 years of exile. Truth doesn't always win. Justice doesn't always prevail. But fighting for them matters anyway. Even when the city burns, even when the bombs fall, even when everything you knew is reduced to ash, you fight anyway. Because the alternative is becoming the thing you fear most. The alternative is accepting that might makes right, that secrecy trumps accountability, that the powerful can commit atrocities without consequence. And I refuse to accept that world, so I build things now. I create instead of destroy. I raise my daughter and love my wife and help my brother and support the people still fighting the good fight. And on quiet nights when Sophia is asleep and Rosa is beside me, I look at the scars on my hands from that day at the construction site when Miguel started screaming. And I remember. I remember a construction worker who became a fugitive, a brother who stood by me, a scientist who chose truth over career, an investigator who risked everything for justice, a wife who gave birth in darkness and trusted me to protect our family. I remember a city that died in flames and the 2 million ghosts who haunt my dreams. And I remember that I survived not because I was stronger or smarter or better, but because I was lucky and I had people who cared enough to keep me alive. That's the real story of Phoenix, not the conspiracy or the cover-up or the international tribunal, but the human story, the personal story. The story of ordinary people trying to survive extraordinary evil and somehow finding a reason to keep going when everything fell apart. The desert where Phoenix once stood is still contaminated, still quarantined, still off limits to human settlement. But life is returning. Plants growing through the ash, animals moving through the ruins, the desert reclaiming what humanity abandoned. Maybe one day, decades from now, when the contamination has faded and the memories have dulled, someone will build a new city there, a better city. A city that remembers the cost of secrecy and values truth over convenience. Or maybe not. Maybe the ruins will remain as a warning, a monument to what happens when power runs unchecked and governments choose expedience over ethics. Either way, I'll be watching from across the ocean, raising my daughter, building my furniture, living my quiet life in exile. And I'll remember. I'll always remember. The day Phoenix died and the day I chose to keep fighting even though I knew I'd lost. Because that's what hope looks like in the darkness, not victory, not triumph, not vindication. Just the stubborn refusal to stop fighting even when the fight seems hopeless. Even when the city burns and the bombs fall and the world moves on. You fight anyway. You remember anyway. You tell the truth anyway. And maybe, just maybe, it matters. That's what I tell myself on the hard days. That's what I'll tell Sophia when she's old enough to understand. The truth mattered. The fight mattered. The millions who died mattered. Even if justice never came. Even if the guilty walked free. Even if the system protected itself at the cost of countless innocent lives. It all mattered, and I was there. I witnessed it. I survived it. And I'll carry that truth until the day I die, a burden and a responsibility and a promise to everyone who didn't make it out. Their story will be told. Their deaths will be remembered. Their lives will mean something more than a statistic in a government report or a footnote in a history book. That's my mission now. Not destroying virus samples or exposing conspiracies or testifying at international tribunals, but remembering, bearing witness, keeping the truth alive when the world would rather forget. It's not the hero's journey I imagined when I woke up on June 14th and went to work on a construction site. But it's the journey I got, and I'll walk it to the end carrying the weight of Phoenix and its ghost, fighting the only fight that matters anymore. The fight to ensure they're not forgotten. The fight to ensure their deaths weren't meaningless. The fight to ensure nothing like this ever happens again. Even if it's a fight I'll never win, I'll keep fighting anyway. Because that's what survivors do. That's what witnesses do. That's what it means to carry the truth when the truth is too heavy to bear alone. Sophia is calling me. Time to read her a story before bed. Something simple and innocent where good triumphs and evil is vanquished and the world makes sense. Tomorrow I'll build furniture. I'll kiss my wife. I'll drink coffee with my brother and laugh about old times. And I'll remember Phoenix and everyone who died there, carrying their memory forward into whatever future awaits. Because someone has to remember. Someone has to bear witness. Someone has to keep fighting even when the fight seems lost. And that someone is me. Cody Ramirez, construction worker, fugitive, survivor, father. Witness to the day America murdered its own city and got away with it. That's my story, that's my truth, that's my burden and my purpose. And I'll carry it until the end. No matter how long the road or how dark the night, because Phoenix deserves to be remembered. The dead deserve justice, and the truth deserves to be told. Even if the world doesn't want to hear it, even if nothing changes, even if I'm the last one standing who still gives a damn. I'll remember. I'll bear witness. I'll keep fighting. Always. That's the promise I made in a drainage tunnel beneath a dying city while my daughter was being born into hell. That's the promise I kept through exile and trials and years of running from people who wanted me dead. And that's the promise I'll keep until my last breath. The story of Phoenix will be told, the truth will survive, and the millions who died will not be forgotten, no matter what it costs me. No matter how long it takes, no matter who tries to silence the truth, I was there. I saw what happened. I know what they did, and I'll make sure the world never forgets. That's not victory, that's not justice, that's not closure, but it's something, it's purpose, it's meaning in the chaos, it's light in the darkness. And sometimes that's enough to keep going, to keep building, to keep living, to keep fighting. One day at a time. One story at a time, one truth at a time, until the end. Well, now let's begin the next story, one that, unlike this one, will shock you even more. I spent 17 years working the graveyard shift at Grady Hospital, and in all that time I never really knew anyone. Not truly. I'd nod at the same nurses, exchange the same pleasantries with the same security guards, clean the same floors in the same empty corridors, while the rest of Atlanta slept. My mother Dorothy used to worry about me back before the stroke put her in Morningside Manor over in Decatur. She'd call me every Sunday afternoon, right when I was trying to sleep before my midnight shift, and she'd ask the same question in that voice that had gotten weaker each year. "Vernon, baby, when are you going to find yourself some friends? Some people to care about?" I'd tell her I was fine, that I had everything I needed, that working nights suited me just fine. The truth was simpler and sadder than that. After my divorce from Patricia 12 years back, after she took our daughter Keisha to Chicago and I became a weekend phone call that eventually turned into birthday cards and Christmas texts, I'd just gotten used to being alone. It was easier. Safer. You can't lose people if you never let them in. The night everything changed started like every other night. I clocked in at 11:45 on a Tuesday in late March, grabbed my cart from the supply closet on the 3rd floor, and began my rounds. Grady was always busy, even at midnight, but there was a rhythm to it I'd learned over the years. The ER would be chaos until about 3, then it would die down. The upper floors were quiet except for the occasional code or family member camping in the waiting rooms. I liked the quiet hours best, when it was just me and my mop and the hum of the industrial floor buffer. I'd work my way from the top floors down, ending in the basement levels around 5 in the morning. The morgue was always last. Most of the other orderlies hated morgue duty, but I didn't mind it. The dead didn't complain, didn't make messes, didn't look at you like you were invisible. That night I was finishing up the 4th floor when I heard the commotion from the stairwell. Raised voices, someone shouting about containment, the heavy boots of security running. I pushed my cart against the wall and moved toward the noise out of habit more than curiosity. A man in a CDC hazmat suit burst through the stairwell door, nearly knocking me over. Behind his face shield, his eyes were wide with something that looked like terror. "Lock it down!" he was shouting into a radio. "We need to lock down the entire facility right now. It's out. Jesus Christ, it's out." 3 more CDC personnel followed, along with hospital security and a woman I recognized as Dr. Rachel Okonkwo, one of the ER attendings. Her scrubs had blood on them, fresh and bright red, and she was arguing with one of the hazmat suits. "We have patients down there who need immediate care," she said. her Nigerian accent getting thicker the way it did when she was angry. "You cannot just seal off my emergency room." "Ma'am, we have a level 4 biohazard situation," the hazmat suit replied. "CDC protocol requires immediate quarantine of all exposed individuals." That's when I heard the screaming start from below. Not the usual ER screaming, the kind that came from pain or fear that would eventually be treated and soothed. This was different. This was animal, primal, the sound of people who knew they were about to die. I should have run then. Should have gotten in my car and driven straight to Morningside Manor to get Mama out of there. But 17 years of following orders and keeping my head down won out over common sense. When Dr. Okonkwo looked at me and said, "Vernon, I need you to help me get supplies from storage," I just nodded and followed her toward the service elevator. The storage room was on the basement level, 2 floors above the morgue and 1 below the ER. The elevator ride down was silent except for the screaming that seemed to be getting louder, echoing through the building's ventilation system. Dr. Okonkwo kept pressing the button for the basement like it would make the elevator move faster. "What's happening?" I finally asked. She looked at me then, really looked at me, maybe for the first time in all the years I'd worked there. "There was an incident at the CDC," she said quietly. "A containment breach. They brought infected patients here before anyone realized what they were dealing with. Now those patients are—" She trailed off as the elevator lurched to a stop and the doors opened. The basement corridor was chaos. People in hospital gowns were running, some of them with IVs still trailing from their arms. A nurse I didn't recognize was backed against a wall, screaming as a patient in a CDC isolation gown lunged at her. But the patient's movements were wrong, jerky, aggressive in a way that wasn't human. When the patient's teeth closed on the nurse's shoulder, the blood that sprayed was so red it looked fake. Dr. Okonkwo grabbed my arm and pulled me back into the elevator, but someone was holding the door open from outside. A kid, maybe 17 or 18, in khakis and a CDC intern badge that read Malik Green. He had blood on his shirt and his hands were shaking. "Please," he said, "please, they're all dead up there. Everyone in the lab, they're all dead and they're not staying dead." The 3 of us squeezed into the elevator as hands started reaching through the closing door. Gray hands. Hands that should have been attached to dead people but were very much moving. Dr. Okonkwo hit the button for the roof access, the only floor that required a security code. Her fingers left blood on the keypad. "What the hell is going on?" I asked as the elevator climbed. Malik was hyperventilating, sliding down the elevator wall to sit on the floor. "Solanum," he gasped. "It's called Solanum. It's a virus. Reanimates the brainstem after death. They were studying it at the CDC, trying to develop a vaccine. Someone sabotaged the containment, released it deliberately. They brought the infected here to study them, but it was already too late. Once you're bitten, you have maybe 12 hours, then you die, then you come back." The elevator opened onto the roof access stairwell. Dr. Okonkwo grabbed Malik under one arm and I grabbed the other, and we hauled him up the final flight of stairs and through the emergency exit. The Atlanta skyline spread out before us, beautiful and oblivious. Lights twinkling in Buckhead to the north, the glow of the airport to the south. Somewhere in all that light was Morningside Manor. Somewhere in there was my mother, and I wasn't with her. "We need to call someone," I said. Police, military, someone." Dr. Okonkwo was already on her phone, but her face told me everything I needed to know. "Lines are jammed," she said. "I'm getting a recording about network congestion." "It's spreading," Malik said. He'd gotten his breathing under control, but tears were running down his face. "It's not just here. The CDC director knew about the breach hours ago, Dr. Howard Franklin. He tried to cover it up, said it was contained, said they had it under control. He was more worried about his career than about people dying." A sound like thunder rolled across the city, but the sky was clear. Then I saw it. To the northwest, a column of smoke rising into the night. Then another, then a third. "They're bombing it," Malik said flatly. "They're firebombing the outbreak zones." We stood on that roof for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, watching Atlanta burn. The screaming from inside the hospital had mostly stopped, which was somehow worse than when it had been loud. Dr. Okonkwo tried her phone again and again, but the networks were down. Malik just stared at the smoke, his face blank with shock. "We can't stay here," I finally said. "We need to move." "Where?" Dr. Okonkwo asked. "If they're firebombing, nowhere is safe. We get supplies, we get weapons, we get out of the city." I was making it up as I went, but it felt right. All those years of watching zombie movies on my days off were suddenly relevant. We go now, while we still can. The building's emergency stairs were clear, at least down to the 3rd floor. That's where we ran into the first of them. A patient I recognized, a regular who came in once a month with diabetic complications. His name had been Carl something, and he'd always had a joke ready, always asked about my day, even though I was just the guy who mopped the floors. Now Carl something was gray and slack-jawed, and when he saw us, he made a sound like a garbage disposal choking on bones. His hands reached for Malik, and I did something I'd never done before. I swung my mop handle like a bat and hit another human being as hard as I could. Carl's head snapped back and he stumbled, but he didn't go down. Didn't even seem to feel it. Dr. Okonkwo grabbed a fire extinguisher from the wall and sprayed it directly into Carl's face. The force knocked him backward through the stairwell door, and we ran past him down to the 2nd floor, then the 1st. The main lobby was a slaughterhouse. Bodies everywhere, some still, some moving with that awful jerking gait. The security checkpoint was unmanned. The front doors were shattered. We made it to the staff parking lot by staying low and moving fast. My car was there, my 10-year-old Honda Civic with the rusted passenger door and the check engine light that had been on for 6 months. I'd never been so happy to see it. We piled in, Malik in the back, Dr. Okonkwo in the front, and I gunned it out of the lot without looking back. The streets were chaos, cars abandoned in the middle of intersections, people running, things that used to be people chasing them. I drove toward Decatur on instinct, toward Morningside Manor, toward Mama. But 3 blocks from the hospital, we hit gridlock. Every road was packed with people trying to flee, and in the distance I could hear helicopters and explosions. "We have to go on foot," Dr. Okonkwo said. I looked at Malik in the rearview mirror. The kid was maybe 17, still had his whole life ahead of him, and here he was, trapped in a car with 2 strangers while the world ended. "You got people?" I asked him. He shook his head. "Parents died in a car accident 2 years ago. I was living in a CDC dorm. This was supposed to be my way out, you know. Science internship, college scholarship, all of it. Then you're with us," I said, and pulled the car onto the sidewalk. We grabbed what we could from the trunk, which wasn't much. A tire iron, a first aid kit, a case of bottled water I'd been meaning to take to a recycling center. Then we started walking. That first night was a blur of running and hiding. We saw things I still can't fully process. Saw a woman eat her own child. Saw an old man in a bathrobe dragging himself along the sidewalk with both legs missing, still trying to bite anyone who got close. Saw a police officer put his gun in his mouth after running out of ammunition. Dr. Okonkwo threw up twice. Malik cried silently as we moved. I just kept putting one foot in front of the other, heading east toward Decatur. We found shelter in a CVS pharmacy around 4 in the morning. The front windows were smashed and the place had been looted, but the back storage room was intact and had a heavy door we could lock. We barricaded ourselves in with shelving units and sat in the dark, listening to the chaos outside. "Thank you," Malik said quietly, "for not leaving me." "We don't leave people," Dr. Okonkwo replied, and I realized she'd decided we were a group now, the three of us. I'd spent 17 years avoiding exactly that, and here I was, responsible for a doctor and a kid I didn't even know. We tried to rest, but every time I closed my eyes, I saw Carl's face, saw that empty look in his eyes as he reached for us. Around dawn, we heard voices outside the storage room, living voices arguing. "Check the back," someone said. "There might be supplies." I looked at Dr. Okonkwo and she looked at me. We could hide, stay silent, hope they passed by, or we could take a chance. I thought about Mama, alone in Morningside Manor, if she was even still alive. I thought about how I'd spent 17 years alone and where it had gotten me. I unlocked the door. There were 5 of them, 2 women and 3 men, all armed with makeshift weapons. The woman in front had a baseball bat and looked ready to use it. She was maybe 40, African American, wearing scrubs that marked her as medical staff. Behind her was an older white woman, 70-something, with silver hair and a fire poker in her hands. A Hispanic woman around 30 held a crowbar. 2 men flanked them, one young and black, built like a linebacker and holding a length of pipe, the other older and white with a hunting rifle and the kind of weathered face that said he'd seen some things. "We're not infected," I said, hands up. "We're from Grady. Just looking for shelter." The woman with the bat studied us. "Grady's gone," she said. "Whole area's under quarantine. They're burning it." "We know," Dr. Okonkwo said, stepping forward. "I'm Dr. Rachel Okonkwo. I was working the ER when it started. This is Vernon Carter and Malik Green." The woman with the bat lowered it slightly. "Angela Torres, I'm a pediatric nurse. Was. This is Esther Jacobson. She lived next door to my mom. Deshaun Miller, he worked security at the airport. Sam Chen, he's an engineer. And Ray Sullivan." The man with the rifle, Ray, didn't lower it. "How do we know you're clean?" "You don't," I said. "Same way we don't know about you, but we're all alive and that counts for something." We stood there in that trashed CVS, 8 strangers who would never have spoken to each other in the old world. And I saw something shift in Angela's face. A decision being made. "We're heading north," she said. "Away from the fires. There's a warehouse district in Norcross that might be defensible. You're welcome to come with us, but we don't carry dead weight. Everyone pulls their own." That's how the group formed. Not with speeches or introductions or any kind of ceremony. Just 8 people who decided that being alone was more dangerous than being together. We moved through the burning city like ghosts, staying off main roads, avoiding the infected and the living equally. The military had checkpoints set up, but they were shooting anything that moved. We saw helicopters dropping incendiary bombs on residential neighborhoods. Saw tanks rolling through streets I'd driven down my whole life. Atlanta was dying, and we were just trying not to die with it. Esther Jacobson turned out to be tougher than she looked. She was 73, had buried 2 husbands, and didn't complain once, even though I could see her limping on a bad hip. She reminded me of Mama, that same stubborn strength that came from living through too much to quit now. I found myself staying close to her as we walked, ready to help even though she never asked for it. Deshaun was maybe 29, 30, all muscle and nervous energy. He'd been at the airport when the outbreak hit, had watched people turn and attack each other at the security checkpoint. He moved like a fighter, always aware of his surroundings, always ready. He appointed himself our point man without anyone asking, and nobody argued. Sam Chen was quiet, competent, the kind of person who fixed things without making a big deal about it. When Angela's backpack strap broke, Sam had it repaired in 2 minutes with a zip tie and some duct tape he'd scavenged. When we needed to get through a locked gate, Sam picked it in under a minute. Useful skills in the new world. Ray Sullivan was our wild card. He was maybe 55, lean and grizzled, with the kind of 1,000-yard stare that said he'd been preparing for this his whole life. He had a bug-out bag with him, actually had supplies and equipment, while the rest of us were making do with whatever we could grab. But he stayed at the edges of the group, didn't talk much, didn't make eye contact. I got the sense he was with us out of convenience, not commitment. We made it to Norcross by the third day, moving mostly at night, hiding during the day. The warehouse district was industrial wasteland, big metal buildings surrounded by chain-link fence and empty parking lots. We found one that looked defensible, broke in through a loading dock and secured it as best we could. It wasn't much, just concrete floors and high ceilings and the chemical smell of whatever had been stored there before. But it had solid walls and doors we could barricade. That first night in the warehouse, we sat in a circle and shared what little food we had. Granola bars and warm soda and beef jerky that Ray pulled from his pack. Nobody talked much at first. We were all too tired, too scared, too aware that this was our life now. But eventually Angela started asking questions. Where were we from? What did we do before? Did we have family? I didn't want to talk about it, but something about the way she asked made me answer. I told them about Grady, about the graveyard shift, about Mama in Morningside Manor. I didn't mention how alone I'd been, how I'd chosen to be alone, but I think they heard it anyway. Dr. Okonkwo talked about her parents in Lagos, how she'd come to America for medical school and never went back. Now she never would. Malik talked about his parents, about the internship that was supposed to change his life. Deshaun talked about his daughter, 5 years old, who'd been with her mother in Marietta when everything went to hell. Only Ray didn't share. When it was his turn, he just shook his head and stared at the wall. We fell into a rhythm over the next few days. Deshaun and I would scout for supplies, moving through the abandoned stores and homes in wider circles around our warehouse. Sam would work on fortifications, reinforcing doors and windows, setting up noise traps. Dr. Okonkwo and Angela organized what medical supplies we'd scrounged, creating a makeshift clinic in one corner of the warehouse. Esther kept inventory, made sure we rationed everything fairly, and somehow kept morale up just by being calm and steady. Malik helped whoever needed it, too young to have a defined role but old enough to be useful. Ray mostly stayed apart, cleaning his rifle and watching the perimeter. We saw other survivors sometimes, other groups moving through the ruins. Most avoided us, some wanted to trade. A few tried to take what we had by force. We learned to be cautious, to approach strangers with weapons ready. The world had changed and trust was the rarest commodity. On day 8, we were running low on water. There was a warehouse supply store about 2 miles away that Deshaun had scouted, said it looked promising. We decided to go as a group, safety in numbers. That's when we met the last piece of our puzzle. The supply store had been picked over but not emptied. We were loading cases of water into shopping carts when we heard someone crying. Not infected crying, human crying, coming from the manager's office in the back. Deshaun kicked the door open with his pipe raised, and we found them. A man and a woman, 30s maybe, huddled in the corner. The man had his arms around the woman, and she was sobbing into his chest. When they saw us, the man stood up, putting himself between us and the woman. "Please," he said, "please, we're not infected. We just need food. We haven't eaten in 3 days." The woman looked up then, and I saw the family resemblance. Brother and sister, if I had to guess. They had the same dark hair, same high cheekbones, same brown eyes filled with terror. "I'm Marcus," the man said. "This is my wife, Lisa. We've been hiding here since it started." Angela lowered her crowbar. "You're married?" "5 years," Lisa said, her voice hoarse. "We were at a concert when it happened, at the Fox Theater. Everyone started running, and we just kept running until we found this place." We brought them back to the warehouse, fed them, gave them water and a place to sleep. They were so grateful it hurt to watch. Lisa cried again, but different this time. Relief instead of despair. Marcus kept thanking us, kept saying they'd pull their weight. They wouldn't be a burden. I understood that desperation, the need to be useful so people wouldn't leave you behind. That night we were 10 people who'd been strangers 2 weeks ago, now sleeping in the same space, sharing the same supplies, dependent on each other for survival. I lay awake on my thin bedroll and thought about Mama. Thought about whether she'd made it, whether she was scared, whether she wondered why I never came. The guilt was a physical weight on my chest. "You okay?" someone whispered. I turned and saw Malik a few feet away, still awake too. "No," I said honestly. "Me neither," he replied. "But at least we're not okay together." That became our dark joke over the next few weeks. We weren't okay, but we were not okay together, and somehow that made it bearable. We fell into patterns that started to feel like routines. Sam rigged up a rain collection system that gave us fresh water. Dr. Okonkwo taught basic first aid to anyone who'd listen. Esther instituted a rule that we'd eat one meal together every day, no matter what, sitting in a circle and sharing whatever we had. It seemed silly at first, wasteful even, to spend time on something like shared meals when we were just trying to survive. But Esther insisted, and gradually I started to see why. Those meals became the time we talked, the time we learned about each other beyond just our survival skills. I learned that Angela had worked in the pediatric ICU at Grady, that she'd been there the night a 10-year-old came in who reminded her of her own daughter. That was the night she'd decided she couldn't have kids of her own, couldn't bring a child into a world where they might suffer like that. I learned that Sam had been an aerospace engineer before getting laid off and taking a maintenance job to pay the bills. That Deshawn's daughter was named Amara, and she loved dinosaurs more than anything. That Marcus and Lisa had been trying to have a baby for 3 years with no luck, and Lisa had just started fertility treatments when the world ended. Dr. Okonkwo insisted we call her Rachel. She said titles didn't matter anymore, that we were all equal in survival. But old habits died hard, and most of us still called her Doctor. She didn't seem to mind. I started spending time with Esther during the quiet hours. She had this way of listening that made you want to talk, so I found myself telling her things I hadn't told anyone. About Patricia and Keisha, about how I'd let them leave without fighting. Had told myself it was for the best when really I was just scared of trying and failing. About Mama and how I'd visited every Sunday at first, then every other week, then just holidays. About how I'd made my life smaller and smaller until it was just work and sleep and nothing in between. "People like us," Esther said one afternoon while we were organizing the medical supplies, "we spend so much time protecting ourselves from hurt that we forget we're also protecting ourselves from joy." My second husband, Gerald, he used to say I had walls so high God himself couldn't get over them. He was right. Took me 5 years to let him in, and then only 20 years with him before cancer took him. 20 years. If I'd wasted those being scared, I'd have nothing now but regret. "You think we have time for that now?" I asked. "For getting close to people?" She looked around at our makeshift home, at Sam reinforcing a window frame and Angela teaching Malik how to suture with dental floss and a practice orange, at Marcus and Lisa sleeping curled together in their corner. "I think that's all we have time for now," she said. Day 14 brought our first real test as a group. A pack of infected found our warehouse, maybe 20 of them, drawn by noise or smell or just bad luck. They swarmed the loading dock door, pounding and clawing, and the metal was already starting to buckle. We had maybe an hour before they got through. Deshawn wanted to fight. Ray wanted to run. The rest of us were somewhere in between, scared and uncertain. We stood in the center of the warehouse, weapons in hand, arguing in harsh whispers about what to do. "We can take them," Deshawn insisted. "We have the high ground. We have weapons. We can funnel them through the door and take them one at a time. Or we can lose someone," Ray countered. "Lose someone or get bit, and then what? We die slow and we die scared and we come back as one of them." "We can't keep running," Angela said. "Eventually we run out of places to run to." I looked at our group, at Esther, who'd never survive a running fight with her bad hip, at Malik, who was barely more than a kid, at Lisa, who'd started shaking the moment the pounding started, at Rachel, whose hands could save lives but had never taken one, at Sam, Marcus, Angela, Deshawn, Ray, 10 people who I'd known for 2 weeks but who felt like more than that somehow. "We fight," I said, "but we fight smart. Sam, can you create a choke point at the door? Something that only lets 1 or 2 through at a time." Sam nodded, already moving. "Give me 10 minutes. We spent those minutes preparing. Ray and Deshawn took position near the door with the longest weapons, a pipe and a fire axe we'd found. Angela and Rachel stood behind them with backup weapons. Marcus positioned himself in front of Lisa, who was trying hard not to fall apart. Esther sat with Malik, both of them armed with makeshift spears, ready to be the last line of defense if everything went wrong. And me? I stood in the middle, a tire iron in one hand and a toolbox in the other, trying to be brave for people who were depending on me. It was a strange feeling, terrifying and oddly right at the same time. Sam built his choke point with shipping pallets and rebar, creating a narrow corridor that the infected would have to squeeze through single file. When the door finally gave way, they poured in exactly as expected, funneling into the kill zone we'd created. Deshawn struck first, bringing his pipe down on the lead-infected skull with a crack that made my stomach turn. It dropped, and the next one stumbled over it, and Ray put his axe through its head before it could get up. We fought for maybe 20 minutes, though it felt like hours. My arms ached from swinging the tire iron. My clothes were covered in black blood that stank like rotten chemicals. But we held the line. Every one of those things that came through Sam's choke point went down and didn't get back up. And when the last one fell, when the warehouse finally went silent except for our ragged breathing, we were still standing. All of us. We collapsed where we were, too exhausted to move. Marcus was crying with relief. Lisa was holding him. Angela was checking everyone for bites, her hands steady even though her voice shook. Sam was already patching the door. Rachel and Esther moved among us with water and words of reassurance. "We did it," Malik said, wonder in his voice. "We actually did it." "We did," I agreed. And I realized something as I said it. We, not me, not I. We. Somewhere in the last 2 weeks, I'd stopped being Vernon Carter, solitary orderly, and started being part of something bigger. That night's shared meal was quiet but different. We sat closer together, made more eye contact. When Ray accidentally met my eyes and didn't look away immediately, I counted it as progress. When Marcus reached out and squeezed my shoulder in thanks, I didn't pull away. When Esther said grace before we ate, something she'd started doing recently and nobody objected to, I found myself listening instead of just enduring. "Thank you," she said, her voice soft but clear, "for bringing us together, for giving us each other, for keeping us safe. Amen." Amen, we echoed, and I meant it. The days began to blur together. Day 16, day 20, day 25. We developed systems, routines, rhythms that made survival feel less like desperation and more like living. Sam built a rain filtration system that gave us clean water. Rachel created a medical bay with actual organization, actual protocols. Deshawn and I expanded our scavenging radius, bringing back not just food and water, but books, games, small comforts that reminded us we were still human. Esther started a library in one corner, organizing everything we found. Angela taught Marcus and Lisa her entire medical knowledge, making sure that if something happened to her and Rachel, the group wouldn't be left without care. We learned each other's rhythms. I learned that Sam was always up first, that he liked to watch the sunrise from the warehouse roof and plan his projects for the day. That Angela hummed while she worked, usually old gospel songs her grandmother taught her. That Deshaun talked to his daughter's picture every night, telling her about his day like she was still alive to hear it. That Malik had nightmares most nights and pretended he didn't. That Marcus and Lisa never spent more than an hour apart. Like they were afraid if they lost sight of each other, they'd lose each other forever. That Ray still kept to himself but was slowly, incrementally spending more time near the group instead of apart from it. On day 28, we had our first real celebration. It was Angela's birthday, which she mentioned casually and then seemed surprised when Esther insisted we mark the occasion. Sam rigged up battery-powered lights in the center of the warehouse. Rachel and I had found a case of champagne in an abandoned restaurant, somehow still cold in the walk-in cooler. We didn't have a cake, but we had cupcakes from a gas station that were only a little stale, and we sang happy birthday like it was normal, like the world hadn't ended. Angela cried, happy tears this time. I never thought I'd have another birthday, she said. Never thought there'd be anything to celebrate again. We're alive, Esther said simply. That's always worth celebrating. We drank the champagne and it was terrible, warm and flat, but we drank it anyway. We told stories from before, good memories instead of the horror. Sam talked about his wedding day, how it had rained and his wife had laughed and said it was good luck. Rachel talked about the first surgery she'd performed solo, how terrified she'd been and how perfect it had gone. Marcus and Lisa told the story of how they'd met at a coffee shop where they both reached for the last blueberry muffin and decided to split it instead of fight. Even Ray told a story. It was short, barely more than a few sentences about teaching his son to fish when the boy was 5. But it was something. A crack in the wall. I didn't have any good memories to share, or I did, but they were all shadowed by the choices I'd made after. So instead I told them about Mama, about how she used to make peach cobbler every Sunday, about how she'd hum the same songs Angela did while she cooked, about how she'd never given up on me even when I'd given up on myself. You think she made it? Malik asked quietly. No, I said, honest for maybe the first time since it all started. No, I don't think she did, but I hope she wasn't alone. I hope someone was with her, someone who cared. Esther reached over and took my hand. She didn't say anything, just held on, and that was enough. Day 32 brought our first major argument. It started over something small, a disagreement about whether we should risk a supply run to a hospital pharmacy for better antibiotics. Deshaun thought it was too dangerous. Ray thought it was necessary. The argument escalated, voices rising, until suddenly we were shouting about everything except the actual issue. About who contributed what to the group. About who took risks and who played it safe. About fair shares and equal say and 100 small resentments we'd been swallowing for weeks. It was ugly and raw and honestly necessary. We couldn't keep pretending we were all perfectly harmonious when we were 10 different people with different priorities and different fears. We needed to get it out, get it said, and figure out how to move forward. In the end, it was Esther who cut through the noise. She didn't raise her voice, just stood up slowly, steadying herself on her fire poker like a cane, and waited until everyone fell silent out of respect or shame or both. We're scared, she said. All of us, every single day. And we're tired, and we're grieving everything we lost, but we are also all we have. This group, these people right here, we are the only thing standing between each of us and dying alone. So yes, we fight about antibiotics and supply runs and fair shares. We fight because we care. because we've decided to care, but we don't let those fights break what we're building. Understood? We understood. We voted on the pharmacy run. 5 in favor, 5 against. I broke the tie by saying we'd go, but we'd take every precaution. We'd scout first. We'd have an escape plan. We'd go in daylight with a full team, and if it looked too dangerous, we'd abort immediately. The run happened on day 36. Deshaun, Ray, Sam, Marcus, and me. We spent 6 hours watching the pharmacy from across the street, counting infected, mapping routes, planning our approach. Then we went in fast and quiet. The pharmacy had been ransacked but not emptied. We found antibiotics, pain medications, insulin that was probably still good. Found enough supplies to keep our medical base stocked for months. We also found someone. He was hiding in the pharmacy's office behind a barricaded door we almost didn't check. When Sam finally got it open, we found a man in his 40s, Korean, wearing glasses and a CDC badge that was smudged with blood. He had a gun pointed at us with shaking hands. "Don't," he said, "don't come closer. I'm dangerous. I'm the reason this happened." "Lower the weapon," Ray said, his rifle already up and aimed. "You don't understand," the man said. His voice was breaking. "My name is Dr. Jin Park. I worked at the CDC. I was part of the Solanum research team. And it's my fault it got out. It's my fault all those people died." We brought him back to the warehouse in a tense silence. Jin walked between us like a prisoner, head down, shoulders hunched. When we got back and I explained who we'd found, the reaction was explosive. "You brought him here." Rachel's voice was sharp with anger. "He's CDC. He's part of the people who let this happen and then tried to cover it up." "He said it was his fault," I tried to explain, but Angela cut me off. "I had 3 kids die in my unit that first night," she said, her voice flat and cold. 3 babies who didn't even know why they were scared before those things tore through the ICU. And you want to give shelter to the man responsible? Jin didn't try to defend himself. Just stood there taking the abuse, absorbing it like he thought he deserved it. Maybe he did. I didn't know. But I knew what it looked like when someone had given up on themselves, when they decided they weren't worth saving. I'd seen it in the mirror for years. "He stays," I said, and everyone turned to look at me. "He made a mistake, a terrible mistake that cost lives, but he's here and he's alive and he's got skills we can use. He's a doctor, he knows the virus. He might know things that can help us survive." "He doesn't deserve to be here," Deshaun said. "Maybe not," I agreed. "But we don't decide who deserves to survive. We just decide who we're willing to help." The vote was closer than I expected. 5-4 in favor of letting him stay, with Esther casting the deciding vote. "Everyone deserves a chance at redemption," she said quietly, "even if they don't think they deserve it." Jin became part of the group, but he was apart from it in a way the rest of us weren't. He slept in a corner by himself, ate by himself, volunteered for the worst jobs, the most dangerous runs, like he was trying to get himself killed. When people spoke to him, he answered in monosyllables. When Rachel tried to collaborate with him on medical issues, he'd share his knowledge but wouldn't meet her eyes. It was painful to watch. The group had started to feel like something real, something warm, and Jin was a cold spot in the middle of it. A reminder of why we were here, of who was to blame. I started making an effort with him. Not because I forgave him or because I thought what happened wasn't his fault, but because I understood what it was like to push people away, to convince yourself you were better off alone, safer alone. I'd spent 17 years doing exactly that. "You don't have to do this," Jin said one night when I brought him food and sat down next to him instead of leaving immediately. "You don't have to pretend to be nice to me." "I'm not pretending," I said. "And I'm not being nice, I'm just being human." "I don't deserve that." "None of us deserve anything," I said. We're all just doing the best we can with what we've got." He looked at me then, really looked at me, and I saw the weight of his guilt pressing down on him like a physical thing. "I was the junior researcher on the Solanum project," he said quietly. "Dr. Franklin, the director, he was obsessed with this virus. Thought it was the key to preventing death, to extending life, to medical revolution. But he cut corners, rushed protocols, ignored safety warnings. I should have spoken up, should have reported him. But I was scared of losing my job, scared of being blacklisted, scared of everything except the one thing I should have been scared of." "What happened?" "There was a terrorist group, eco-terrorists. They believed the CDC was playing God with viruses. They infiltrated the facility. Franklin knew. He knew, and he tried to handle it internally, tried to keep it quiet because admitting the breach would have ended his career. By the time he admitted we had a problem, it was too late. The virus was out, and Franklin's first response wasn't to contain it. It was to cover it up, to move infected patients to Grady Hospital for observation while he figured out how to spin the narrative. "That's not your fault," I said. "I could have stopped it. At any point I could have gone over his head, could have blown the whistle, could have done something. But I didn't. I was complicit. And now millions of people are dead because I was too scared to do the right thing." I didn't have an answer for that. Maybe he was right. Maybe he was complicit. Maybe he did deserve to feel guilty. But I also knew that guilt without purpose was just poison. It didn't help anyone, didn't fix anything, just slowly ate you away from the inside. "You can't change what happened," I finally said. "But you can change what happens next. You can use what you know to help keep us alive. You can do the right thing now, even if you didn't before." He didn't respond, but something shifted in his face. Not forgiveness, not absolution, but maybe the tiniest crack of light in all that darkness. Day 42 brought a new problem. We'd been hearing radio chatter for days, scattered broadcasts from military units, government agencies, other survivor groups. Most of it was static and confusion, but one message kept repeating. A woman's voice, young, saying there was a safe zone being established in the Chattahoochee National Forest, north of Atlanta. Saying they had food, water, security, medical care. Saying anyone who could make it there would be welcomed. "It's a trap," Ray said immediately. "Has to be. Government's not helping anybody. They're burning cities to contain this thing." "Or it's real," Angela countered. "And we're sitting here slowly running out of supplies when there's help available." We debated for hours, days. Some wanted to go. Some wanted to stay. Some thought we should send a small group to scout and report back. We were splitting along fault lines I hadn't even realized existed. Marcus and Lisa wanted to go, desperate for any promise of normalcy. Deshawn wanted to stay, didn't trust anything government-related. Sam was willing to go either way. Rachel thought the medical care promised was too good to pass up. Jin stayed silent, knowing his opinion wasn't wanted. On day 45, the decision was made for us. A group of survivors, maybe 40 people, came through our area heading north toward the supposed safe zone. We watched them from our warehouse, saw how organized they were, how they moved with purpose instead of desperation. Their leader was a woman in her 20s, blonde hair pulled back in a ponytail, wearing tactical gear that looked professional. Angela went out to talk to them, came back with news. "Her name is Grace Murphy," Angela said. "She's a social worker, was running disaster relief coordination for the state when everything went down. She says the safe zone is real. Says she's been there, spent 3 days, came back to guide more people north. Says there's hundreds of people there already. Says it's protected by National Guard. Says it's our best shot at actual survival instead of just scavenging until we run out of luck." "You believe her?" I asked. Angela paused. "I want to believe her, but I don't know." We invited Grace and her group to camp near our warehouse for the night. Shared food, water, stories. Grace was confident, charismatic, had answers for every question. She showed us photos on a solar-powered tablet of the safe zone. Pictures of tents and fortifications and people who looked clean and fed and safe. It looked too good to be true. That night we voted again. 7-3 in favor of going to the safe zone. Only Ray, Jin, and I voted to stay. Even Esther thought we should try, should take the chance at something better than day-to-day survival in a warehouse. We go together, I said. All of us. We don't split up. Agreed, Angela said. We spent 2 days preparing, packed everything we could carry, stripped the warehouse of useful supplies, said goodbye to the space that had kept us alive for 6 weeks. It felt like leaving home, which was crazy because it was just a warehouse, just a temporary shelter. But we'd made it ours. We'd fought for it. We'd celebrated Angela's birthday there. We'd become something there. Grace's group was efficient, professional, almost military in organization. They had routes planned, rest stops marked, protocols for everything. We joined the back of their column and started north on day 47. The journey was supposed to take 5 days, moving slowly with 40-plus people, including elderly and injured. On day 2 of the journey, I started to notice things. The way Grace's people watched us. The way they subtly separated our group from the others. The way Grace would smile when she talked about the safe zone, but her eyes stayed cold. I mentioned it to Ray, who'd noticed the same things. "Something's wrong," he said quietly. "We need to be ready to run," I told the others. Most thought I was being paranoid. Angela especially defended Grace, said we were just being suspicious because we'd been alone so long we'd forgotten how to trust. Maybe she was right. Maybe I was seeing threats where there were none. On day 3 of the journey, we camped in an abandoned shopping center. Grace's people set up a perimeter, posted guards, did everything right. But that night I couldn't sleep. Something felt off. I got up to walk the perimeter and found Jin doing the same thing. "You feel it too?" I asked. He nodded. "This isn't right. The organization, the equipment, the way they operate. This isn't disaster relief. This is something else." We were still talking when we heard the scream. It came from the other side of the camp, high and terrified and cut short. We ran toward it and found chaos. Infected had gotten into the camp somehow, a small pack, maybe 5 or 6, but that's not what made my blood run cold. What made my blood run cold was watching Grace's people respond. They moved to protect their own people first, and everyone else, all the survivors they'd picked up along the way, they left them to fend for themselves. Our group reacted on instinct. Deshaun and Ray formed a defensive line. Sam grabbed Esther and pulled her to safety. Angela and Rachel grabbed medical supplies and started treating the injured. Marcus and Lisa fought back to back, protecting each other like they always did. Malik stayed with Esther, both of them armed and ready. Jin and I waded into the mess, fighting our way toward the screaming. We saved most of them. Most, but not all. An older man went down, got swarmed before we could reach him. A teenage girl got bit on the arm. 2 of Grace's people died, and she didn't even seem to care. When it was over, when the infected were down and the injured were being treated, I confronted Grace. "What the hell was that? You left those people to die." "I protected my people," Grace said calmly. "That's my job." "We're all your people," I said. "Everyone here. That's what you told us." She smiled, and it was the coldest thing I'd ever seen. "You believed that? Vernon, I'm trying to get as many survivors to the safe zone as possible. But if I have to choose between my team and random stragglers, I choose my team every time. That's just survival." "That's not survival," Angela said, stepping up beside me. "That's murder." "Call it what you want," Grace said. But we're still going north, and you're still welcome to come. Just don't expect me to sacrifice my people for yours." We had a group meeting that night, away from Grace's people, 10 of us in a circle trying to decide what to do. Some still wanted to go to the safe zone, thought Grace's callousness didn't change the fact that it might be real. Others wanted to leave immediately, didn't trust her or her people or her promises. "We stay together," I said. "Whatever we decide, we all do it together. We don't split up." "I vote we leave," Ray said, "tonight while they're sleeping. We take what we can carry and we disappear." "I vote we stay," Marcus said. "The safe zone might still be real, might still be our best shot." The debate went back and forth for an hour. In the end, we voted to stay with Grace's group until we could see the safe zone for ourselves. But we'd stay alert. We'd stay together. And if anything felt wrong, we'd run. We reached the safe zone on day 52 of the outbreak. It was real, rows of tents surrounded by chain-link fence topped with razor wire, guard towers with actual National Guard soldiers, generators providing electricity, a medical tent, a supply depot. Hundreds of people moving around with purpose instead of desperation. It looked like hope. Grace delivered us to the processing center like we were cargo. Soldiers checked us for bites, took our weapons, assigned us tent numbers. They separated our group, said families could stay together, but everyone else would be integrated into the general population. Marcus and Lisa went to the couple's area. The rest of us got scattered. "This isn't right," Jin said quietly. "This is quarantine protocol. This is how you contain a population, not how you help survivors." But we were inside the fence. We had guards watching us. We didn't have weapons. We didn't have a choice. I ended up in a tent with 20 other men, none of them from my group. Ray was 3 tents down. Deshawn was on the other side of the camp. I didn't know where the others were, and when I asked, the guards told me I'd see them at meals. The first meal in the safe zone was surreal. We lined up like prisoners, got food served on metal trays, ate at long tables under floodlights. I found Angela, found Rachel, found Sam. We sat together and tried to make sense of what was happening. "It's organized," Rachel said. "Maybe too organized. This kind of infrastructure, this kind of setup, it would take weeks to establish. But the outbreak was only 7 weeks ago. How did they do this so fast?" "Maybe they planned for it," Sam said quietly. "Maybe they knew it was coming." That night I couldn't sleep. I lay on my cot in a tent full of strangers and thought about our warehouse, about our shared meals and Angela's birthday and the slow, steady building of trust and connection. About how I'd spent 17 years alone and then 52 days learning to be part of something. And now I was alone again in a tent full of people. The next morning they separated us further. They said it was for job assignments, for efficiency, for organization. But it felt like deliberate isolation. They put me on sanitation duty, put Ray on perimeter patrol where he couldn't talk to anyone. Put Jin in the medical tent under supervision, put Angela on food service, put Sam on construction, split us up and spread us out and made it impossible to communicate. I saw Esther on day 3 in the safe zone. She was walking with a cane now, her hip clearly worse. She looked smaller somehow, diminished. I tried to go to her, but a guard stepped in my way. "Meal times only," he said. "That's my friend," I said. "Meal times only," he repeated. Something was very wrong. Day 55 in the safe zone, day 55 of the outbreak, I found Malik. He was working in the supply depot, looked exhausted and scared. We had maybe 30 seconds before someone noticed us talking. "They're studying us," Malik whispered urgently. "The doctors, the guards, everyone. They're studying how we survived. They're asking questions about exposure, about close calls, about immunity. Vernon, I think this isn't a rescue operation. I think it's research." Before I could respond, a guard pulled us apart. But I'd heard enough. I started watching more carefully, started noticing patterns, the way certain people got moved to different areas, the way some people disappeared into the medical tent and didn't come back, the way the guards watched us like we were specimens, not survivors. On day 57, Marcus found me at breakfast. His face was drawn, his hands shaking. "It's Lisa," he said. "They took her to the medical tent 2 days ago. Said she showed signs of infection. But she wasn't bit. I know she wasn't bit, and they won't let me see her." We gathered what was left of our group that night, sneaking away from the meal tent in ones and twos, meeting in a shadowed space between storage containers. 10 of us, minus Lisa. We were all tired, all scared, all coming to the same conclusion. "We need to leave," I said. "This place isn't safe. It's not what they promised." "We can't just leave," Angela said. "They have guns, they have the gates locked, they have protocols." "Then we need a plan," Sam said. We spent that night planning. Sam studied the fence line, found weak points. Ray mapped the guard rotations, found gaps. Jin got access to the medical tent, said he could get us in if we needed to get Lisa. Angela stockpiled medical supplies. Deshaun started stockpiling weapons, anything he could get his hands on. Marcus was ready to do anything to get Lisa back. Day 60 of the outbreak, we made our move. It was risky, probably stupid, definitely dangerous. But staying felt more dangerous. The plan was simple. During the evening meal, when most of the guards were at the mess tent, Sam would create a distraction at the north fence, a small fire to draw attention. Jin and Marcus would get into the medical tent and get Lisa. Rachel, Angela, Esther, Malik, and I would head to the south fence where Ray and Deshaun had already cut through the wire. We'd meet at a rally point 2 miles south and disappear into the woods. It almost worked. Sam's fire was perfect, drew guards like we hoped. Jin and Marcus got into the medical tent, but that's where it went wrong. They found Lisa, but she was unconscious, sedated, with IV lines running clear fluids into her veins. Jin said later they were studying her blood, trying to understand why she'd survived when so many didn't. Trying to weaponize immunity or create a cure or who knows what. Marcus carried her out, but they were spotted. Alarms started blaring. Lights came on. Guards started running toward the medical tent, toward the south fence, toward all of us. We ran, through the gap in the fence, into the woods, scattered and desperate. I had Esther's arm over my shoulder, helping her move as fast as she could. Malik was right behind us. Angela was ahead with Rachel. I could hear shouting behind us, could hear gunfire, couldn't tell if anyone was hit. We ran for maybe 20 minutes before we had to stop. Esther couldn't go any further. Her hip had given out completely and she was crying from the pain, even though she was trying not to show it. We found a hollow in the woods, a fallen tree creating a natural shelter, and we hid. One by one, the others found us. Sam came first, then Deshaun and Ray. Then Rachel and Angela, then Jin supporting Marcus, who was carrying Lisa. She was starting to wake up, groggy and confused. We were all there except Malik. We waited until dawn, waited until it was clear he wasn't coming. Ray wanted to go back for him, but I stopped him. If he got caught, going back won't help him. If he got away, he'll find us, but we can't risk everyone for one person. The words felt like ash in my mouth. After everything, after learning to care, to connect, to be part of something, I was back to making cold calculations about survival. But I was also responsible for 9 people now, 9 people who were alive because we'd run, and I couldn't risk them. We moved through the woods for 3 days, staying off roads, avoiding anything that looked organized or official. Lisa recovered slowly. Told us they'd been running tests, taking blood, asking questions. Marcus didn't leave her side, held her hand like he'd die if he let go. On day 63, we found another warehouse, Smaller than our first one, more exposed, but it would do. We set up camp, took inventory of our supplies. We'd lost almost everything except what we could carry. Lost our medical supplies, lost our library, lost our sense of security, lost Malik. That night we sat in a circle for dinner. 9 of us now instead of 10. 9 people who'd been strangers 2 months ago and had become something more. Something that didn't have a name but felt like family. "I'm sorry," I said, the words inadequate. "I'm sorry I got us into that situation. Sorry we lost Malik. Sorry for all of it." "You didn't get us into anything," Rachel said firmly. "We voted to go. We all decided." "And Malik might still be alive," Angela added. "He's smart. He's resourceful. We have to believe he made it." We sat in silence for a while, eating canned beans and stale crackers. Then Jin spoke up, his voice quiet but clear. "I need to tell you all something, about the virus, about what they were really doing at the CDC." We listened as he explained, about how Solanum wasn't just a virus, it was a weapon. About how the military had been funding the research, how they wanted something that could be deployed against enemies, something that would turn populations against themselves. About how Dr. Franklin had sold out science for military contracts. About how the terrorist attack wasn't really terrorism at all, it was a whistleblower trying to expose the program. About how the cover-up had let it spread when containment might have been possible. "The safe zone," Jin continued. "That wasn't about saving people. That was about collecting survivors to study. To figure out why some people survive and others don't. They want to create immunity. Or weaponize it. Or both. So what do? Marcus asked. "We survive," I said. "We stay together. We stay human. We don't let this thing turn us into what they wanted to create. We don't let fear make us into weapons." It became our mission statement, our purpose. We weren't just surviving, we were proving that humanity could endure. That connection mattered. That love was stronger than fear. The next few weeks were hard. We were back to scavenging, back to day-to-day survival. But we had each other. We had experience. We had trust that had been earned through trial and fire. On day 68, we found a community garden that had somehow survived. Real vegetables growing wild, tomatoes and squash and beans. We harvested what we could, and that night we had the first fresh meal in months. Angela cried. So did Esther. Even Ray smiled. Day 70 brought tragedy. We were scavenging a suburban neighborhood when we ran into another survivor group. They weren't friendly. Demanded we hand over our supplies. When we refused, they attacked. The fight was brutal and fast. Deshaun took down 3 of them with his pipe. Ray put 2 more on the ground with his rifle. But there were more of them than us, and they had the element of surprise. One of them, a big man with a machete, went straight for Esther. Jin stepped between them. I'll never forget the sound of that machete hitting bone. Jin went down hard, blood spreading across his shirt in a bloom of red. The big man raised his weapon for another strike, but Deshaun was there, pipe swinging, and the man went down and didn't get back up. We won the fight, if you can call it winning when one of your own is bleeding out on a suburban lawn. We got Jin back to the warehouse, got Rachel working on him, but we all knew. The wound was too deep. He'd lost too much blood. Jin lasted 3 hours, long enough to apologize again for the CDC, for the virus, for everything. Long enough for me to tell him he'd more than made up for it. Long enough for each of us to say goodbye. He died just before sunset on day 70 of the outbreak, and we buried him in the garden behind the warehouse. Sam made a marker from a piece of wood, carved his name and the dates we'd known him. It wasn't much, but it was something. That night we sat in our circle and it felt too small. First Malik, now Jin. We'd lost 2 in a week and the absence was a physical weight. Angela led us in a prayer, Rachel told stories about how Jin had helped set up the medical bay, had shared his knowledge generously even when people treated him with suspicion. Marcus talked about how Jin had saved Lisa from the safe zone. Esther said Jin had found redemption, that his death protecting her had been a kind of grace. I didn't say anything. I just felt the weight of leadership, the responsibility of keeping these people alive, the knowledge that I'd failed 2 of them already. Day 72, we heard on the radio that the government was pulling back, abandoning the safe zones, pulling military units out of major cities. They were giving up on containment, focusing instead on securing key infrastructure and letting the rest of the world burn. Maybe that's not the worst thing, Ray said. Let the world reset. Let humanity rebuild from scratch. You can't rebuild from scratch, Esther said quietly. You need a foundation. You need knowledge and culture and history. You need connections. She'd been getting weaker. We all noticed, but nobody wanted to acknowledge it. Her hip was bad enough that she couldn't walk more than a few steps without pain. She'd lost weight, got tired easily, spent more time resting than active. She was 73 years old and she'd survived the apocalypse for over 2 months through sheer willpower, but age was catching up with her. On day 75, Esther asked me to sit with her while the others were out scavenging. She was in her corner of the warehouse, wrapped in blankets even though it wasn't cold. "Vernon," she said, "I need you to listen to something. I'm dying." "No," I said automatically. "No, you're just tired. You need rest." "I've been dying for years, baby," she said gently. "Cancer. It was in remission when all this started, but I can feel it back now. I didn't tell anyone because what would be the point? There's no treatment anymore, no hospitals, no chemotherapy, just time and mine's running out." I wanted to argue, wanted to deny it, wanted to do anything but accept it. But I could see the truth in her eyes. "How long?" I asked. "Days, maybe a week. I'm ready, Vernon. I've lived a long life. I've seen things I never thought I'd see. I've been blessed with love and family. And these last few months with all of you, it's been a gift. You all became my last family. My chosen family. We need you," I said, and my voice broke. "You need each other," she corrected. "I've just been the one helping you see that. But you don't need me for that anymore. You've learned. Vernon, you spent 17 years alone because you were scared to lose people. Now you know that having people to lose is better than being alone. That's my gift to you, that knowledge. Don't waste it." She died 3 days later, peacefully in her sleep. We found her in the morning, looking more at rest than she had in weeks. We buried her next to Jin, and this time we all had stories to share. About her wisdom, about her kindness, about how she'd held us together when we were strangers. About how she'd made a warehouse feel like home. Angela said, "She taught me that family doesn't have to be blood, that you can choose who you love and it counts just as much." Rachel said, "She taught me that strength comes in many forms, that you don't have to be the loudest or the strongest to be essential." Sam said, "She taught me that the small things matter, that making space feel like home, that celebrating birthdays, that sitting together for meals, that's not frivolous, that's what makes us human." Marcus said, "She taught me that love doesn't make you weak, it makes you brave." Lisa said, "And she taught me that survival without connection is just existing." She wanted us to live, not just exist. Ray said, "She taught me that walls don't keep you safe, they just keep you alone." Deshawn said, "She taught me that family is the people who show up, who stay, who fight for you and with you." I said, "She taught me that it's never too late to let people in, that 17 years alone didn't have to mean a lifetime alone, that I could be Vernon Carter, part of something, instead of Vernon Carter, party of one." We were 8 now. 8 people who'd started as 10, lost 2 along the way, gained and lost 2 more. 8 people who'd been strangers 78 days ago and had become essential to each other. We sat around Esther's grave until the sun set, and then we went back to our warehouse and made dinner together because that's what she'd taught us to do. Day 79 brought more loss. We were on a supply run to a grocery store about 3 miles from the warehouse. The place had been picked over, but we'd found some canned goods, some bottled water, enough to make the trip worthwhile. We were loading the supplies into a shopping cart when we heard the moaning. Infected, a lot of them, drawn by the noise we'd been making. We ran for the exit, but they were between us and the door. Deshawn and Ray fought to clear a path. Sam was pulling the cart. Rachel and Angela were helping Lisa, who'd twisted her ankle on the way in. Marcus was protecting Lisa like always. And Ray was at the back, rifle up, providing cover. "Go!" he shouted. "I'll hold them off, you go!" "We don't leave people," I shouted back. "You do when it's the only way everyone else lives," Ray said. And then he did something I never expected. He smiled at me. "You were right, Vernon, all along. Family matters, connection matters. I just figured it out too late." He pushed me toward the door, turned back to the infected, and started firing. We ran because he made us run. We got outside, got a block away, and then we heard the gunfire stop. Heard the screaming start, heard it stop. Ray died so we could live. Ray, who'd spent 79 days with us but never really been with us, who'd kept himself apart, who'd finally learned to love the group right before he lost the chance to be part of it. We made it back to the warehouse and we mourned. We'd lost 3 people in 2 weeks. Jin, Esther, Ray. 3 people who'd been essential, who'd taught us things, who'd made us better. The group felt too small now, too fragile. Like we were bleeding out and couldn't stop the flow. That night, I told them the truth. "I don't know how to keep you all safe," I said. "I've been pretending I do, pretending I'm some kind of leader, but I'm just Vernon. I'm just a guy who mopped floors for 17 years and barely knew anyone. I don't know how to do this." "None of us know how to do this," Rachel said. "We're all just making it up as we go." "But you're doing it for the right reasons," Angela added. "You're trying to keep us together. Keep us human, keep us loving each other instead of just surviving. That's what matters." "Esther was right," Marcus said. "You spent 17 years alone, but you learned. You let us in. You built this family. That's leadership." Day 82, we had a visitor. We heard someone approaching the warehouse, calling out in a clear voice that they were unarmed, that they meant no harm, that they were looking for Vernon Carter. I went to the door with my weapon ready, and there he was. Malik. Thin, exhausted, with new scars on his face and a haunted look in his eyes, but alive. We pulled him inside, and everyone was talking at once, asking questions, crying, hugging him. Malik looked overwhelmed, like he couldn't quite believe he'd found us. "I escaped the safe zone 3 days after you left," he said once we'd gotten him seated with food and water. "They were going to put me in the medical program, use me for testing like they did with Lisa. But I remembered what you taught me, Vernon. That family doesn't leave family. So I found a way out. And then I spent 3 weeks tracking you, following rumors of survivor groups, asking questions, looking for any sign. I found the first warehouse, found signs you'd been there. Found the garden where you buried Jin. Found notes you'd left. And now I'm here." "You're home," I said, and I meant it. This warehouse, these people, this was home now. We were 8 again. Not the same 8, not the original 10, but 8 people who'd been through hell together and chosen to keep choosing each other. Day 85 brought our final test. Word came through the radio network that there was a large group of survivors heading through our area, maybe 100 people fleeing from a failed safe zone to the east. They were sick, injured, exhausted, and they were being hunted by infected, a horde numbering in the hundreds. "We could help them," Angela said. "We could die trying," Deshawn countered. What would Esther say? Sam asked. We all knew what Esther would say. We knew what Jin would say, what Ray would say. They'd say that family helps family and humanity was family, and if we stopped helping, we stopped being human. We came up with a plan. We'd create a safe corridor, use noise to draw the infected away from the survivor group, guide them to the warehouse, give them supplies and medical care, then send them on their way. It was risky, it was dangerous, it could get us all killed. We voted unanimously to do it anyway. The operation took all night. Sam set up noise traps along a route away from the warehouse. Rachel and Angela prepared the medical bay for mass casualties. Deshawn and I went out to meet the survivor group, to guide them to safety. Marcus and Lisa stayed back to protect the warehouse. Malik coordinated everything, running between positions, keeping us connected. We saved most of them, not all. The infected got some before we could intervene, but we got maybe 80 people to safety, got them treated, got them fed, got them rested. And in the morning we sent them on their way with supplies and directions to a rumored safe zone in Tennessee that wasn't run by the military. They offered to take us with them, offered to make us part of their group. It was tempting. A larger group meant better security, more resources, more chances to survive. But we said no, because we were a family now and families stay together. Because we'd built something here, something fragile and precious and worth protecting. Because we'd learned that it wasn't about how many people you had, it was about how much you cared about the people you had. Day 88, we sat in our circle for dinner. 8 of us. Vernon, Rachel, Angela, Sam, Marcus, Lisa, Deshawn, and Malik. We'd lost Jin, Esther, and Ray. We'd survived the CDC cover-up and the safe zone betrayal and countless infected and hostile survivors and the end of the world as we knew it. We should name ourselves, Malik said. Every family has a name. The Warehouse family, Sam suggested. The Atlanta 8, Deshawn offered. The Found family, Angela said quietly. Because that's what we are. We found each other, we found ourselves, we found something worth fighting for. We liked that. The Found family. 8 strangers who'd become essential to each other. 8 people who'd learned that survival without connection was just slow death. 8 people who'd chosen love over fear, community over isolation, humanity over everything. What now? Rachel asked. Now we live, I said. We don't just survive. We celebrate birthdays and tell stories and make this warehouse feel like home. We help other survivors when we can. We hold on to our humanity even when the world tries to take it. We stay together. We stay family. And if more people come? Lisa asked. If others need a family? I looked around at our circle, at Rachel who'd traded her white coat for a leader's wisdom, at Angela whose care had kept us human, at Sam whose hands had built us safety, at Deshawn whose strength had protected us, at Marcus and Lisa whose love had shown us what to fight for, at Malik whose youth reminded us to hope. Then we make room, I said. Family grows, that's what it does. Day 90 of the outbreak, I woke up before dawn. Couldn't sleep. Too many thoughts running through my head. I went up to the warehouse roof, same place Sam went every morning to watch the sunrise. Found him already there. Mind company? I asked. Never, he said. We sat in silence as the sun came up over the ruined city. Atlanta was mostly dark now. Most of the fires burned out. Most of the survivors fled or dead or turned. But there was beauty in it too. The way the light hit the buildings. The way nature was already starting to reclaim the streets. The way birds sang like they didn't know the world had ended. You think we'll make it? I asked. Long term, I mean. You think humanity survives this? Sam was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, I think we're surviving right now. 8 people who love each other, who protect each other, who've chosen to build something instead of just take. If we can do it, others can too. That's how humanity survives, one family at a time. Down below, I could hear the others waking up. Could hear Angela humming while she prepared breakfast. Could hear Marcus and Lisa talking quietly. Could hear Deshaun telling one of his stories to Malik. Could hear Rachel organizing the medical supplies. Could hear my family living. 17 years I'd spent alone at Grady Hospital, mopping floors in the middle of the night, convincing myself I was fine, I was safe, I was better off without connections. 17 years of making my life smaller and smaller until it was just me and my cart and the hum of the floor buffer. And then the world ended, and I learned what I'd been missing. I learned that grief is the price we pay for love, and it's worth it. That being part of something means risking losing something, and it's worth it. That family isn't about blood or history or even choice, really. It's about showing up and staying and fighting for each other even when it's hard. I learned that Vernon Carter could be more than a solitary orderly. Could be a brother, a friend, a leader. Could be someone who mattered to people, who people mattered to. Could be part of a found family. Mama used to ask me when I'd find friends, find people to care about. She died in Morningside Manor on the first day of the outbreak. Died alone and scared, and I'll carry that guilt forever. But I'd like to think she'd be proud of me now. Proud that I finally learned what she'd been trying to teach me all along. That being alone might feel safer, but being together is what makes us human. The sun finished rising, painting the sky in shades of orange and gold. Sam and I sat together and watched it, and then we went down to join our family for breakfast. Because that's what you do in a family. You show up, you stay, you eat together and tell stories and hold on to each other when the world tries to tear you apart. We're the found family. 8 people who were strangers 90 days ago. 8 people who've lost friends and survived horrors and come out the other side still choosing connection over isolation. 8 people who've learned that the opposite of fear isn't safety, it's love. And we're going to survive this, not because we're the strongest or the smartest or the best prepared, but because we have each other, because we've built something worth protecting, because we know that a warehouse full of people who care about you is worth more than all the supplies and weapons and fortifications in the world. The future is uncertain. We might die tomorrow. We might survive for years. We might find other survivors and grow our family. We might stay just the 8 of us until the end. But whatever happens, we'll face it together because that's what families do. I'm Vernon Carter. I'm 51 years old. I mopped floors at Grady Hospital for 17 years. I lost my mother in the first wave of the outbreak. I've watched friends die. I've killed people, living and dead. I've run and fought and survived. But more than any of that, I'm part of the found family. I'm brother to Rachel and Angela and Sam and Deshaun and Marcus and Lisa and Malik. I'm the person who learned too late, but not too late that it mattered. That connection is the only thing that makes survival worth surviving for. The world ended 90 days ago, but in a warehouse in Norcross, Georgia, 8 people are building something new, something better, something human, and that's enough. That's more than enough. That's everything.